fight for the motherland. Be all I could, I would make a stand. I'd walk through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you. All that I've got to do now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. Hero, I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah. You make something worth fighting for, and nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, and I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as a wild bird sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do we do? As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's not.
turn it on cue. See how they're eating you up now. Every little detail, beautiful you. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up the front now, everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up the front now, everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now, everybody's looking at you. Everybody's looking at you. Right now, I got this beat in my head. Right now, I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desire is alive. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. Well, they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. A freedom, conviction, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this night is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない理解不能のスピード100倍速い地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよね 負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me get you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる際にレクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Driving モード始めよう もう安全な近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげた気づいてよマジでベイベー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening 地域をこうなんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me yet when you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる際にフェクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreaming の始めよう
Country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on. Another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on.
You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me. Yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question. It's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. Sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water. Pulling out the fires, I'm looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on the water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You got me spinning around, spinning
I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters, woven pain, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Storm days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain of the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain of the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out?
Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are. Be
curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. On my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, you call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea, and if you've fallen down, you know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. The day you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもうてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars ahead all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
In the old school, surfing on a Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun. Give me good vibrations. Give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do.
Here we go. I don't really care about like all them fancy things. Never had a lust for cars or sparkly diamond rings. I don't really care about them platinum studded boys that run around the whole damn town just showing off the toys. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Come on, like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Here we go. I don't really care about the fortune or the fame. Keep rolling on and holding on. Don't need that crown to reign. Push through all the pressures. Just keep grinding 9 to 5. Yeah, I'm working hard. We playing hard. Goddamn, I feel alive. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week. It's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. Here we go. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. If we stick together, there's no stopping us, girl. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low.
Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right when you're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right when you're trapped in the middle.
my mind.
Didn't even know what happy means till you came along and walked into my dreams. It's funny how the times can change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt change, show me your name. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on why? Oh my, you better run now, run before you hit the end of your life. No, 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 no. No life, no, so what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh no, no, no. You know you're ready for something, but that something doesn't come easy. Getting ready to take that jab, but just understand it, just hold that feeling. Now it's gonna make you chase your dreams, are gonna keep on slipping away. So get up and get that skating.
Ladies and gentlemen, is the end of the summer split here in the LPL, or should I say the end of only week 2? If we're at the end already, time would have flown too fast. My name is Hysterics. I'm joined by Nymira to open up this first one. And Nymira, it's good to have you back on the broadcast. Considering we've already started running you like a mouse, you know, in one of those traps.
Yeah.
You have been here for the past 3 days in a row.
I was about to say, like, if it's the end of the split, I've had 3 days, mate. What am I meant to do with the rest of my summer? It has been a lot of games. Had to catch up with an awful lot of stuff, but the pace really doesn't slow down here.
Yeah, it really doesn't. And again, that's because we have 5 days of 3 series a day, if I can ever get the wording for that right. And
it's
just
a lot of
in
games
10
I wasn't
weeks.
prepared for.
It's insane, right? And speaking of, we should have a quick look at yesterday, right? Because we have to touch base on what happened. Nightmare, this was our first series, AL versus NIP, where I have to say I'm glad NIP were able to finally close it out when they have had a lot of problems transitioning into the mid-game so far.
They have, and I think a lot of the ways that it looked better in this series, because Angel was consistently excellent between the 2 games which they played. Going on to the game after this, though, this was a bit of a back and forth. In spring, TT took down Top Esports, but they couldn't continue the same run of form against Top Esports in summer. Rookie had a difficult game 1, and a lot of the reason he had a difficult game 1 is because this guy, LDL rookie superstar 1XN, on his kind of famed Aphelios, had an insane game. That got removed from him in games 2 and 3, though, and that's where Top Esports found their advantages later on into the series.
It was concerning, though, right? Again, the fact that TT opened up the series wasn't looking good. And I have to say on your Rookie point as well, this split, Rookie has looked like a shadow of his former self. And I don't know if it's the old classic, but when Rookie isn't playing 100%, people tend to notice more often.
Yeah.
However, people like Jackulov stepping up huge. I mean, again, Nymira, it doesn't matter if Yumi's banned away. If you give them Milio, if you give them Zeri, both should just not be an option.
I mean, the only time that doesn't work out is when you have 1XN doing 10,000 damage in one team fight, which did happen in that first game. Later on, though, just couldn't replicate that again. You see Jackulov came back with an absolute vengeance. He got a quadra-kill in this one, sadly couldn't get that penta, but he took the win anyway, so we won't be feeling too aggrieved about that one.
We take the Jackulov wins. At the very least, with Top Esports taking that 2-1. Let's not forget we had a final series. BLG versus Ultra Prime, and Nymira, BLG continued to be the only team without taking a series loss.
Tabe was praising his players for kind of pushing through the MSI kind of post, as he absolutely should, but praising them for their work ethic after MSI, saying, look, we could have taken a couple of weeks break, whatever, but actually we decided to go straight into scrims to prepare for the new summer meta, and that has helped us overcome a lot of our enemies so far, and now they're walking over to a great run of form in this split. And you consider how we thought about BLG at the start of the year, and we thought, okay, they'll be a good team, but we don't know what the ceiling is. There are a lot of very good teams in the LPL. We'll probably see them in playoffs, but that's about it. They're looking so good right now.
They really are, and again, continuing that form, as we said, is a great sign since they're already at 4-0. BLG sitting on top of the charts, as we'll show you before we get into today's games. Note that BLG, the only team that hasn't taken serious loss, as I said before, but we've got a couple of other front runners in the usual suspects. Top Esports, JDG, and then it starts breaking up to teams that maybe haven't played as much, right? The NIPs, the WEs, who still have a big road ahead of them. But it is shaping up to be, I guess, a preposterous split with a lot of strange laggers from spring rising to the occasion in the early start.
And particularly when you're looking at the right-hand side of this table right now, the ones towards the bottom end, I think the one which is really quite surprising and a little bit disappointing for me is EDG. They sat at that 1 and 2. They haven't really found that run of form. Now, we have heard some whispers and some rumors that a potential grandfather of 80 carries in Uzi might be joining that roster, but we'll wait and see on that front. If that does come through, potentially could change their fortunes.
I mean, not today, everyone at home. Not today.
Not today.
EDG
But we'll see.
have the snake today. It is confirmed the snake is starting, so we might have to wait another week, maybe 2. Let's see what happens. To the rumors, as ladies and gentlemen, that's what's happening today. So we have to open things up with RNG versus OMG and Nymira. This first series, the best part about it is the fact that these 2 teams still matched a little bit. OMG 1 and 2, RNG 2 and 1. It's close enough to call. But I'd say in quality of performance, I think we should be expecting a bit of a barn burner, best of 3 today.
Yeah, I think this is one of these series where you look at the series score on paper and you think, okay, it should be close, but we're not that far into the split yet. And each team only plays each other once in the LPL. It
Yeah.
does mean that these results and these scorelines are not equal, even if they look very similar. I mean, OMG, they've lost 2 series, but they were to JDG and BLG, 2 of our very best teams in the LPL. OMG, they were a top 4 team in the playoffs in spring. I'm expecting them to be a very high-ranking team again coming into summer, and RNG, they're going to have a tough matchup here today.
They are indeed, because I feel like as we look from spring to summer, seeing the downgrades of RNG are very apparent. You know, we were talking about Tung Yuan on the back end of this show, or rather before, and we looked at how the bottom lane was as well. LP and Lumao now, as Breathe enters the stage. A change in bottom lane when Gala and Ming were what we got in spring. Even though we waited a long time for Ming, we still expected this roster to be quite powerful, but falling short of the mark. Meant now we're in a summer where, even now with the roster being a downgrade, are we in store for more disappointment again?
I think that's got to be the question engraved on every RNG fan's heart, because this is a team which tried to have the Xiaohu 2.0 experience in the mid lane. They tried to mold Tang Yuan into someone that could play the same kind of supportive, facilitative, roaming towards top lane style to allow Breeze to play carries, and we saw very succinctly in spring that didn't work. Now we've had to see Breathe put onto a lot more tanks, a lot more non-interactive matchups, and allow them to play around bot side of the map. But now you're doing that with a new bot lane as well, which when you compare LP to Gala, Gala was still very good in that spring season, even when the team was struggling a lot of the time. They have a lot of kind of philosophical and game approach questions to answer before we really start to see how far that team can go.
On the other side, though, for OMG, let's just quickly go through it, because then I do have an announcement that was made 6 minutes ago that has to interrupt. Shanji, Aki, Cream, Abel, PP Gold, the same roster that, again, broke expectations and got into the playoffs for the first time in 5 years. Now, Nymera, I can leave on that point, because the important news while we're watching an RNG game is, as of 6 minutes ago, 5 p.m. my time, now 7, EDG warmly welcomed Uzi as we started the broadcast. It is confirmed.
It's happened.
Uzi
Okay, all right.
is on EDG, but he's not starting today. It is the Snake today. I know it's irrelevant at this broadcast,
come
guys,
on.
at this
You
point.
can't say that.
But
you know that thing's like, oh, these rumors. Wow, we gotta
He's
wait for
confirmed.
this.
He's confirmed. That's what matters. It's important.
confirmed, but
Drop
like,
it.
this is like being told your Christmas presents, but not being allowed to open them. That is just the
True.
worst possible way you could have mentioned that, hysterics. Anyway,
But-
that is incredible news, but we'll have to wait.
Oh, but Nymera, just to leave it on this note, Game 2 could be a different story. The Snake might be starting, but can they push him in for Game 2? Anyway, you're right. Not relevant right now. RNG, OMG, you guys can warm up to that one later, to the possibilities. But I thought I'd drop it in just so everyone's aware that Uzi is now confirmed for EDG. An official announcement just came out from their Weibo and their Twitter.
And funnily enough,
look at his old organization.
I mean, it's fair to say, like, he has played for both of the teams on our screen as well. A lot of people forget the OMG years, because the OMG year was not awesome for Uzi. Of course, he had some games on BLG as well. He's been around a couple of teams in the LPL, even though we do most closely associate him with the players on your screen and that team on your screen, RNG. But getting back to this matchup at hand, one of the reasons why I'm so very happy to wake up at 6 a.m. my time and watch these first series is particularly when you have a team like OMG on these on the Rift as well. Because OMG right now are one of my absolute favorite teams to watch in the world. They are very innovative. They showed the world how to play a very different style of League of Legends in spring, around top side, around stuff like Maokai and Yone, Sejuani, the Rumble in the top side. And this team is so very, very fun to watch on 2 different levels. On kind of outside of the Rift in terms of the way they draft, very intelligent, ahead of the meta. Then on the Rift, you know they're going to bring just this unbridled aggression. It's like the brains outside of the game, the brawn inside. They don't always connect, but I love watching this team play.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's the reason why a lot of people outside of yourself, find this team one of the most enjoyable. So far with things like Draft, we've seen things like the Poppy shining. We've seen the Rumble in the top lane, bit of Aatrox, bit of Darius from Shanji. He's got a plethora of a champion pool. We've even seen the Cogmore come through from someone like Abel. So there's a lot on the platter here today for the team that is OMG. And I kind of just want to mention that so far, OMG might be 1 and 2, but Nymera, something we didn't get to talk about was the fact that OMG have had one of the hardest top schedules that we have seen so far in the LPL. It has been BLG, Weibo, JDG, some of the top teams in the league to open them up.
And for anyone coming from Spring thinking, oh, is the Weibo one, is it that difficult? They beat JDG, folks. Weibo are in good form right now, and OMG took them down. And it was a good series. It was a very good series. We saw a couple of games of Abel on his Aphelios being able to flash over walls in a very aggressive fashion. And the ability to punch up against these top teams and kind of, well, also hang with those top teams. It's not really punching up if you're kind of level with them, but being able to compete with the very best names in the LPL right now, it's kind of continuing on from a strong run of form in Spring.
Well, again, as we get closer towards draft, let's hope that we continue that trend across the board. Now, quickly for RNG, just a note, if we talk about schedule there, RA, LNG, IG, just on a continued note, it does get a little bit harder, so this is nice for RNG to go up against OMG today, because then it's JDG, then the top esports in week number 3. And as we get into draft, let's see if they can acclimatize themselves to the chaotic, I was going to say best, but chaotic strength that is OMG on the red side today. Yuumi bans are good, Nightmare, Cassante bans are good. I'm seeing things I like here to open up game 1.
And we're definitely seeing the resurgence of Yuumi back into pro play. It wasn't there around MSI, but particularly with a lot of LPL AD carries being able to pair it up with not just the Zeri now as well. We're seeing some experimentation with the Xayah. We saw that from Jackie the other day. We've seen it from the Aphelios, which of course Abel played in their win over Weibo as well. The champion's hitting the ban list once more, and there's not just that one enchanter which is making a mess of draft. It's the Milio as well on the other side. We've even seen some teams banning it right on blue side as well. We're seeing it banned on both sides of the rift, weirdly enough. But in this game, you can see that OMG do not want to give that over as the first pick.
But they're willing to give over the Nico here, so RNG just snatched that one away. Now the question is, Nightmare, bottom side with a big question mark. Aphelios is banned. Things like Jinx still available. We have enchanters there to supplement it as well. Let's see what OMG do as a direction.
OMG, they're a team which is, of course, no stranger to innovation, but they've typically put their bot lane on rails. They've gone towards very similar kind of AD carries again and again, and it has largely been around Abel's Aphelios when at all possible. With those kind of cream of the crop AD carries taken out of position, though, might have to wait a little bit later into draft. Interested to see if they're going to lock in something like the Ari. Cream has been a big player of that, and particularly with him being such a big playmaker himself, it might, and also with Tangyuan struggling on the other side, something like that would be very powerful to lock in early, but instead they're threatening right now the Xayah Rakan. Might have to see a takeaway from RNG in this 2-3.
You know why they're hovering the vein? I mean, we just
say like
announced
her. Oh wait, hang on, that news we just heard about.
It's literally an ode to Uzi coming back. The players are like, yeah, show the love, hover the vein as well. Then maybe he's just backstage, just had a chat with the players for later on. But of course, it's going to be the Zeri, right? LP picking this one up is no stranger to it either. And I think now we're just talking about what's been taken away from someone like Abel Nightmare, because yeah, it is the Aphelios, it's the Zeri. The only other thing he's played is Cogmore. It might just be a setup for a Xayah Rakan game for his debut here in the LPL summer.
I think it has to be, because RNG, they lock in that Zeri Lulu. They could have taken away the Xayah themselves. I think they just say, nope, we're going to go look for more individual power ourselves. That Zeri Lulu, obviously, very powerful combination, which we saw far too many times in Spring. It was one of those combos we just didn't really want to see let through after seeing it for half a split, because it was just winning so many games. Xayah Rakan, though, has risen once again to prominence, very strong in the early levels of the game, and gives some stability in that bot side. And honestly, when OMG lose games, it's due to instability in that bot side. It's some early dives, some early ganks, putting Abel and PP God behind, and then they just continually try to fight and they continually lose. Something like that Xayah Rakan, giving stability, helps them kind of avoid one of their lost conditions we've seen from them as a roster.
I wonder how RNG can balance that out, because already you can see jungle bans against them. It's a Viego, something that has that dive ability for what is
Wade's Viego as well.
Yeah, that's right. Wade, big proponent of it. Just breathe on the side. Okay, we just keep going into the favorites. So far, he's also played the Gragas as many times as that. So for RNG, might be a different direction this game too, as we banned away Cream from the Annie towards mid lane. But Nightmare, what else gives comfort here for someone like Tangyuan?
Tangyuan, I mean, we did see a lot of the picks which they're currently banning, the Annie and the Ari, and that's kind of difficult, right? Because actually, what you could have done is left over either one of those champions and said Ari and Annie kind of answer each other in different ways. You could have opted into that matchup. Of course, you've got the Nico in place already, and it feels like the Nico deals okay with both of those champions, but Cream is now locked in the Akali, which is a huge comfort pick for him in that mid lane as well, and Tangyuan, this Nico is a great playmaker, but you are not safe against an Akali pick.
And you're not safe against the Poppy, I will say on the other side. For RNG, the Poppy locked in. And this is something we talked about a little bit for OMG. It's come out of Aki. So it just feels like RNG have been going takeaway after takeaway. And now for RNG, the top side seems secure. There's the Gragas we mentioned a little bit before. Draft complete from them, but for OMG, they've got so much dive, Nymira. It feels like they've been negated a little bit here. How do you complete this?
Well, that'll be something. We have seen a couple of games out of Shanji, but typically the Aatrox goes alongside someone like a Yuumi. We don't typically see that Hobbit, so I'm wondering if that's genuinely being considered. I was wondering about Gwen just before this, because Gwen allows you to kind of have that kind of be half dive, but also have some backline access alongside that. It is going to be the Aatrox, though. When Gragas was a bit more of a blind pick top laner, we did see Aatrox doing pretty well into that, because you can't just body slam into the Aatrox. He can cancel your dash, he can hit you beyond the minion wave as well with that Darkened Blade on that Q. This top side from OMG is now incredibly snowballing. You make one mistake in the laning phase, and OMG start popping off around the top side of the map where they found so many victories through before.
But if RNG can hold steady, then it's going to be a dangerous territory, especially with LP on this hyper carry Zeri. But for game one, at least we have fun drafts. We talked a lot about OMG coming into this Nymira and how this team can kind of throw like a curve punch, or sorry, let's actually use boxing terms, a right hook. There we go, a curve punch. Imagine getting into the ring saying, yeah, I'm going to throw a curve punch. At the
Bones
very
don't work
least,
like that, hysterics.
no, they don't, man. They don't at all. At least OMGs feel like they're doing game one, because we got Comfort Cream on something like this. You know, again, that use words snowball out of control. Shanji the same too on a very volatile top laner. Let's see what OMG can do in the early game, because this team sitting 1 and 2 have had such a rough schedule to open things up. They have versed some of the hardest teams in the league. Now against RNG, who feel like a mid-tier team, this should be approachable, but it's up to OMG to set the tone as we get into game number 1 to see if RNG can do the same here. Being a team that's downgraded their roster, but still holds those expectations of being a playoff team in 2023 summer.
Waiting now just to see how lively the crowd are in Shanghai for this first series. Does feel like these drafts, OMG, they have themselves stability in that bot side. They've got some flair on that top side. It's a very typical OMG draft in the way that their players like to play across the rift. RNG are facing up against a lot of the strengths of their opponents. That's a difficult draw for game 1.
As we finally enter Summoner's Rift. Okay, this matchup on paper looks pretty red hot. But as we land in Shanghai, Jayo's finally come through. So.
Breathe, Shanji. Two of our best historic top laners in the league in their own ways. Shanji had more recent form. Breathe, of course, particularly in the year before this, had himself some notable results as well. But they're on the same page today. Here in the first game, throwing out those emotes, not going to be poking each other at that level 1. I appreciate a good gentleman's agreement of a dance battle and emote battle in the river.
It's always nice to see. I mean, definitely top laners who have, started making themselves known, as you were saying. Top laners who are trying to catch up to the mementos of people like the Shy and old top laners like Zatai after he
that's a
quit
name.
becoming mid. Yeah, it is an old one, but hey, speaking of which, we've got junglers invading. Arky starting on enemy Raptors down there, Nymira. Wei doing the same with some good ward out, so we've actually got opposite lanes to kick things off. We'll have to see where they transition from here, as Wei is already level 2.
Yeah, this is going to be very important to track now, because we talked about the Aatrox being a good matchup individually into the Gragas. Aatrox has forever been a champion, which is very different when he's got a lot more gold and he's ahead of the game, compared to when he's had to kind of bite a couple of early losses in the early game. So if Wei can get towards topside early, put Shanji behind, blow a flash, or maybe do the same to Cream, that snowball topside from OMG.
Hammer shock down, Cream holding onto the summoner, almost dies from the Q, but Tangyuan unable to get multiple trades, so that's already a good health trade, but Cream was able to hold onto his summoners, and even might be able to hold onto the wave with teleport not being used yet.
Aki doesn't have level 3. Wukong really needs that, even with the red buff, to have the best possible ganks. You need both your clone and your E to kind of continue that auto-attack pattern that you have. The Wei immediately gets something into this mid lane matchup, which is important, because we've talked about Tangyuan having a difficult year, a difficult split as well. He's had some very awkward moments, even in the few series which RNG have had. And Cream, on the other side, has been a real point of strength for OMG. Getting something in that matchup early in the mid lane, very important for this team.
He's the one who opted into this as well, so already wants to hit that 6. You can see the desperation as he sits under turret, losing a bit of CS, but Wei now other side of the map. I mean, this invade continues. Wei has not looked at his own jungle at all.
No, he hasn't. Aki on the other side just chooses not to go into his own blue side jungle. I think he sees that Abel and PP God, they're not getting priority in that bot side of that wave state and says, look, okay, don't want to play against the level 3 Poppy. That's the real point of power for that champion too. Don't want to give over some of those early kills if it's all possible, particularly with mid lane also being shoved out of the equation somewhat. So Aki, at least avoiding some of the points of power which Wei has.
As we see Cream needing to back in the mid lane. Just quickly on the jungler note as well, some good deep enemy vision put down here by Aki with the control ward on the blue buff. So trying to track Wei as he heads up to drop his own ward and continue invading. So this jungler still nearby on the enemy mid laner who has just burnt the TP. While Tangyuan keeps the pressure up in the mid lane. You can see Aki now going towards his Raptor camp. He's going to be a sight for sore eyes when he finds the rest of his jungle completely empty.
At least he takes away the enemy blue buff, so he's not going to get completely blown out in terms of CS. And thing is, when you look at this split jungle state with permanent invades with very early pressure junglers like the Poppy, PP got it all inning though.
There's an ignite down healers. The response here, Lumao getting a good trade back as LP charging up. This is a good moment here to LP to smack back pretty hard, but PP got able to maintain half HP in the trade.
I was wondering if Wei was going to go for a flash over the wall. Spotted on vision, though. Those wards placed earlier might give Aki potential hit. He knows he's in that bush. He knows he's there.
and Wei's got spidey senses. He's like, he's waiting. Aki comes in, bit invisible, stops the back. But the buckler's sent out again. Wei does a lot of damage, surprisingly, as a Poppy. And we do it again.
We do it again, but I think this does work out in the favor of OMG and particularly Cream, because you'll notice that Cream has had to play very reserved, pretty much under his own tower, because playing a melee mid laner into that Poppy who can just come out from behind you because they're invading so much is so annoying. Doing anything to delay Poppy getting out onto the map again maybe gives Cream a breath of fresh air, which he's needed from this early game.
Yeah, I mean, again, Cream has fallen behind from it too. Like, you can see Tangyuan able to push in this wave. Cream comes in about a minute or two late. And he's down by 10 CS here up against Tangyuan. Cream with XP as well, going to be a little bit further behind as well as Tangyuan hits his Pop Blossom right now. And RNG's mid laner continues to add this pressure in while you see Wei in the right place, the right time. Bottom side still controlled.
Oh.
No! Observer! Dude!
Did you have to do that?
I swear, there's probably just one guy every time he's in is like, yeah, I probably did.
Well, Cream going to take the momentary advantage for what it is. At least with something like Akali, you can drop a bit of CS and just realize as soon as you hit the level 6 mark, you're still Akali. You still get to have your threatening potential there. And also in the top lane, Shanji been left alone in a decent matchup with the Aatrox versus the Gragas. Yes. Shanji pulling apart his own individual advantages as well.
I mean, look, it's because the invade keeps happening. How confident do you feel when Aki is in that blue side jungle once again? And Wei now spotted out on your blue side of the map, which is practically empty. Dragon's there with bot side priority, Nymera, but still with everything you're taking away, with Herald coming up in a minute 30, with that top side matchup you mentioned, OMG not losing out too much as I was waiting for Cream to pull the trigger. Tangyuan now respecting that too.
When you're against a champion like Akali, missing any skill shot like that feels really, really dangerous. Missing that 1CC, missing that root, and then the damage afterwards from the Q potentially could have led to an all-in from Cream. Not going to be the case though. RNG with their continual Poppy pressure are going to get themselves the first neutral objective of the game. It's going to be that Dragon, and it is on a good enough timing that you can have a reset potentially, or you can have some roams up towards topside if you want to look towards that Herald. I don't think RNG should commit towards a Herald fight, though. Not with the power of Cream and Aki heading towards their first ults of the game, really starting to threaten RNG towards the top side of the map.
I mean, Aki's close to it, isn't he, is Cream. Okay, again, as you mentioned, cameraman, thank you. Zoom in again to absolutely take a bit of a poo on Tangyuan. Honestly, that was just rough. Can't say the words, but Aki now invaded again. Here we go. All right, we get some phase rush. We run around, and Aki just keeps feeling hammer shock after hammer shock. Thank you again for the wolves. But Aki is keeping up with CS. Despite all these shenanigans from RNG's jungler, at least Aki isn't that far behind.
Yeah, and Aki is still going to get towards his first ultimate of the game on a good timing. No level 6 from Abel. Needs to be very careful of a wall stun here.
But Wei doesn't have 6 either. As you said, wall stun dangerous. They go for the support, and PP God is just dead. Lumao under turret gets a bit of a trade, and RNG are out scot-free. So Timing is everything as Tangyuan now tries
This
to move
can't hit
in
the
as well
if
with
this
the
hits
next
the tower.
wave.
This hits the tower. He's in so much trouble.
Abel knows he's got cleanse, he's got flash available. Ulti comes in early as he hits 6, but the blades won't fly away against the wall. Shoves him in, and RNG get too quick.
But why does he waste his ultimate there? You've got some big fights coming up a little bit later into the game. You know, you're going to have this Herald put down. You want to have that ultimate for the first big pop blossom of the game, for the first big barrel of the game, something like that. Abel, you know you're dead at that point. Wasting that resource feels a little bit awkward. OMG at least picked themselves up that Herald. But this is the start of something that we know that OMG have fallen prey to before. They can get exposed in this bot lane when the rest of the map is kind of constrained. When Cream is locked under tower, when Aki's had to respond to plays rather than making ones of his own, Abel and PP can kind of miss the memo a little bit and get caught under tower. And this is not the best start for the bot lane from OMG.
Blade Caller as well, used very early to try and clear that wave, as you said, to stop it from getting towards the turret. Also bites him in the backside just a little bit. So 2 quick kills. It was on to way, which might be a sigh of relief for OMG, but still that Poppy getting ever so close towards the first item as the lead for RNG. Spikes to about 1,000 now too, with Jungle Pass going back to some normality as well.
So RNG, they didn't opt in towards that Herald fight. They used that Poppy's early point in power before the level 6s come through. It's a great advantage. And now this 1,000 gold lead, of course, a lot of that will be nucleated in those couple of kills onto that Poppy. Have to see what they can do with that after. Tangyuan actually does land the root this time, and a number of people roaming mid to keep him safe.
Yeah, here comes the Lulu out for the slow, but Cream's just out of there with a shuriken flip. Way also spotted out as he disappears towards the bottom side. Good mid lane ward from OMG as well to spot his pathing, but regardless, RNG hold their priority here in this mid lane and continue to tell the story of an early game going quite well, because Nymera in draft, you were saying OMG needed to get things rolling. And I feel like so far, this has been the opposite.
It does feel that way, particularly around that bot side of the map. We're waiting to see their really, their first ultimates of the game pulled out. When you have that Wukong, when you have the perfect execution from the Akali as well, you can really snowball off of one mistake from RNG. And OMG, they're a team which will never stop looking for those aggressive plays. So RNG, step 1 is done, steps 2 through, well, however many there are to win this game, haven't been completed just yet.
Yeah, no, again, opportunity always there. We're getting towards first item. I'm wondering how far Cream is off. He's caught up in a little bit of CS, but only sitting with the Merc Treads. Speaking of movement from players, though, Breathe is coming down.
Oh,
now,
poor
he's
Cream.
just doing wolves.
Play safe mid, he said.
Yeah, how do you? I mean, Wei is sitting here with ulti as well. Flash there too. Tangyuan needs to do it a bit more poker. Shanji is just without a top laner to verse, so he starts proxying the wave between outer and inner turrets.
But this is something that Shanji has done a fair bit. He actually won the Cassante versus Gwen matchup in spring playoffs, particularly against when they won against LNG, which is seen as an upset at the time. Cream left on his line and
got him. Oh man, Shuriken flip in the steadfast presence. He gets out. Somehow the burn down is saved by a pot. Cream so lucky to be alive.
61 HP, 60 HP more than he needs. But while this is all happening, Shanji proxying that wave means that another wave goes into turret for Breathe. XP down at that point. Cream has had to bear the brunt of a lot of pressure in this early game, and credit to him, he's still not died, and he's only down 10 CS. When you consider most of the game, he's been playing 1v2, 1v3.
Especially when he was caught out and got cancelled on by the steadfast presence 2 times there in that quick trade, but still he'll take it. As he TP's back to mid, and Herald's placed down to the bottom lane in the meanwhile. Aki finally dropping this here with turret plating available, tries to get Abel, but LP pops the ulti. Wants this 1v1, which won't be given to him because here's the jungler yet again. But Aki trying to get in to delay the inevitable as Blade Caller should get LP back, but he's out of the range. TP in through means that numbers advantage is there, but that's only the clone. Aki is shoved away, but his clone friend is the one who takes the brunt of it as RNG pulls some triggers, and it might just lead to Dragon in the end.
There was a lot of danger there. You see a lot of blue wards behind OMG. One of the big changes that came through before we came into summer from MSI, teleports can go to wards and minions earlier now. It's 10 minutes, not 14 minutes. Could have come through that.
True.
Aki PP God, they have themselves that Wukong ultimate. Maybe they can get themselves a steal. They do, and they're going to walk away.
Okay, well, nice and easy does it. And yeah, you'll take the steal, won't you? Especially after the fact that you're now down to objectives. And Nymera, despite gold getting caught up a little bit for OMG, let's just come back to it. RNG, with the way this comp operates, having these objective early, feels like it still puts them in a net positive.
It does, and what that will mean is that OMG will be forced to come to fights, maybe against their terms later into the game, particularly if they are held over on a soul point. RNG can get into River first, force OMG into bad fights, or they can just give up a dragon and wait for the next one. It gives them a lot of ability to play around their own strengths. OMG, they really want to find themselves a fight somewhere to get some nucleated gold, get one of their carries ahead so they can become a point of power on the map.
I feel like so far we're seeing some of the strengths of, I guess, new RNG, still having the old fellows in favorable positions. People like Wei, you know, the driving force now that you've lost your bot lane, you've lost mid. Well, I mean, mid was lost in spring, but we had Angel at the end of spring and in playoffs. We've still got Breed in the top side. We haven't talked much about him, but I'm sure we will as the game goes on. But the point is that, you know, Wei has been driving this game forward with some aggressive invades and priority towards the bottom side.
Okay, but how can you play this mid lane matchup?
I don't know how you can, but is there going to be enough damage for it? At least here with the Poppy ulti. Cream's out again! The escape artist, Tom Cruise, no! I didn't know he died in the end of Mission Impossible, but Tang Yuan has changed the script.
Maybe write that one out of the next script. Don't want to see that one happening too many times. Cream, he has tried his very best to play safely, but OMG are just behind the punch with their jungle and their support roams. It feels like Cream has had to spare the blushes of his team with his own individual play. He's done very well to only die at that 14-minute mark, but RNG have not let up in that pressure.
They really haven't, and with Cream going down yet again, stymieing that mid lane. We see the advancement of someone like Tang Yuan, who's now helping out towards this blue buff. It's on a ward. Wait wasn't able to clear that. He even walked through the brush and just went, as OMG tried to invade him off the back of it.
Okay, heading towards the top river now. We have ourselves second Herald spawning. RNG not wanting to give over a second Herald this game. They feel like they're in a point of power. They don't have a huge amount of ultimates though. Cream, he can get towards this play, but he won't have his ultimate. OMG, I think they can feel like they can fight this without those big team fight ults.
Ooh, well, with teleport coming in, they're going to say, yes, we can. This is Shanji, level 11 Aatrox.
Here we go.
He's done so well, being quiet in the game, but his angle is massive. Onto Lumao first, doesn't pop the ulti. Going to try and get that chain back in as LP tries to zone him out over Herald of 1700. RNG still taking it. I believe they got it as well as there's LP's ulti on the back end. He's already taken one as Cream now tries to assassinate him, but with the wild growth, what do you do? Shanji not on the right target as RNG's AD running around, but Cream finally making himself known as onto Tang Yuan, the Tangle Barb lands somehow. Still doing work with this Nico as they just need to kill him. Finally, Abel's ult returns to the field, but a barrel roll sends him packing. And speaking of an aeroplane flight, Shanji goes first class all the way to Norway.
Oh, that felt like the moment the game could turn away from RNG and into OMG's favor, but it is not to be. Some clutch plays coming out of particularly Lumao. Watch what he does later on into this fight. And then also a huge cask at the start of this to stymie the initial engage coming in from OMG. Makes things very difficult to come back from. Cream doesn't have the best ult angle right at the start of this fight. Can't ult into the Poppy W, so he can't get on top of the AD carry very early into this fight. And that continued DPS will continue running across from RNG when it struggled to do so from OMG. Yes, finally managed to take down the AD carry, but I want you to watch what happens to Abel right at the end of this here. Tries to clean up a couple of these kills. Invisibility comes through, Polymorph comes through, means that Empowered Auto comes through, and Abel loses way more HP than you would have liked to, means he goes down to just one barrel. This play after play stops Abel having a clean fight.
And it gives RNG once again more momentum here in this game. As you said, you know, a couple of missteps, OMG coming close. Shanji on top of Breathe, but LP getting so much time in the sun. As we look after that fight, it's a 2k gold lead for RNG. They've still got those two objectives, and the third one's coming up. They have themselves a bit of vision priority on the river once again. Aki meeting with Wei in a very similar position, but RNG now with midway push Nightmare. They got the perfect starting towards this next dragon.
They do 15 seconds before that one, looking at the ultimates available. Obviously the huge one is no Featherstorm. Abel forced to pull that one out at the end of that Herald fight. To no avail, sadly could not survive that one. RNG, they have extra angles onto the AD carry. And OMG, they've been known to take some fights against the head before, but this is a difficult approach.
He's not going to be drawn back into those chains. Herald doing well here for the timing too. Tang Yuan is being somebody else. Two Gragas's in Summoner's Rift right now, heading up towards mid. But with the Herald getting a charge in, we get close to getting the first turret blood, or rather thereof. Explosive cast comes in. Shanji doesn't get a chance to play, not even the ulti. As LP has popped his, he's chasing down Cream. That's going to run out of time, but still RNG now have more time, speaking of, to play with mid. with Dragon.
Through and everything from that Nico makes it very hard for OMG to stand and fight. They didn't have themselves a teleport to flank that opportunity either, and they don't have the gold to take things in a front-up fight. OMG, they've really struggled around this mid lane turret, first in the individual laning phase and then afterwards too. Really have to praise RNG, particularly with Wei and Lumao continually putting down the pressure on that lane, making it very hard for OMG to get the gold to win those skirmishes.
Yeah, and again, look, when OMG have been in that position all game long, it continues to look really difficult to see how they progress forward, because we talked a lot about that snowball, getting the early game, or at least early into mid transition, quite smooth. But they keep losing out on some of these trades, some of these plays, and now they're against Soul Point and a Hextech Soul with a Zeri and a Gragas comp. I mean, this feels pretty nice as RNG when they're getting their perfect team fight tonight, Mira, and they have been consistently handed some of these picks on a platter at times too.
Yeah, it just feels like RNG have been way more cohesive this game, despite the comfort picks coming in from OMG. RNG's macro, particularly around jungle support, making it very hard for OMG to play out this game.
Well, OMG now trying to pick off the side lanes, get some gold back in after the fact. It's 19 minutes in, and we've got a 23-minute Soul on the horizon. What I'm looking at right now is LP, who's just picked up Renans with the Stormrazor already in inventory. Abel a little bit behind, but should be getting close towards his second as well. But I'm also looking at people like Cream, Nightmare. I'm looking at him with the Night Harvester, where he hasn't done much so far. Especially when we compare Tangyuan has been sitting on that Proto Belt for quite a while, and should be getting towards, I think, a Zonya's quite soon as well with his gold lead.
Now, Tangyuan in a real point of power. Despite our worries about him in laning phase on an individual level, RNG did a great job to make sure that he can get to a point of power on this Nico. And you're right, that Night Harvester coming in from Akali, strong one-item spike. It's not as bursty as a Proto Belt, but trying to play Proto Belt into the steadfast presence of the Poppy is a little awkward. Plus, with the Night Harvester, you get yourself more cooldown reduction, less cooldown on your abilities, gives you a bit more safety. So maybe Cream at 2-3 items can outplay those situations. He's been struggling to do so beyond the first part of that game.
Let's hope at least some of that gold will go into his pocket now, thanks to Shanji getting the side lane turret, the first one of OMG here in this game. It's going to limit the gold back down to, well, a little bit under 3k, of course. But for now, RNG still holding leverage. Now, topside turret feels like the next move here as RNG try and push in this wave, zone out Cream, and move up towards this top side as a group.
I feel like when you talk about it's like, oh, the gold lead's just under 3k, just the way that you said it, it reminded me of kind of like a weather report. And now I absolutely need, like, kind of quick fire breakdown of games just in a weather reporting style. I don't know what, I just feel like that would vibe for me. I would like that.
I feel like a weather report for League of Legends would be a good content idea. Yeah. That's next when we get more content, 100% that's going to be coming up as RNG, look at the very least here, setting up vision around the Baron.
Got a pressure system moving towards the top side of the map. Cream gonna have to put on some sunscreen.
Well, he might have to, because up he goes down. Wow, doesn't get to move. He had flash, he got to burn ulti, but that's it. Way now low, however, from the dive, and Shanji trying to pick his angle. Where do you go? Shanji can't follow, Breathe is in the way, and just like that, again, RNG with a good pick off. And they might be able to open top turret because of it as well. Even here, look, Abel just getting zeried at the moment. Arky keeping that ulti alive, the wild growth there. He's given a bit more time to LP as he dodges the next knock-up over the wall, follows the Wukong, and look at the damage. Flash over, and just like that again, RNG find another one.
They're ahead of the game. They play towards the top side, but they have a response for OMG's kind of a little bit too slow push in the mid lane. LP flies over the wall, threatens Abel in a way that he's done multiple times this game, but OMG are just not ready for RNG, moving around the map in more decisive and more effective ways.
They just keep getting caught out when RNG make that two-man movement. Wei has been on a tear so far. 8 out of 9 kill participation, by the way, on this Poppy. She's been such a good pick. It's now on a PP God. He has no fear whatsoever, but should he? Abel's going to get a stun. There's the quickness. Here comes PP God to follow up the ignite there, but the rest of RNG show up, and Wei will survive.
Breathe.
The TP. Breathe is there, two-man body slam as well. Everfrost too. Abel's just getting destroyed by the Gragas. LP in without ulti's great way. Denies on the back end with steadfast presence as Cream used that perfect execution, but it is nothing of the sort. RNG sped up with Shireliers, and they're on the hunt for this Akali who has flash, has ulti available, but LP ain't letting him get away. Slowed on down over the wall. He'll find himself. Cream will survive, but it just keeps being a good news story here for our blue-sided team.
LP is going on a one-man mission to get that wall dash removed on Zeri. The amount of value he's had from jumping into these fights, catching Abel out of position is absolutely absurd at this point in the game. Went for an earlier spiking build than the Triforce, which goes towards really 3 items. It's more crit, it's more burst, and it's doing a lot of work in this game.
It's just unbearable to watch as well. RNG utilizing their bottom lane and continually as this is sole point. OMG need to fight for this Nomura.
They do, but what's their angle? They don't have teleports. They don't have ways to flank around this too easily. Aki is the one person in a threatening position, but he's very separated from his team.
Well, Way already zoning off to start this one off. LP with the slow and it connects as well. Aki ever so slow as LP with the ulti. Launches it out. He's still got it in success as Aki won't be able to do much. Pop Blossom walked into. They do find the kill on the Zeri though, so a chance for OMG. Shanji needs the healing to come in. He aims for Lumao. He's trying at the very least, while Cream on the backside did actually get a kill on to Breathe. Abel survived as well, which looked like the Gragas was having happy hour. But Tang Yuan, as he runs forward, still wants to fight Way, trying to zone off, waiting for that W time against Cream. With the ulti not available, still has a Shuriken flip, trying for the E, he won't do it. OMG, it's a 3 versus 3. And from the brink of despair, from the brink of being behind, they still find it as Way with the shove in. Ambitious to say the least, the Enchains. Shanji wants another method of contact, but RNG won't give it, as Abel's still alive. OMG have numbers advantage.
They do, but they don't have a smite. That's why they were continuing that fight towards the bot side. They didn't want to go towards this soul dragon without a smite. Aki's coming back though. Hextech Rift paying dividends.
Oh, but Poppy ult exists, Poppy ult exists. Where does it go? On to Shanji, now for Way. Can he find the angle, the timing, everything at 5.5k? But OMG pulling back, they're not giving them a free leash. As Tang Yuan, that Pop Blossom, look at the timing. 5 seconds till Tang Yuan can win them the game, or maybe lose it. Has he got enough? Yes! Again! Pop goes the Weasel! Just like that, OMG have been sunk.
It's a positive LP gain for RNG in their promo series as well. Fantastic team fight, extended by OMG. They understood that they could not give that soul, but they overfight. They see themselves into a very difficult position. Breathe comes in, Tang Yuan comes in, and OMG, they get him blown out in this first game.
Plus 14 LP game, yes for sure. I mean, Tang Yuan, he's not the first Poppy to get multi-man ultis, as I just feel like this champion, excuse me, the Nico, is just too good to leave open.
That's an insane engage. But the fact that it comes in while LP is in a great angle, while the cask is in a great angle as well, the absolute wombo combo coming from RNG makes it so hard for OMG to find themselves a good position to fight in. OMG, they've had to look for desperate angles. They're no stranger to doing that, but they just haven't managed to find that moment of inspiration to break this incredible early into mid-game pressure from RNG.
It's just insane. I mean, again, they're deserving of this first game with now 7k gold lead. Soul picked up, by the way, as Breathe sees a little bit of somebody on a ward. Everfrost is here, explosive cask. LP rolling in, a barrel roll to slow him down over the wall. Breathe takes it, and a nice pick off when Baron might not be alive because RNG took it, but the map is now just going to be in tatters, Nomura.
It wasn't looking too great before either, particularly with the Baron buff going down, with everything going down with that soul to OMG. This feels like very much a victory lap for RNG walking into their base.
As they run through this 3-item Zeri at the helm, OMG going to struggle to defend without PP Gold. One of their engages, Aki now on a flank too. There's a control ward there though, right before the gates of the enemy's base as Way helps get that inhibitor down. Shanji enabled, taking up the poke damage. You can see Cream is on the flank. However, Cream is going to be running into the whole team, into a Poppy. That's your problem. Don't run into a team with a Poppy.
Yeah, RNG feeling particularly intolerant of lactose today. They just hate Cream. They just do not let him play the game, and they are not willing to suffer him in this one. Cream is on one of his iconic champions in a matchup against Tang Yuan, who has suffered in this split so far, but he's really not been able to play the game.
He really hasn't. It's sad to see as this is one of his best picks, but Cream again, bullied through lane, bullied through the game. RNG with a good ulti here from Way in the jungle, and yet once more, inhibitor drops down. RNG explode the base in multiple points, and all they've got to do is wait this out. It's a 5k gold Baron power play. They've got the bot side building up ever so slowly. Elder comes up in 3 minutes 20. OMG need a miracle.
And you might have to forgive us to say that RNG. What did we say that they downgraded with a couple of their moves this split? Because they've lost their last member of the 2018 MSI victory, the one with Uzi, and that was Ming. He's gone now. With this new bot lane coming in, standing up really strong in this first game, and they're team fighting and skirmishing very effectively.
I mean, Lumao with LP, that's definitely gains. I mean, Lumao is someone who's, remember, sat on the bench for BLG as they got to the finals of MSI. Lumao was there, we just never got to see him.
Funnily enough, he was on a US solo queue as well, and not just that, he was playing ARAMs in Europe, and I know that because I played him in an ARAM, and I beat him in an ARAM. That's my claim to fame right now.
Oh, hell yeah.
Because right now, he's having a great game. I feel good about my one accolade.
Yeah, you do. That means you would be beating OMG in this game
absolutely.
as well.
That's how this works. Logic.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just noticing there as RNG running through their third inhibitor, LP hit 1 Q onto Abel, and the damage was absolutely insane. As Shanji now with the ulti, excuse me, it's Way, it's a two-man back to base. It ain't far, but again, Cream is caught in the circle of death. RNG get another one, and now forward LP goes. This Seri out of control. Wild Growth, Pop Blossom, it's only one, but it zones them all away. Well, LP just gets to say g'day. Shanji and Abel left alone. The flash from Breathe, the zone out, the Shanji attempt, but it's not enough as LP runs to his death under turret. I guess a little bit too far, but Shanji's so low. There's an Everfrost meanwhile on Abel. He goes golden, and everyone lays dead. RNG from start to finish put on a masterclass against OMG.
And they've read OMG very well. How do OMG continually lose? It's typically when their bot lane falls behind, they're destabilized, and suddenly you don't have PP God on the map. You don't have a pushing lane with something like an Aphelios or that Zyra Rakan that we saw there, being able to control a portion of the map. When they fell behind, and then Cream was also penned in, OMG couldn't get themselves to the play first. They were definitely behind every single play that RNG tried to make.
I mean, again, it was just a masterclass. And I think the fact that Way was on something like Poppy, which in the past has been a favorable pick of his. I remember the meta of, I think, Volibear Poppy jungle, if I'm correct. Yeah. And Way was just spamming the two non-stop. He finds a champion that he loves, and he just goes over and over and over again. So I'm kind of hoping that we get, more Poppy from Way, or maybe OMG have to ban it out because it is such a big priority pick. But I think if we're going down that rabbit hole, Nightmare, there are a lot of priority picks that maybe shouldn't have been given over to RNG in that draft.
Potentially, because you look at how the top lane matchup, despite it falling behind, was okay, and then it came through to team fights. That was something. The Nico, once it actually got through that laning phase, was incredibly potent in those team fights. Yeah. I think OMG were probably just hoping that Cream could get one solo kill in that laning phase, expose Tanguan as a weaker laner, because that has been one of the things we picked up about him as a player. But you don't get to do those things at any point if that Poppy's on the table, running rampant in your first two clears of the jungle, which is exactly what you picked this champion for. Your first two clears in jungle, shut down the map, and they make sure that even losing lanes can play into the mid game because Poppy is so strong.
Yeah, again, it just makes it so hard on the other side to play. I think we need to mention that Aki here on this Wukong, not having the greatest game. This was a priority for OMG to pick up in the first rotation, and the Wukong just didn't do anything. Aki with his ult, where was the setup? Where did it come through? Not in the bot lane, that's for sure, because Abel and PP God dove once or twice. Lanes pushed in consistently, like Way's impact on the map was felt, and Aki always second fiddle here to a lot of the plays, whatever lane it might be. No Mirror, we didn't get to see him even participate in topside, in countering something towards mid. It was just a very quiet game from Aki, which I don't think we've said much to split.
No, because Aki has felt like the glue which holds OMG together. You have a lot of very different stylistic players, or like very spiky players. Cream plays a lot of melees. Shanji is a particularly strong... He's probably the best all-around player, I suppose, in OMG. But the bot lane as well really need to get some lane control. Aki tends to facilitate for these lanes. Because Wei was so strong in the early game, you can see what happens when Aki doesn't get to kind of set up his team to play their unique style of League of Legends. I think going into Game 2 now, you really have to focus on stopping RNG having so many early options, particularly when they start winning these lanes, which they really should be getting blown out in.
And again, for OMG, not winning their lanes, not finding success in the early game, hasn't hurt them that much before, but I think when we see people like Cream and Shanji being quiet, it hurts a lot with the OMG identity too. Cream on Akali, Shanji on something and carry topside. It looked good within the draft, at least for the identity of OMG, but it wasn't enough to carry them across. RNG with Game 1 win. When we return, we'll see if OMG have something to say right after this. It's a 2v2 in base. Ultis ahoy as Cryan is doing the damage. Look at this man again getting Tibbers out of the face of Fearness. Gets sucked out YSM on his deathbed. Tries to run in and he died. Meanwhile, Nautilus flushes and the LPL is unrelenting. An open nexus for Cryan. Fearness and Haichao are trying to get him off. Fearness will die. Haichao's next. And Cryan has just shown that his time on the bench was misplaced. Welcome back to the LPL.
Barely surviving at this moment in time as Tarzan goes for Tien. He's not winning that 1v1. Scout now joining into the play. Cyclone is there, but the culling. Scout knocked up and Tien's got a stopwatch. Scout has to turn golden as well. This is absolute carnage. Dragon up getting onto Scout, though he's over the wall and taking down Moonlight Vigil. Gala! That was gorgeous! And now onto Mark as well. He steps into LNG and he steps up in the fight. Rookie fleeing through the mid lane, but Tarzan's got him and it's a triple for Gala. Everybody moving over. TP immediately from Forge to see Perry on the top side of the play as well. Doggo, very aggressive positioning, but you can get away with it on the Zeri. Forge moving forward to CDZ. Face tanks 2K on the Herald. We're going to flip it here and it's taken by the Wukong. Nick to grab that one. Final chapter across the whole squad. Doggo untouched completely as Pinsy goes down. ZDZ the next target. He tries to turn around, pulls Doggo back. In they go with it, fellows too. Oh, jumps back into the play, but the shield is there. And the kitty cat can't do squat. Forge finishing one off though. It's too low to go back in. Forge gets knocked up and somehow goes down. And in his debut series, he comes on in. Chichoyi finds the Penta.
Air pack or something.
Oh, really? It's that lame?
Yeah, it's not great. It's not great. It's a bit lame. I'm not gonna lie. I have it here. Hang on, let me figure it out. It's upgraded air
wait,
pack.
actually, we gotta
That's
wait.
what it is.
TP flank coming in.
We're gonna have a fight. There's gonna be a TP flank from Scout who's gonna be at the pop loss. So immediately Zika has to go into stasis because here comes the eco. Lands on the 3, and that means that all these health bars are so low. Your front line means nothing if you attack them from behind. Now we can see if Gala can plant his feet, which is exactly what he's doing as he tries to break down the wall that is his Orn. The Aphelios has gone down, and Gala gets himself excited. LNG want to end this game. They're chasing down Knight. He doesn't really have many places to go, and he's going to be the last one to stand, but also the last one to fall. Full ace in favor of LNG, 5 for nothing, and they're going to be able to push in and get an inhibitor. And he could maybe go for it, but I mean, this is just a straight up Baron at 20 minutes. That's why they're kind of like pushing for this right now. And look at him on the camera. He took his hands off the keyboard and everything. He is chilling right now. He is chilling. You go, please. There's only so much I can do, and here we go. Will this work? Will it work? Will it work? It will! And that's what you want to be seeing. Go, patient as ever. Gets himself his kill. The hunter finds his prey.
因为下一赛刚开始嘛，然后 LP 加入我们之后，他整个人对我对他的感觉就是比较乐观，然后平时比较爱开玩笑的一个人吧。我们现在队里的这个氛围的话，因为 LP 加入之后，他跟很多人都融入的特别快吧，所以他跟现在上路关系算比较很好的那个人，然后他们上单跟 AD 的联动应该会比较多吧。小奶油，我觉得他是一个很棒的选手吧，他的风格很凶吧。我对上他的话，希望我们都能打出一个比较精彩的一个对决吧。
Hope everyone plays well. I get it. I hope we show excellent form. At least that was RNG in Game 1 doing exactly that, with Wei picking up Game 1 MVP. I'm serious, and this is Nightmare, by the way. And all I can say about this game is that Wei on the Poppy, man, had an excellent early game. Transition was sublime, and he made sure that players like Cream couldn't play the game.
And this game looks very dominant because Wei managed to shut down everything that OMG wanted to play through. If Wei did not have such a good early game, you probably don't see RNG even winning that game, I would hazard a guess as well, given the comfort and the skill of which OMG have shown on these champions before. But the fact that they could get towards bot lane, shut down Cream at every stage in the game, OMG did not get to play that comfort. They were completely shoved out the game.
And again, set up for Tangyuan means that revolves around the map. Set up for bot lane means that then revolves around the map. The team fights got messy, and Tangyuan at the end, this is the final moment. I mean, a great play from him for the reason he was so far up and so fed Nightmare and could do plays like this was because his jungler decided to love him early.
Absolutely, that is very much, you could take like 3 or 4 different screenshots that game with the time-honored meme of team saying, play safe mid. How do you do that in this game? And OMG, beyond that point, without those individual advantages, particularly with bot lane falling behind as well, they didn't find a way to stall out safely. They didn't find a way to find any entrances into that game. The one fight that got close was around second Herald fight, and they lost that fight in their closest point they could find.
Yeah, I mean, it was unfortunate. I think, again, we already talked about before the break, Cream got Akali and wasn't able to do much with it thanks to the Poppy, but Shanji, even on the Aatrox, didn't have as much impact as you would have liked with the winning lane. Breathe on the Gragas definitely felt like someone who had a lot more impact on the game. And then Abel and PP God, yeah, their lane was stuffed up pretty early. And LP and, well, I mean, Lumal had such a great game too. So that bottom lane was set up for life. So nice to see that RNG doing so well in the face of, I guess, a almost equal adversary. OMG are meant to be a mid-tier team. They made playoffs last split. RNG on the other side, the same, but you would expect that RNG would still have high expectations, even with the roster drop.
Ooh. The thing is, for me, I viewed OMG as above mid-table. I thought they were a top team. They reached that top 4. They got very deep into that spring playoffs, and it felt like they were ahead of the meta. It felt like, particularly with the top side of the map, they could play through top side in a meta which dominated through bot side.
True.
But this is, again, kind of, it brings you back to the scope of the LPL, where you can have teams like this in one split which find themselves inroads, and they find themselves a great run of form. But these teams have so much potential on them. A couple of changes here and there, like the bot lane changing out for RNG, can make a team with some disappointments in one split become a real contender in the next.
And again, it's just crazy to see because you come into the split, you have these low expectations, and then it all changes up. I think a great example of that was IG in spring, how they started off.
Yeah, true.
Where a pretty no-name roster, right? And they went far. They didn't go to playoffs, but at least in the first half of the split, they went pretty far. So it's always when we get to these new LPL splits and these rosters kind of just click together. Hopefully for RNG, it's a sign of things to come. As we said before, their next playoff game, or excuse me, their next game itself is going to be against the likes of a team like JDG. My roster's screwing up. I was going to say it is JDG. Nightmare. Has to be.
I didn't have the schedule up. I can go look at that one, but
okay.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about kind of. We were talking about like the strength of schedule for both these teams before this point, right? I mean, at least OMG have already got their JDG team out of the way. At least they've already kind of taken out. They've taken the L's from BLG and JDG, which kind of weighs pretty heavily right now. And you go, oh my god, they're 1 and 2, but at least they're out of the way, right?
True. And to confirm as well, it was because it wasn't showing the OMG game today. RNG do have JDG on Tuesday, then Friday is FPX. And then Sunday, Top Esports. So 2 big games in the next week, which is why we said this OMG game was so important as we're about to get back into draft for game number 2. RNG and OMG, it's a side swap. OMG have elected to go to blue here, Nightmare. So we have to see what changes as Nico, they don't even want to leave up as a chance.
No, they don't. So, what's going to get through from this? Aphelios was banned out in the first game. Lucian was banned out in the first game as well. So, a lot more AD carries and bot lane picks open for both of these teams. One of the big things I continually talk about in regards to OMG is that they need favorable, or at least stable bot lane matchups if they can help it, to make sure that their top lane actually top side gets to have some fun. They didn't really get to do that in game one, even with what you assume to be a stable lane of that Zyra Rakan. Now you have to see, is Wei going to have as much impact again in the early game to make sure that RNG's bot lane themselves can get ahead?
I'm surprised because so far, I mean, RNG have been left open that Poppy. Whether it has as much influence, just depending on the comp, will be an interesting factor. They're looking at their final ban. It's going to be Twitch ban.
Oh, okay. So, this is a Zeri counter. We have seen a lot of Triforce Twitch started to get played on the new patch as well when Triforce gets buffed. But Yuumi has also been left open. So, you might have to pick in Zeri Lulu here. Just take away the Zeri in the first round, maybe lock in the Lulu later. But making sure that the Twitch is gone means that at least you don't have the rat trap for Zeri on the table.
So maybe thinking ahead there, it's a good point you bring up, because you're never going to get Zeri Lulu. No psychopath is going to give you that combo, but at the very least, taking away the second best. RNG, now looking at it, they have to take it. They have to take it. There's Ari. Take away Zeri here. If you give Zeri Lulu...
You have to take
Yuumi,
this.
You are just psychotic. I'm sorry.
Because the only other... You could lock in like a kill lane, bot lane as well, but you want to lock in those picks together, and doing that into the second round of bans, if you've only locked in AD carry and you don't have your support, that gets much harder. You can either look towards something like the Aphelios and just try and fist fight them.
Oh, God.
This was left up from game one.
Oh,
we
God.
could, but you don't have the Milio for the Lucian, which is primary lane partner right now.
Oh, God.
If you go in towards something like the Lucian Nami, we saw many lanes lose Lucian Nami versus the Zeri Yuumi. I don't know, man. RNG, you're playing with fire here, and I don't like this angle.
I don't like it in any region, in any team. Leaving up Zeri Yuumi. It's enough for me to say GG go next. It is just such an atrocious combo.
And they banned one of the better counters to this as well themselves. They've left themselves like without the armaments to deal with the nuclear warhead, which is the Zeri Yuumi. So you're locking in the Lucian Nami, don't get me wrong, still a strong TV2, but when you're playing at this level of play, when you have bot lanes this skilled, we have seen, particularly the Zeri Yuumi, being able to at least survive and then come back into the game. Now you have a Maokai to buy yourself some space as well to counter some of the dash forward potential from that Lucian. I don't know, RNG are going to have a stellar early game, otherwise OMG are going to eventually eclipse them.
They have to be insane. OMG have to falter. They have to lose out that hard in the early game, as you're saying. It's a lot of umming and ahhing. We talked about draft in game one. RNG getting a lot of favorable picks on the blue side. They've handed this over, and now continuing forward, we have to see what Wei picks up. Like, is it going to be enough? How proactive can he get in the jungle? Is Yone and Tristana a banned? Just trying to give Tangyuan an easy lane, but I feel like Cream just has to chill this game anyway.
Yeah, the thing is, Cream plays so many melee champions, you would love to have some wave clear from Cream, to have some early game pressure, which he didn't in that first game. That's why something like the Ahri has also been one of his go-to picks as well. It allows him to be a playmaker whilst also having early game wave clear. Akali doesn't do that. So without having the Tristana for the similar kind of ends, interested to see what Cream comes out with. He's known to cook a little bit. And you're picking in the Sion without banning Gwen? I feel like you just lock in Gwen for Shanji here. That's really dangerous from RNG again.
Shanji can play a lot of carry tops. Gwen seems easy. Is that going to be Maokai somewhere? Surely not. Surely you don't pick Ornn and you just say, hey.
I mean, Ornn is good in tank versus tank matchups. We've seen this every time where it comes to tanks. Because of the percent of HP you get from Brittle, you can outvalue the Sion. And of course, with the ultimate, it means that when you're dashing forward with Lucian, you need to save a dash to get out of the Call of the Forge God, which then kind of stops you playing as aggressively. This is full-on scaling, though, from OMG. You need early game pressure from Cream. Otherwise, this is going to get very, very strange. We've seen one game of this from Care. Cream, who is a big player of this. He locks it. We get a Kiana game.
Okay, we get Kiana versus Ahri. Meanwhile, RNG are like, what do we do? Already, a lot of questions. Wukong's not there. Kha'Zix's very popular. I mean,
I
Kiana?
love these drafts, man.
They're crazy. And Waves as to fill in the gaps, it feels like this should be the reasonable answer for a strong mid 2v2. But either way, I mean, OMG have again been given a bit and taken a bit too.
What we're going to have at some point in this game, and I'm going to laugh so hard if we have this, is we're going to have a 1v1 between Kha'Zix and Qiyana in the jungle somewhere, where both of them are invisible for like 90% of the fight between the grass blades and like an R-Evolve or something like that. I know we don't see that so much from the Kha'Zix, but I would love to see that. This Qiyana, though, doesn't have a level 1. Your level 1 is Orpha versus Ahri. It's actually one of my favorite matchups to play as Ahri into the Qiyana, in terms of it being a fun matchup, an interesting matchup. There's a lot of different mind games going on. Both of you can very much one-shot the other lane in there, but level 1 completely belongs to the Ahri. Qiyana is not going to have that wave clear until you get your Q reset with the W at level 2, and that means, much like game 1, there are some big angles for Wei to get rolling early.
Well, Wei's going to have to, because this game for RNG is already on a nice edge. Ladies and gentlemen, when was the last time you saw Zeri and Yuumi lose? I feel like in the LPL you might say recently, but overall the win rate is still disgusting. It is still one of the most banned duos, if not one of the most banned individuals out of either side that you have seen in League of Legends in a long time. But RNG play with fire. They give it over to OMG on the blue side. We get some favorable picks for someone like Cream with the Qiyana flying in as well, but we have to see what RNG can do to stem the bleeding, or stem any sense of the word scaling coming through, when this game is looking mighty favorable for OMG in the draft phase.
We said that they had some draft advantages in that game 1, though, and that fell apart after that early game was so dominant from RNG, and it just never let up. OMG, they have themselves a little bit more of their classic flair again. Some different picks from the top side. Don't see so much Ornn anymore. We definitely don't see so much Qiyana. RNG, you had best be ready for these.
Well, now we have to find out what RNG can do with this Sion down the bottom side. Always telegraph with the Sion these days as Cream. Not sure. Do you see the jungle pet? Probably not. Sion's there, though. There's a bit of movement speed to get on out before RNG catch him blind, as they continue to hover around waiting for someone of OMG to walk into the trap.
Again, you don't have a level 1 on Qiyana. Qiyana doesn't do anything at this point in the game. You don't have AoE. You've started with a W for a little bit of mobility. You can get an auto attack reset and a reset on your passive as well. When you're playing against the Kha'Zix, stronger level 1 if you isolate someone. Of course, the Sion's so strong. OMG, you don't want to fight this.
Well, apparently they do. They get a summoner and they get a heal out as well. Charm ignored. Shanji in a good position. He started Q, remember, though. Look for the slowest decimating smash gets two. Abel has a Yuumi on top. This is messy. 5v5. Whoa, Lucky with the bramble smash. Oh, no. Guess who just got first blood? Breed, a double kill. GG, go next. Go next. Go next. They gave him the pick, Nightmare, and it just got a double kill. We do not need to see 30 minutes of this game anymore.
And you know what's even worse? We were talking about, it feels like Zeri might have lost recently, but what about the Zeri Yuumi? Zeri Yuumi in LPL has not lost this year. Every one of the 4 losses that Zeri has had as a champion have not been with the Yuumi. And despite having an ass level 1, OMG managed to make it work.
I just can't believe, I mean, again, RNG so split. And they just give Abel free time to sit there and get the kills. RNG, I don't know what happened in the second game, but it is a surefire way to lose it that quick, as Wei just tries to start it with a bit of invading again.
And now Cream's managed to hit that early level 2 from a little bit of that XP from those early kills as well. If you don't get poke in early levels as Ahri versus that Qiyana, you don't get to control that lane nearly as well. You've got teleports available for both of those champions too. Tangyuan had a lot of help in the very early game in game 1. It's going to be a difficult game though. Now that Cream's had a bit of well, Cream and the entirety of OMG had a free pass given to them in the early levels.
I have indeed. Abel even got like a full wave on top of LP because he died. Had to go back to base, slow to get back to lane. And already you can see there's a bounty on his head at 3 minutes into the game, and there's about a 10 CS lead for that lane as well. Elsewhere, Shanji not missing out too much as the wave has just pushed into him right now. And he will be able to catch up most of these minions as we're just fighting under turret. Breathe doesn't care too much being the silent, but you still look at this favorably, as you said, with OMG, a 1k gold
good
lead.
farming, Shanji.
And oh my god, it's so disgusting. They're not even level 3 yet. So what do you do as the Lucian Nami who can't get their full combo out just yet?
No, I'm going to borrow a phrase from Jamada. You turn to religion is what you do. You
Oh,
hope that
okay.
there was a divine act of providence, because this one ain't looking so holy right now.
No, not at all. I mean, look, at least LP and Lumao are able to lane. That's the one thing good about the Zerayumi is there's the gold lead, 800.
They almost have double gold on their AD carry.
What a surprise. What an absolute surprise. RNG, you're going to have to find a way to get back into this as Wei's going towards his top side. And you can see already, Aki won't get spotted out. The camp's already gone. Aki has avoided vision, so Wei will just now try and find another path.
Okay, that means that Shanji should know that Wei is on top side as well, should know this is an angle. Maybe thinks he's still on red buff. This could be dangerous if that knockup lands. He's going to get isolated.
Really can flash, and as you said, isolated good. OMG's top laner, greedy there, and not paying them respect.
It's a misread from Shanji. Thinks that Wei wants to clear out his camps as quickly as possible, but finds the angle topside and can just go back to his camps anyway. So Shanji loses the flash, loses his life, and that is some gold back over to one of the damage threats of RNG. That's much needed.
Yeah, at least gives Wei some angle in this early game here. We can see how he can play towards mid, as we talked about a little bit before, but it is still a far cry off being anywhere comfortable as Tang Yuan, good trades here onto Cream Charm, not connecting. The bubble does, though, and imagine if we got a charm instead. Cream, I'm not going to say lucky to be alive. This is the same as game 1. He's skilled to be alive.
There's that, but then I've just remembered we didn't get to talk about this in level 1. Tang Yuan started charm in that level 1 as well, and missed both cooldowns of it at the very start of the game.
Oh, no.
And Tang Yuan talked about him getting a lot of help in game 1, but he struggled a fair bit, and now LP and Lumao continuing to struggle because due to some misplays, some skill shots going wide, and some everything else, really, that is a lot of gold being given over to OMG, as we've talked about. Tang Yuan is going to have to find himself some plays at some point alongside Wei. We saw that Rookie and Tien do a great job with that on top esports just yesterday. RNG will have to channel some of that themselves.
Oh, they're trying for the bottom side. At the very least, Tang Yuan with ulti, no flash available, but there's a bit of mobility as Abel and PP God get a ward out deep, just to give them some incoming information towards that bot side river. Abel also hovering around as he continues to just fire out. At least LP with Serrated Dirk should have something to say, but still, comfortable position, as we said in the early game for OMG. They haven't maintained that 1k gold lead, but they have maintained the fact that that Zeri has not given away the bounty or lost any control of this lane.
Breathe having a much better time in the top side, though. Ooh, level 6 hit from Cream. Good trading.
Tang Yuan, that's a good Orb of Deception in return, at least getting something back out of Cream. But Supreme Display of Talent is now available here for the Kiana.
I was about to say,
OMG hovering around this dragon.
Breathe has found his way down towards his mid lane, though, maybe sensing the 1v1's coming. I was sensing it too. It's a very difficult matchup once you get chunked out as that Ahri. Cream forced out a mid, does save his mid laner, does Breathe.
But Tang Yuan spotted out on a sapling here, going to heal up thanks to the Honey Fruit and River. RNG's mid laner coming through first, so it does mean something good as there's a bit of, I guess, redemption here in the early game.
There's a chance that, he was mind gaming it. He thought he was walking back towards mid. Could feel that in your bones.
He flashed for that. Oh, the sad
But imagine how cool it would have been. Imagine how cool it would have been. Again, this matchup is so bursty. It would 100% have been one of the biggest brain solo kills. Does look a little bit stupid though when it looks like that.
It does, but you know, what's cool and what's calculated, very different things, and unfortunately for Cream, everyone saw that.
Yeah.
Well, poor Cream.
It's like trading it back for the missed charms earlier on. It's like, don't worry, buddy. Here to make you feel better. You missed your skill shots, I'll waste my flash.
Oh god, Tang Yuan probably... Well, did anyone see that on RNG's side? Was that on a ward?
You see the giant particle going around the damn wall, and then Tang Yuan walks back into mid afterwards. I think he sees that.
But you don't know he flashed. At the very least, you do not know he flashed unless he's on a ward.
You can't W over that wall as Kiana. I think through, like, you could logically, from the information they had, you could logically tell that. Whether they did tell that, that's different. But you can't get over that thick wall. Only the thin one walls in mid lane.
Well, let's hope RNG aren't thinking with their brains on that one, because OMG with big miss mid, at least going to be happy with the fact that Abel's able to get plating in the bottom side yet again. Look at the CS difference as LP and Lumao after that bot side had to back yet again. So we're at about a 20 CS lead once more. We've got a starting but item coming through.
Okay, they're going to pro view. Okay, so we were talking about the 1v1 very much being on the table before this. Times it, tries to see where it would be. You can see him trying to count down in his head. And he's just misread it. He's misread it. It's actually a pretty fun play. I like it. It just looks really awkward.
It's unfortunate. Again, I guess your options are, I'm not going to say 50-50, maybe 33-33, because you can also go right in that time as well, up towards blue side wall. But yeah, at the very least, we're going to say nice try for Kareem on that one. As OMG, hey, they are still up in gold. They're still happy with the way the early game's gone. They've still got a bot lane that is insanely fed for how the early game started. And Shanji losing out on that kill before hasn't done much here for Wei. Nymera, he's got Umbral first, but we're not seeing much power come through or much proactivity from Wei in this early game part 2.
Not necessarily in terms of getting into lanes. You saw that one kill towards topside, but you have the early Dragon, you have the early Herald as well, and Umbral Glaive is going to get that vision control. Oh, Abel. Oh, Abel.
My god. He hasn't popped ulti. Here comes a Yuumi one, healed up. Lovely to see it.
Here comes the jungle.
One ulti down, one to go.
Run towards bot lane from Wei and Tangyuan. Not going to be able to find him under turret. There's still a barrier, and there's still a Zeri ultimate as well, so can't just rush in there completely easily. LP and Luma falling behind significantly in this matchup. It is going to be the Triforce Yuumi this time. It's not going to be the Zeri, rather. Triforce Yuumi would be a weird thing.
Triforce Yuumi.
Yeah, auto attack on that cat. But it's not going to be the crit immediately coming out from Abel. It's going to be a bit more bruiser. It's going to be the Lawnmower build, you have to assume, getting towards that Hurricane. And then the Titanic Hydra afterwards. Still, we've talked about a lot of these kind of awkward plays and Wei getting some control around neutral objectives. There is still very much a ticking time bomb on this game, though, folks, because that Zeri Yuumi is eventually going to come to those team fights. Eventually, those Ornn ults are going to buy so much space alongside the Maokai ult. And though RNG have had some feel-good moments, and Wei will be helping getting vision control and objective control, this is a honeymoon period. You need to be very, very careful that manages to tide yourself over to something meaningful in mid and late game.
Just speaking of which, we have a Serpent's Fang first here for LP. So
we've seen this a bit in solo queue. We have seen this a bit in solo queue from Lucian.
Well, interesting start nevertheless, especially when we've got a Yuumi on the other side. You can understand it. So getting a bit of early power as well in a lane that they're already struggling with. And Serpent's Fang means he does beat Abel to the punch of the first item too. So we do have a couple on the board, a couple of those early spikes. You know, Wei, we already mentioned before. We got some 5k from Breathe too. RNG are on the board. Well, we're just going to see how much longer before Abel can say the same thing as Wei with the Rift Herald, trying to make himself active here in the mid lane and give some gold back over the RNG solo lane.
And also just make sure that he's continually sweeping out these wards, not giving Cream a free entry into the river, making sure that he doesn't have the same kind of safety to get across the map. This Kiana has that Ghost Blade now. That's an incredible point in power. RNG, their mid jungle, needs to be continually pushing this Kiana, much like they did to the Akali in the game before, and making sure that OMG can't get ahead of the game because they already outscale them. Giving them extra gold beyond what they've already done, very dangerous prospect.
So waiting for that next one. 10 seconds till Dragon, by the way. RNG are looking towards it as vision control still favoring them in the bot side of the river. TP available for Shanji too. Breathe a little bit off, but should match up to that timer of Dragon as well. As now Tangyuan and Wei just moving as a two-man unit with the start of this Dragon. It feels pretty easy to say they should be starting this off first.
Should be. Cream is off vision right now. Managed to get himself around towards this red buff. We'll be seeing if he goes a little too far. And now he has himself that flash and that ultimate. It's in the river, can get a big ultimate here. Here comes the teleports.
Naki comes through with Nature's Grasp, flies in. Tidal Wave though, beautiful, but the Kiana ulti was just massive. Cream comes through, and he lands this one as Tangyuan tries to kite it out, but he's got a couple of Spirit Rushes left. Meanwhile, OMG is scattered throughout, but Cream doing so much work, shuts down, doesn't die. Tangyuan hits Dragon, and the Orb of Deception finds him as RNG now with a bit of numbers advantage, but you can see OMG still have it in them. Excuse me, it's a 3 versus 3. Yuumi hides amongst his Charms out of range, and Breathe will end up dying too. It's child's play in the end, it feels like, as Abel even lands that shocking laser. Tangyuan run at as Everfrost. Will it be enough? The Charms there. Orb of Deception exhausted down. Does he care? Snipe, no. Tangyuan on vision. Abel will heal this up. Of course he will, as RNG in the end are blistered out.
They don't get the Dragon. They give even more gold to this nuclear combo. and that to me is the worst possible result for them. RNG had to, they're teleporting back in, trying to get something back.
TP, all right, Abel with the Yumi on top. Bree trying to zone him out, but he's over the wall. Just Zeri things. But at least Breeze should be giving them the pressure to get second dragon.
Okay, so they are going to pick up that dragon a little bit later than they would have wanted, though. Going to still get... I think Cream's going to get a couple of plates from mid lane because of this as well. Been a bit delayed getting back onto the map. Cream finally gets himself involved into that team fight as well. Almost one shot's away. Does manage to get himself a kill onto that Kha'Zix a little bit later into that fight, but because of the disruption that comes out of this team fight, we talked about this eventually going to happen. It just happened earlier than maybe RNG were counting on it. The big space-buying ultimates of Maokai, Ornn, and then the Qiyana make sure that Abel can put out unrivaled damage across this team fight.
I hate watching this because at the end, Abel just, it's insane to me how this game has panned out from draft. I mean, we are like, what, 15 minutes in? And Abel's 4-0. We'll go to live. Trinity Force, Zeal. That's a bit of a yikes. And even though OMG didn't have the gold lead, we already talked about the scaling in this game. Arky also picking up second Herald here in Chimera means that we can continue speed running this game a little bit here from the blue side and just keep chilling as gold keeps shifting up in their favor.
Second Herald being picked up by OMG, also very dangerous to consider now from RNG, because RNG wants to be pushing in across the map, they want to be denying vision, and keeping your towers up is an important part of that process. You can see that actually because of the delayed second dragon take, Cream managed to get into mid lane, auto-attack down that tower for a couple of plates, and also just chunking down that HP, meaning that that Herald, which is now an inventory from Haki, could just straight up kill that mid lane outer turret, despite the fact that Lucian Nami at one item would normally be very good at playing around that mid lane wave.
Yeah, just haven't had an impact in this game. I mean, look, they haven't been very good at playing around any waves this game because they've constantly been out-farmed, out-managed by people like Abel and PP God as 3 versus 2 in the mid lane, but spotted out. Culling comes through, PP God blocks, and Abel will just be healed up because that's what Yumi does. With help from jungle mid as well.
This is one-shot potential.
It is. Oh, dear Lord, Cream. Solo kill, baby, but this man's in charge.
Cream just knows the matchup better. Tangyuan completely disrespects the Qiyana. This is one of the most interactive matchups that Ahri can have. We're used to Ahri being a safe laner, not against Qiyana.
Oh, meanwhile, we look towards bottom lane. This is a 2v3. Ulti comes through from Arky, and it is going to land onto Lumal, but Abel is already out of it. So just like that, again, disaster does not fall on Abel and PP God with the help of Arky.
So, you're now losing pretty much all of your towers across the map from RNG. You still have the Herald in inventory from OMG, and again, we're talking about a team which comprehensively outscaled. So, RNG, every time a play like this happens, the timer on the game is cut ever shorter, and despite that being a lovely new Ahri skin, it's the new one which was released as one of the most important things in League of Legends that's happened recently. It's not nice enough to see you alive through that play. It's a great skin, by the way. Snow Moon. Get it. It's awesome. I love it. It's one of my favorite skins I've seen released in ages.
All right, in-game ad. I like it. I appreciate it. It's the right games do as well.
No. Turns out I just really like the champion. Edge of Night, very important in this matchup too.
Cream, oh my god, just dodged everything, by the way. Tangyuan sent out Charm, sent out Everfrost. Doesn't matter. He's now found Wei. He doesn't care. He's holding 1v2 on the top side. Shanji is, of course, winning down bot as Ornn should and would. And meanwhile, mid is in a chill position. I mean, nothing can go right for RNG despite getting a couple of kills, despite having some kind of feel in this game. They're still left with this emptiness that revolves around what happened in the early game and what continues to happen in favor of OMG.
And this is just continual bleed out. The second Herald does take that mid lane out of turret. So RNG, despite them having the Umbral Glaive on the Kha'Zix, despite them having earlier game push from the Ahri, from the Sion beating out the Ornn for a little while, they quickly lost top lane and mid lane. They're probably going to lose that bot lane turret as well very soon after this point. And RNG, they're now going to get to the point where they're going to have to be very careful in their own jungle, because an Ornn ult can be like an orbital laser just firing across the entire map. Cream can be sat in a brush, jump over a wall, get that wall stun onto you as well. And let's not mention the Zeri Yumi combo in regards to that too. Every time you walk into your own jungle now, you're taking your life into your own hands.
He's got Echoes of Hell here as well, so here comes the healing. Renan's picked up for Abel. PP God just chilling. I mean, probably has 1 foot on the keyboard this game. And just gets to chill around. See what Abel does. Follow suit. LP running in, always ambitious. as, you know, Echoes of Hellier used, and Abel will just be healed up. So nice to see as RNG keep trying to get this mid lane turret to speed up the game, but OMG are defending it just fine for now.
Yeah, turns out that bringing back Athene's Unholy
Abel, you know what? He could flash, he could ult. OMG is still probably fine.
He'd still be the most strong person on the map. I don't think RNG saw that, and I don't think OMG care right now.
Probably not. At least they get mid lane turret because Abel is not able to threaten the ulti. Yeah,
oh, yeah,
action replay.
Oh, was it on
they
Vision?
see
They're
it?
going to see if it's on Vision. They didn't see it happen. They didn't see it happen. So RNG are playing as though Abel still has more tools available to him. Dragon is spawning. It's an Infernal Rift. RNG would love to get this towards a soul point, but they don't have the vision control and they don't have the gold to really win this fight.
Not at all. I mean, look, Abel's ulti, half off cooldown as well, just a side note. Dragon being looked at, as you were mentioning, but Cream has just taken down that turret by himself. Now, Wave versus Cream is going to be interesting. It's a 2-level difference, but if Cream lands that ulti, Nymera, I think Wave could just be dead. He might regret this.
Cream needs to be next to his minions. The isolation makes it a little bit awkward. He's going to see him. Edge of Night is popped, and that's the thing, right? That initial burst needs to be so strong from Wave that Cream can't go around for his full combo. Can't do that through the Edge of Night, though. Cream bullies off Way on that flank, and that Umbral Glaive, the vision control, which you're meant to have from this Kha'Zix, is just not a factor. And because of that, OMG get on towards the Dragon. That ultimate that was blown from Zeri, it's back up again.
Cream just continuously zoning them out. It's going to mean that the Dragon, that push is being halted here by OMG as well, by the way. So RNG not getting third. OMG using the TP. That was Shanji in the top side to stop this turret going down. Under turret. Is that a mistake from Tang Yuan? Well, ulti's not going to come through, but rather from Tang Yuan it is. And he spirit rushes to get out of there before Shanji gets to use his own.
Tang Yuan's having a bit of a nightmare here. Would like to wake up from this one sooner rather than later, but particularly laning into something like that on as well, you don't have the damage. You need a Leandries to really threaten Shanji in any way, shape, or form. Gets trapped under turret, and Shanji, despite losing some of the early traits of the Sion, is kept up in CS, has been a real factor with these ultimates, and considering his kind of lackluster Aatrox game in the game before, much better from the top lane of OMG as well.
I will say, also easier when you have yourself such a hard winning bottom lane, and Cream also solo killing Tang Yuan. I'll say it looked like it could have been possible a couple of times here on the Kiana as OMG. I said they got the Dragon before, but now even so, they got pressure in some of these side lanes, at least building up. Cream and Shanji sitting there chilling, getting the shove, getting the reset rather, and Abel just continues to sit mid. No one can touch this Zeri, who is still up in CS over LP and Luna.
Got another AD Assassin face-off in the spot side jungle, and once again, Wei is trying to use this Umbral Glaive, trying to put Vision down, and Cream is just always there, making sure that Wei doesn't get free advantages.
Wei has been trying. He's really been trying to find picks in the litter, but again, OMG just so dangerous in their own right. Aki as well, I will say he's gone for the Demonic Embrace build, so we've got a bit of AP damage thrown into the mix here in this game. So even the jungler, you got to be scared of his burst potential, or at least that combined with some of the solo laners here from OMG. But Nymera, and speaking of timers, I want to look at Baron because Baron is sitting there waiting. We've got Dragon in 3 minutes as well. We got, I guess, less objectives than ideal for RNG to try and force, but I want to know how RNG try and at least pull in the bait or pull the veil over their eyes so they can do something with these neutrals or this time window.
You are really hoping that someone from OMG separates themselves on Vision, so you can start jumping over a wall with Ahri, with the Lucian, with the ultimate, with the Kha'Zix as well, and catch someone out before this fight becomes about 5v5, because you don't win the group up fights. It's all about split picks.
I think when you're splitting picks, I mean, Kha'Zix, Ahri, great champion to do so, but still, it's just been so hard to find members of OMG. So the game's been slow. OMG have been holding their reservations here in these lanes, holding mid, holding top. I mean, that top side outer turret still there at 23 minutes into the game. You can see Wei is trying to help collect it as he gets the smite steal, will find himself priority up top, and that means Tang Yuan can also finally push this in. But it's taken 23 minutes to get this outer turret down in a game that RNG needed to be quick.
And all this is going to do is bring gold kind of back to even, but not all gold advantages are the same. Normally you'd say, oh, you know, you're even in gold, that's fine. Not against the Zeri like this. Not against the scaling composition from OMG. Scaling can get a little bit weird in the LPL because a lot of the time it's about your teamfight execution, it's about your game sense. But when you have champions like this, you just can't rely on late game teamfights from RNG.
Minute 30. We're going to see one of those mid-game team fights come through because we are looking at Soul Point for RNG if they can pick this up and at least put some tempo on an Infernal Soul. Abel still sits towards mid, guys. It's been slow. I know, it's been super chill. But when you're looking at OMG, that's all they have to do. Abel is level 11 and is continuing to force down mid. RNG grouping up as 4 here in the river. Trying to find some kind of pick, but Wei denied consistently from getting a solo.
Importantly as well, PP God is also level 11. You'll notice that LP is a level up. That second tier of that Yuumi ultimate might be very, very important. Cream walking away from Breathe right now. Potential setup around this Dragon coming up. RNG, again, this is the point where they are still just about hanging on to this game. They might be able to find a pick. They might be able to find some burst. Doesn't get easier from here, though. Here's the ult.
Oh, it doesn't. Especially when OMG like, yeah, we can fight now. Half HP here on Lumao. Should be able to heal that up. But Breeze just TPs into the entire team. Into a Zeri without ult, and that's the damage. When he flashes away, he ulties away. OMG getting a free reign, but Abel runs into a full culling and doesn't care. Cream misses his ulti. Now we have to find out if OMG still want to fight because Abel's ulti also down on top of that. LP, is his damage enough? There's RNG have good health bars, but OMG still confident to walk into the river.
And you have the Yuumi, the healing's going to be there, and Luma had to flash away from Cream's ult, so a lot of big tools down from RNG. Even with the Zeri ultimate down, is enough damage, there's enough mobility to make this a real threat. OMG, they're happy to wait and keep RNG out of the river if they can.
Breed has no ulti, no flash, so Mind Nap for the engage as Cream without his ulti 2 ways going to find him. 1v1 finally happens, but Tang Yuan interrupting Cream, getting jumped on, flashes away, Charm connects. RNG get a big pick here as OMG, remember those ultis aren't up and available. LP getting some poke damage down. Breed now running at them as Wei is so low. Dangerous to go into the heart of OMG while Scuttle is fought over but given to RNG's AD carry. LP still starting it up as Wei is on the back end, the smite not in the pit. He runs in, but OMG now have some kind of idea as they sit in the brush, they wait out themselves. Aki is there, Dragon looking to be taken, Aki flashes out. What is this mess? OMG, you're so fed, but they can't play it slow as Abel ultis back up again. Wants the movement speed, uses Shanji to get so. Tidal wave's there, the Zeri Yuumi should not be dying. RNG outplaying the team fight. They'll lose LP, but a level 1 double for a Zeri Yuumi, and they just got taken out. TP's there, Way so close, finds him. PP God will die. OMG, how do you throw that?
It is a disastrous dragon fight for OMG. Cream can't get it done in the 1v2. A clutch charm comes through from Tang Yuan to stop Wei going down. That's one of the most important moments in this fight. The Kiana not able to reset, not able to come back into the play. Watch this right here. Tries to look out for the second W, but can't get the auto attack just after that point. Q can't come through. Tang Yuan saving his jungler. And now in the 4v5 without some of those key ultimates available, RNG get to wait until their second cooldowns come back up. Tang Yuan has his ult again, and particularly towards the end of this fight, Lumao's second cast of the tidal wave after the big fight in mid lane comes in absolutely clutch to start off the CC chain on this huge Zeri Yuumi. Abel doesn't get to fight.
Meanwhile, live, Wei is just sitting in a brush waiting for enemy jungler. That's Baron. 4 versus 5. OMG might still fight it with their strength, but Nymera, RNG have just been given the tools to start the Purple Worm or bait them in.
I don't think you do it on red side. The geography of red side Barons is very difficult. You can't walk out of the back of the pit because it's kind of keeping you in. Now, there's Ornn ultimate, there's Kiana ultimate in the Baron pit, one of the most dangerous places to fight them, and you've just got the upgraded Trinity Force onto the Zeri as well. I don't think this is safe, even in the 5v4.
He's on a ward, Abel's running in, he's got Titanic doing a lot of damage here, but they've just found Cream culling out. Down he goes, doesn't even get to ult. Shanti now left with his, Abel still with a Zeri. Oh, please don't tell me this is a 3 versus 5. Ulti through, Baron exposed, Wei needs to get into the pit, but Abel flashes into him, no smite! Oh my god, Shanti gets it! This game is an absolute travesty. Charm to take down Abel in the end, as PP God will follow suit. Shanji might be too, as I think that is a Baronless team. I'm not sure if Aki got it, but ladies and gentlemen, what is this party?
I think I saw Shanji taking down that Baron. I can't remember whose pro trait came down there, but OMG, this is what we've come to know from this team. They go down valiantly around the Baron. RNG don't get that objective. At least they walk away with another teamfight victory, but the sad thing is for RNG, they're sat on the sole point, that's great for them, but they haven't been able to force OMG into a properly losing scenario from this point. You've still not managed to land that killing blow, and considering the scaling from this composition, these teamfights, even in the 4v5, get so awkward. This goes about as well as you could hope for at the start of this. Cream has struggled in the last few teamfights to get a hugely impactful ultimate, but even with that, the remaining members, the Ornna's the front line, and then the Yumi comes to town. Abel isn't completely CC chained after this point, gets to assassinate the jungler. And it's a, what is this? Is that the Bellows Breath Prog which takes it? That is insane!
I don't know why he's Wade jumping out of Baron.
Because he didn't want to die. He didn't want to die. It's so difficult. I mean, the thing is, I think at that point, it's about starting the Baron being the problem in the first place. Because if you can't protect your jungler at that point, of course it's going to get a bit mental. He has to jump out to save his life. The assassination comes through after that point, but RNG, why were they starting that in the first place and trying to flip the game on that one objective? Maybe they're just getting desperate and thinking the timer is still there, despite them having sole point.
It is. Cullen going to come through onto Abel. Speaking of the timer, trying to force another fight, but Baron is there. Actually, I misspoke. Arky was able to get it. He respawned as Baron went down, so OMG do have the Baron doing quite a lot of work here in the mid lane, while Breed now spotted out. Abel on top, takes the blast cone, ulti's in, but Breed by himself, isolated. Tidal Wave helps though with the flash out from reposition, but Cream just does it again. OMG running under turret, not caring, as Waze finally showed up on the wrong angle, and we go right on back to how the game should have gone. Guess what, guys? Another double for Abel. No big surprise there as Wade tries to hold the wave, but I think OMG are going to finally end.
The waves there, they can tank the turrets, and would it be an OMG game victory if it didn't increase your heart rate just by a little bit? RNG, they gave themselves a window of time, which probably they didn't deserve after that level 1, but it's been more than enough for OMG to sail into infinity.
Oh my god. I mean, Cream just died to a turret. Way jumps out of the pit and a Bellows Breath to get Baron. What was game 2? What in the hell did we just witness?
I feel like what was game 2? I think it was more of a sensation than an actual event. It's more like a spiritual experience, because for anyone that has not been inducted into whatever the hell OMG do, this is it. You have to kind of roll with the punches here. They are one of the most entertaining teams to watch in the world, and it's not always because they're clean players of League of Legends.
Not always. I mean, again, clean is not the word I'd use. I wouldn't use anywhere near it, but it's just it's crazy the way that game played out. And I think especially RNG to blame for leaving Yuumi and Zeri open. We all know it's ridiculous. We all know this meta is like, you cannot leave Zeri open. It cancels out the Yuumi combination. If you're going to ban Twitch, as you were saying, at least pick up the Zeri. What is the priority on Ari? What is the worth there when you know Cream has so many pocket picks for the lane too? You know he plays Kiana, he plays Akali. Cream plays everything. I just think RNG coaching staff should have a real sit down after that and be like, did we make a mistake? Everyone around them needs to say, yes, coaches, yeah, we made a mistake. Why did we leave that open? That just ridiculous. Someone please talk to RNG. Send them a message. That was just silly.
Okay, we're going to try and do some mental communication with them now, because that level 1 is really what put the nails in the coffin. Because I think, even looking at game 1's draft, we were saying OMG walked away with a lot of comfort. If they start popping off in the right lanes, that's going to be a big issue. And one of the reasons we didn't see the mid lane difference coming in game 1 is because everyone was in mid lane all the time. You don't get to do that if you give 2 kills over to a supersonic bot lane at level 1. And that means that Cream gets to have that window of opportunity in his own right to survive that early game, not get punished at level 1, level 2, level 3, where Ari can start really bullying out that matchup. And while that's one side of it, really this level 1 just makes it so difficult to play out whatever game plan you had going into that. You shouldn't have even lost that. Like it's a Kiana at level 1. What does she do? You missed 2 charms at level 1. You don't get the big Sion knocker. Everything that could have gone wrong at that level 1 went worse than expected.
I mean, again, we saw other plays too. Like, look at the throwaway from OMG. That even despite that level 1, they're able to find footing back into the game, right? And it was a big swing. It was a bigger gold swing than OMG were maintaining. But then we got to that Baron, and we got to OMG being able to find the the steal from Shanji. And it was just like, hey, RNG said, here's the game back on a silver platter. Here's possibility. Knocking at the door. And OMG said, come on in.
I don't even know how to really encapsulate this game because, I mean, credit to RNG for forcing fights at points in the game where they could just about win out on them, to deny Cream in some very important team fights. But again, it was this ticking time bomb of, look, you have one bad fight versus Abel, and they just kind of take over the game. And that's basically what happened. Huge kill participation, huge damage coming in from Abel, but we're once again seeing why this combo, the Zeri Yuumi, whenever it comes into meta, these two champions synergize so effectively. You cannot let them get to a point in power. They should not be allowed to play the game. If you're letting them get through draft, you got to smash them early before they come online, and they couldn't manage that.
Agreed. I mean, their plan didn't come off the ground because of level 1, but also, let's be real, across multiple lanes. They weren't able to do too much here with some safe picks that were just taken for granted. I think for RNG, back to the drawing board, folks, and hopefully for a Game 3, we get to see some maybe more inquisitive drafts and some smarter plays put down right after this.
Not where that spawns. That's not where that spawns. Look at him on the camera. He's took his hands off the keyboard and everything. He is chilling right now. He is chilling. There's only so much I can do, and here we go. Will this work? Will it work? Will it work? It will! And that's what you want to be seeing, Igao. Patient as ever.
Back now, yeah, we made it. We back now, yeah, we made it.
九董先往前进，给到非常伤害 ，poke 一下。这个位置看先锋队友是谁的，有没有惩戒？葛温先进人堆了，
又抢到了宁王，而且大招过去直接开赚。
哇，这人堆已经打得很混乱了，泽力在疯狂的拖伤害，厄弗流点到了格温，但正面还有个满血泽力加小猫咪，泽力闪有点不太够，被震回来了。厄斐流这个点上有点高，有机会追。泽力还有第二周目，再往里给伤害，没有把厄斐流斯击倒，还有厄斐流斯有几宝还在拉扯，后续的九桶带着小猫咪应该要撤退，但是被亏在粘到脸上 ，Q3 命中，厄斐流斯再点个人头，要五杀了吗？就在夏季赛的第一天。 五杀
And goes for Tien. He's not winning that 1v1. Scout now joining into the play cycle and is there. But the culling. Scout knocked up and Tien's got a stopwatch. Scout has to turn golden as well. This is absolute carnage. Jagged getting onto Scout though he's over the wall and taking down Moonlight Vigil. Gala! That was gorgeous! And now onto Mark as well. He steps into LNG and he steps up in the fight. Rookie fleeing through the mid lane, but Tarzan's got him and it's a triple for Gala.
德善路遇卡纳维，先减速给上，大招直接撞起来，卡纳维是有大招的，可以走。但是369到场，先开没有大招，369反击风暴结束，赖特这波输出位置还可以，369开始。我这个大招大3个，第一时间第一条命已经被打出来了，厄斐流斯需要往后拉扯一下，营业的效果很不错，这波 AOE 拉扯直接拉满了，重新站起支持配合德善，拿下 double kill， 狐狸越墙而过来，卡纳维也要被留下。
Okay, press the alarm. Shadow with a double cyclone, almost dying here, but whoa, Mako, it looks good, but the rest of the team are like, where are you going, brother? Angel jumping in now, has to buy time. He's already found one, the Heartbreaker, not hitting, but they know where he is. Nice lens from JDG as he gets a reset, and Arla, he's taking on the whole world. He survives, and up again. Oh, you gotta love Nico.
塔上也是死血的，
但是利武这里可以点，
利武这边点塔速度很快啊，再拖点2枪，
而且他有坠鸣的，
杰杰在侧面交一个大招，自己还死了，丰富的第2个大招已经好了，过程中利武这边被带走，没有人去点基地啊，只剩一个丰富，根本点不动。
you're no good for me.
13.10的改动，就下路的生态组合还是跟之前差不多吧，霞洛、二费、折地猫之类的。RNG 就下路换了人嘛，然后我们就打好自己的就行了。LP 表现还可以，然后跟他对局，希望能赢下他。
Well, if RNG keep giving them picks like we saw in last game, that is definitely possible. I'm Asterix, I'm joined by Nightmare. MVP for game number 2, which was an OMG win, was Abel. But in reality, the MVP for game 2 was RNG for giving over Zeri Yumi as a bottom lane. So props to RNG for that. I mean, I don't know how you give a full team, MVP points, but I think they definitely deserve it.
Because we were kind of just coming through from break, and our producer was saying, "Oh yeah, Zeri's our MVP," and I was like, "The pick or the player?" Because it felt like the draft kind of decided it a little bit. Because the level 1 certainly didn't help, and it put an even shorter timer on the game, especially when that level 1 felt so unwinnable for the side of OMG. You shouldn't be winning against a Sire level 1 when you have a Kiana at level 1. Like, Aki gets a 5-man Bramble Smash! This shouldn't happen at level 1! Your Scion should be absolutely wrecking this! You missed your charms at level 1 as well! But even with that, it's just absolute disaster, and the fact that you are being bold enough to let the Zeri Yumi go through, bold is a very kind way of putting it, you have to make this game work, because afterwards, you just look like a fool for letting that combo go through.
I mean, even with OMG throwing it away, like a couple of times in this game, it's just still so fed, and we know that OMG always going to be the better team fighting team at this point in the game. And so nice to see people like Cream as well, executing on top of that. I know we give a little slander for the pick, and obviously when you talk about Zeri Yumi, you're like, oh yeah, we're going to keep talking about it because it's so strong, it's doing so much. But at least Cream on Kiana, I think, was my MVP, because he wasn't on Zeri or Yumi, and he was doing quite a lot of work despite OMG almost throwing the game. At least in some of the team fights, despite throwing some of them.
Yeah, let's have that, so we can get a montage package of the flash ult into nowhere. We can get that one. We can get him losing the 1v2 on the bot side of the map and then dying around Barret. Yeah, I mean, he had some awkward team fights, and I think they were some of the most important fights for RNG because Cream was so strong. I mean, those moments are awkward, and Cream couldn't get value out of every team fight. But that goes to show how much value he got when he did land those great ults, and you can see in some of those replays as well. Cream, when he landed that extra damage, it was nigh unplayable for RNG after that point.
It really was. Like, again, so many good trades with people like Tang Yuan, so many good ultis as well. Cream on a bit of a mission, but of course Abel and PP God were the ones who got the final mission across the line. So game 3. Now, we all know that in that draft book there, held by coaches on stage, it says it bans Zeri. That's the original one. We all agree with it.
Yes.
Let's just hope that this time around, both teams agree. I mean, hell, RNG agree, right, not to let this through, unless they're going to pick it themselves. Realistically, we also know that that is a solid option if they've chosen blue side.
Yeah, so I mean, but coming out of the first 2 games, the draft in both of those games, for me, favored OMG. Yes, the early game and the great presence from Wei on the Poppy flipped that game 1 into their favor, but I've looked at all of these drafts and said, okay, OMG, they've had some good angles coming out of this, and now we go into the bans of this third one, you're not even going to have that Nico, which was so powerful as the first pick for RNG in game 1.
Zeri is open for the time being, though. We've got blue side ban, red side ban for the Milio, on top of the Nico you just mentioned. OMG. At least it won't be a Zeri Yumi as they decide to ban away the Vi from Wei. So this means RNG are like, yeah, surely we'll first pick Zeri, right? Or are they just allergic to this?
Well, I think with your enchanters off the table, Zeri does lose some value. I think the Zeri Yumi is obviously the huge pick at that point. And honestly, more important for RNG is probably getting Tango in a matchup where you can survive and be useful. Now, what you're being threatened with now is having the Ahri coming in from Cream, which is a very powerful pick of his own right. Maybe you could lock in something like that for him. Even though the Annie can hold the Ahri in lane, you don't stop them making plays that often. However, you have forgone this one pick, which did make it through. Lulu is still on the table if you wanted to lock that one in. And we might be going for round 2 of Zeri shenanigans.
We might be indeed. At least, again, the cat can't be beside it, so that's at least okay. As you said, the Ahri's on the table. Other things as well might be Arky getting priority here in the jungle. Arky's been someone who has played a plethora of jungles so far. Viego, Poppy has come through the Wukong. Poppy was actually banned last time around, at least in the later phases, I believe. So let's have a look and see. As Nut Lulu taken away instead. Let's just get PP God a safety net on top of Abel so he can do it again.
Are we going to answer this again with the Lucian army? That didn't really work out for LPL English. It felt like they were just crushed from the onset. They couldn't get themselves into the game. Varus, very lane dominant champion. We've seen it being picked a couple of times, but you have to really keep the pressure on that too. It feels like a similar kind of archetype. You can't scale alongside the Zeri Lulu right now. They're pretty much unmatched when it comes to that. So it looks like we're running back to Lucian Nami and just hoping that you don't get crushed in early game again.
Hoping that you actually have that early game, that's right. It's a hope for RNG as, you know, we get some comforts across the board. But now I'm more curious about what comes through for jungle for Arky. As with the Lucian and Nami, we know that bot lane is going to be a big priority for RNG. Maybe take away one of those junglers that can help accentuate the bottom side, as this has been seen a bit more. Okay, this has also been top lane for Shanji, but we have in the LPL seen it in the jungle once.
And now the problem is you can double ban out good matchups for Breathe against that. And in the last game, we saw that Shanji, well, actually in both games, Shanji had a great laning phase versus Breathe, and no one's really gone top that often. We've seen a total of 1 gank total between the 2 games onto that top side, which is of course way killing Shanji very early on in that last game. But maybe you ban out something like that Scion, which RNG have used to kind of play around mid-game frontline power spikes to allow the Lucian army to run forward. Not that Rumble is bad into that pick either, but this is the real danger of OMG's draft, right? You've picked in your bot lane already very early on, stable, arguably winning bot lane. Every single person on the top side of the map for OMG has a ridiculous champion pool. They've innovated and kind of developed over time their champion pools. It doesn't matter who you leave to picks 4 and 5, even if it was Shanji flexing his champion pool. RNG, they can't ban out absolutely everything they need to. They're focusing on the Maokai and some of the facilitating junglers right now, but Arky has a large pool, as you were saying.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's a struggle, as you said. RNG just got to pick their priorities and get them off the board, and then OMG will reveal 4. But I'm kind of curious, because RNG, again, by banning away junglers, you don't have your own set up for now. Wukong's still on the table. They get rid of the RE through mid as well, assuming that that Rumble will be staying up in the top side, or jungle, as a hypothesis, as Wukong here for a bit more setup. Makes a lot of sense with the bot lane we've already got from OMG.
Gives you, again, a bit more of that engage factor, which you don't currently have from OMG. You need something to pin people in place so the Equalizer can get good value, so Zeri can run people down while they're slowed and she can run forward. Last pick goes to Cream. Cream, again, one of our other scientists, one of our mad scientists, perhaps, in the LPL. I think that's probably the term to use, and despite having that Ahri banned away, I'm sure he'll find himself another facilitating pick or something that can rush forwards as well with the rest of his team, looking for something to really add CC and can also deal with that Annie. Now the okay, so Cannon going into Rumble. A lot of people consider Rumble a Cannon counter. It is a flippy matchup in a lot of ways, but that is going to be very dangerous in that top side now. Double carry matchup.
I just want to see what's in jungle though. This has been left for quite a while. RNG have a comp to set it up, them all in some pick potential. Nocturne being looked at, that seems a little bit more appropriate, but still locked in from Wayne, so a different style of comp here. As we don't have, I guess, a necessary front line. We are going more skirmishing angle this time, Nymera, with OMG trying to match it here with the last pick on 5. Seemingly going to be something explosive for Cream mid.
I think you would love to go for something like Syndra, but then you look at the Cannon and Nocturne and you go, nope, that is not available. You need something with a bit of safety, a bit of mobility. It is going to be LeBlanc. Can be a bit of a rough matchup into the Annie at times because there's a lot of point-and-click damage which can burst you out. LeBlanc, of course, has no sustain, fairly squishy. Annie can win a lot of those harder trades, but because Cream, on the whole, has been individually outplaying Tangyuan, takes what could be a difficult matchup into that mid lane, and also has something which can now answer the Cannon and the Nocturne in terms of survivability.
Well, it's going to be fun, though, at the very least. We're going to be talking a little bit about this one as we go in, because it is an explosive end to our series. Game 2 was a bit all over the place, but that's what happens when Zeri and Yuumi are left open, and we get OMG just with the double first blood. Back and forth a little bit, but still the result we expected, where Game 3, let's see if RNG can return back to some of that strength in early game, Nymera. It was Game 1 on the Poppy where Wade took full control of jungle, bot side was set up, and RNG coasted to a pretty cruisy Game 1 victory. Game 2, as we already said, OMG got it handed to them through draft. But Game 3 is going to be different as we see, I guess, an explosion in different areas of the map.
Yes.
Fun junglers coming through as well. I mean, especially on that Nocturne pick. But even seeing Cream on LeBlanc, let's see how we go as he tries to take down Tang Yuan, who is the newer of the two.
Particularly for RNG, this is not necessarily an early game centric comp. Again, you're waiting for those level 6s, but when you get to that point, Kennen is a good flanking threat on his own. Now if you turn out the lights to stop you seeing his teleport, stop you seeing his flanking angle, this area in the Yuumi, if the Kennen gets on top of them, strong though they might be, they don't survive the Kennen and the Nocturne going in at once, especially if everyone is coordinated from RNG. This game will very quickly become about how quickly can RNG start pulling the trigger after they hit those level 6s, and how coordinated are they to land the knockout blow together as a unit.
Well, that's what I want to say, because again, coordinate is not the word I'd use in some parts of this series so far, but rolling into Game 3 now. Finally, we're on Summoner's Rift here in Shanghai, folks. If you're wondering what happens with WEIG over in Xi'an, that's going to be run on a delay right after this game, so you don't have to go anywhere. We'll be jumping into that one momentarily.
Cream starts the W, gets a deep ward onto that buff. We'll hopefully see for himself whether Wei is starting there or is not currently present. Presses elimination if he's not on the red buff. You can tell some of those other camps which he might be going towards. And if Wei isn't on vision, or rather is tracked, OMG might see themselves to a point where Aki can finally get involved in a game a little earlier on. Has struggled to do so in this series.
It really has. I mean, Aki has been the weaker of the jungle in the early game. I think trailing in Game 1 was good, but nothing happened on the Wukong. This same pick that this time around is going to have to be so much more influential. As we know, on RNG side, level 6 is going to be absolutely massive in all lanes. So we'll keep our eyes towards that one, as already the bottom side is going to be fun to watch at the early levels, considering that we have the same lane from LP and Lumal once again.
PP got doing his best to poke out early on, using the help picks. LP taking more damage than Abel right now. AD carry health was very important in 2v2. See how OMG can use this to try and get themselves a good standing point to fight this Lucian army.
Abel is going to get some trades back. As you said, 80 carry health bar. It's going to be lower on the side of LP, though, as PP God continues trading through the wave. Even that piercing light not going to find its mark. So 2v2 continues to be interesting, as this Ignite Lucian, by the way, is worth keeping an eye on from LP as he hits level 2. But Lulu shielding onto Abel means you can't do much once your trade's gone through.
Passive auto stacked up from Abel there as well. Very dangerous to trade at that point. Cream taking the bone plating into this matchup. We see this with some of our harder matchups for LeBlanc. Ari used to take this as well into the likes of LeBlanc, and Vex is an important champion to take this take that kind of rune tech into. Means that Tang Yuan not able to get the harder trades early on as you would potentially like to. Level 3 just about to get hit by RNG's bot lane though.
Ooh, Ignite comes through. Double tap onto Abel. He's going to cleanse away that set Ignite as LP. It's only one summoner for one summoner, but the trade, fantastic hit as they look to approach, you were talking about, that level 3 mark that makes all the difference.
So, hard trades in the mid lane, but Cream has the early game push, and that's something which Cream has struggled to get, particularly in that first game. And in game 2, you can kind of forgive him because it's Kiana, not really able to do that in that one as well, but getting some pressure there allows Aki a bit more breathing room there as well. Really need to see now, though, who can get towards these lanes first, who can start making those killer blows. Wei doesn't really have the ability to do so on the Nocturne, waiting towards that level 6. Aki, though, actually having interactive lanes to play around and having the space to interact with them is very important in this game.
Already the dueling pressure, though, of him is looking pretty enticing. The fear's going to be coming through onto Aki. He's just auto-attacking to high health with PP God trying to step in, but Lumal's there as well. Nice healers. Flash over. Aki's out of there, but Abel's now joined in. Flash to connect, and Wei burning his own. Meanwhile, Cream solo kills Tang Yuan in the mid lane. Just what you want as an OMG fan.
Game 1, RNG did an awesome job of making sure the mid lane matchup didn't really have to become about skill and about how well these players laned. In Game 2 and Game 3, they've not managed to do the same thing. Cream does get onto the board with a matchup which he took into the Annie. The LeBlanc is not an easy matchup into that champion, but still managed to get the first blow in this game.
With that first blood as well on such an impactful champion, OMG, a much cleaner starter, I should say. I mean, a more regular start to the game number 3, as those lanes, you know, for Cream, would be so important to play it out. We'll look at the replay here, Nightmare, because we'll focus on bot side, but mid lane has had a battle at half HP.
This is really good tech. So, didn't have the W cooldown, knows that he can get the kill on the Annie though, so puts a second level in his queue just for this solo kill. Great moment-to-moment decision-making by Cream.
Right. Insane pickup there. Well done. I think Cream is big braining it then, as that first blood nets him a bit more priority here in this lane as well. He's picked up a Dark Seal alongside that Doran's Ring and Boots. So, yeah, Cream is setting himself up for success here in this game as gold leaders move to 700 above, with OMG getting not only that first blood, but a bit of CS lead through jungle, through top. However small, still impactful here for the early lanes.
I love to see what new tech OMG come out with there, and that's a moment-to-moment decision-making kind of victory for Cream at that point. But OMG, they're going to have to do a bit more of that research and development later into the game, because they're still going to have to deal with a heck of a lot of big ultimates, which can threaten pretty much anyone on their team. Rumble can get dived in side lanes. This bot lane, not really immune to that Nocturne Nocturne Cannon combo later into the game either.
Indeed, Cream, good trading even under turret. Not going to get hit by the turret back in return. He's just hit 6-2, so bit of double up now going to happen for this Annie as Wei tries to make himself known, but he's still not level 6 in Nightmare. So the jungler just trying to be a pest in the enemy jungle, while Aki getting close towards 6 himself, but not losing too much here as Wei will be spotted on a ward.
Very dangerous to go into these jungle fights as the Nocturne into the enemy jungle, because again, the Zeri can jump over walls. Very, very dangerous to assume that you're going to be in a 1v1. Doesn't go in towards that Gromp though, does get some vision down, importantly so. Aki not going to be able to get into these early lanes again. At least LP and Luma PP to push Abel and PP got under turret and chunk him out.
And able to get that trade, darts forward, still momentary stuff as Cream not going to get the chain here. Tang Yuan doing a good job of holding his own as this wave continuously shoved in. A much nicer experience for any Zeri fan out there. This feels a little bit more how things should go, especially without the Yuumi. Well, I mean, look, let's just be real. Without the level 1 against the Lucian Nami.
That one didn't exactly help. 2 kills to your lane.
Yeah.
That one's, you're going to be typing in all chat in that one, I think.
Very, very true. I mean, again, pain in the ass to watch that game 2 play out, but I feel like I'll eventually get over it as PP God holding the way for the time being, because you can see that Abel needed to go back. So a good push in from LP and Lumel means that the 2v2 is going to have a bit of a CS advantage with BF Sword, with Static Shift. Sorry, not Static Shift. You know what I mean. Kachea's
that one.
Shard.
Kerchi's Shard.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
A lot of items built up now for this Lucian.
Yes, it's a lot of early stats. Of course, builds into the Storm Razor first. Big early tap damage. Ultimate available for Tang Yuan. Might try and pull it out for a lot of the time with Annie. We see them just drop the Tibbers on the lane just to get control of it. Pin the enemy laner into turret. Not the case though. Tang Yuan having a really rough time against Cream whenever the laning phase has been left in a 1v1. Luckily, Wei will be hitting level 6 fairly soon. Maybe if he can get himself one more camp, can get dangerous. Tang Yuan in danger here now though.
Oh, he is. Double chain comes through. Sigil does connect, but not enough damage at this point in the game. Tang Yuan fine with Lumao healing him up as well. But still, Cream, you can see the kill pressure is starting to build up if it's not already there. Without RNG having a support nearby, as Shanji has Equalizer available. You can see Aki's moving into position, but OMG's top laner not going to pull the trigger, and Breathe is just going to hit the wave back at the turret.
Thing is, that lead in top lane, it's feel good for now, but you have to be able to survive the first dive of the game that comes in from Wei. A lot of the time, Rumble isn't even building something like stopwatch that early into the game anymore. We used to see a lot more Zhonya's Hourglass Rumble in earlier seasons of League of Legends. Now it's just about full damage. But in this game, you are so vulnerable in the side lanes. That CS advantage, it needs to get to the point where you can confidently 1v2 for Shanji to feel good in this game.
Shanji is 15 CS up in that top side, by the way. So big lane here for the top laner of OMG. Zaki, because of that lead, because of that push, is able to start up the Rift Herald on top side. No response for the time being as Wei is just cross-mapping, getting this bottom side dragon as OMG's bottom lane continues to get shoved in.
Yeah, they're still managing to mop up a decent amount of CS. First dragon of the game, though, fairly late on the take, going to be taken by RNG, but it is a trade for the Herald. So, Herald being taken, fairly important. Tang Yuan potentially looking to lock Cream under the tower there. Shanji doing the same to Breathe in top lane.
Yeah, just getting the ulti down for the minion wave too. As you said, Breathe doesn't have TP, so Shanji trying to abuse that as much as he can. Breathe going to have to connect with this wave. While we did see the trade go through, Nymera, curious about the Herald placement here in this game when you have 2 winning solo lanes, but you also have a Zeri Lulu in the bottom side.
I think the Herald kind of has to be placed wherever you can see you can confidently deal with a Nocturne cannon dive. Currently, there is no teleport for Breathe, so you probably want to play it away from that lane. You don't want to risk that cannon ultimate being absolutely huge with that flash. So I think currently, It's less about kind of angling towards a certain lane, more about just dealing with that first big paranoia of the game, which has just come online.
Finally, level 6 then. Lumao also getting his level 6 too. Worth mentioning here, the engage ulti from RNG's bottom lane as Tang Yuan continues to feel the wrath of this LeBlanc as Wei wants to bait in on a ward. He does seem, as you said, no distortion, has to flash away. Good timing here from Wei using his first ulti to get the summoner from OMG Cream.
But it's just the summoner. First ult of the game, and it's not stopping a big Herald play. It's not threatening Shanji in that top side. True. I have to say, I don't think that's a great ultimate from Wei. That was your big point of power. I don't think that's got enough out of it.
You're right. I mean, again, against the LeBlanc as well, going to be hard to find the same opening, especially with distortion being used. So for Cream, he'll have that ulti available soon too. And even though it's only on like a 30-second cooldown, it was used a second time around, or rather first time from Cream in that little trade. Wei's got a bigger cooldown on that ulti, on that paranoia. And now let's see what OMG do with the tempo, because they know that that ulti's down, Nymera. They know exactly what they can abuse on the map without Wei being able to join straight away.
OMG starting to rack up advantages through multiple areas of the map now. That CS lead on that top side again. We were worried about what would happen if that comes into question, where you get ulted by the Nocturne. But as it stands, Shanji watches the screen go dark. It doesn't fly into his lane. He says, okay, I'm just going to keep pushing waves in. Stop the recall coming in from the cannon as well. Hold him in lane just a little bit longer, and Breathe needs to be very careful. There is an Ignite here. If there's an overheat, Breathe could die.
Again, Shanji in the danger zone. Danger amplified here for Breathe with Electro Harpoon. Ignite, Flash available. OMG, however, they are spotted out on the bottom side of the map. They're going deep into enemy jungles, so Shanji might have to be careful where he stands. Aki also spotting out Wei means that they give a little bit more comfortability. We have to see, because OMG, Nymera, they're pushing tempo real fast here. Okay. Herald's going to be dropped down mid, gold to Cream.
Important stuff here, though. The teleport from Breathe, of course, it's beyond 10 minutes. It could have come in for a flank teleport. Not going to be the case. Cream is going to get a bit of that gold shared. It's just the one plate, I think it is. Can't remember if 88 gold. I think that's just the one share between Aki and Cream there. That is...
Oh, no.
Well, that's the dulling. That's the ultimate being used by LP. Sadly, getting nothing out of that one. And RNG, they're missing a lot of their early punches, which they would have loved to get out of these first cooldowns of the game. This is a little awkward now.
It really is. I mean, at least Dragon's not up for 2 minutes, so it'll come back by them. But RNG, again, not doing too much in this early game. It's showcasing almost a 2k gold lead by OMG as well. Lanes winning out throughout, and even that bot side has caught back up on CS despite LP and Lumao finding 15, 20 CS in that early portion. Tang Yuan getting half HP. It's just such a good story from OMG, and I've got to say, when we came through in the start of the series, I need to pause. Yeah, Breathe walking into a trap. There's the Zoo. He lights it up, but Shanji can follow this up if he needed. Didn't even need the ulti. Kill goes over to Aki as Breathe is just caught out again.
But why are you there? Because you want to be playing around the next paranoia. It's just come back off a cooldown. As soon as he was in River, I was thinking, oh, he must be waiting for Wei to come here. He must be waiting for Tang Yuan to teleport into the play. No, he's just out of position. He goes down, and this top side, which is already getting a lot of advantages for itself, is getting an awful lot of, again, very free plays from RNG, who are not being very precise in this early game.
They're not, are they? I mean, 2k gold lead is showing that it's not just the lanes, but it's the fact that they're not being precise. They're not being as proactive. Here comes the ulti again. Can they find Cream? He has no flash, but distortion's down to turret. Okay. This time we take it back. RNG finally gets something in the game.
Okay, so they get down Cream. What's it leading into? You're not going to be able to get a free dragon off of this. That's spawning a little bit too late. It is something in pocket that's important, but you're not going to have a paranoia for second dragon of the game. You'd love to be playing around that. You're also not going to have it for the second herald of the game if that comes to a fight. Again, these are okay plays. The ultimates, they're getting like a flash, they're getting a kill, but it's not the best thing ever coming in from the jungler.
Flash, okay. Shanji, that's what I call ambitious, but with a flame spitter in danger zone. Electro Harpoon again, Breathe, pops out the fruits. Oh my god, the solo bolo. Shanji is the big spitter.
Has himself the level 2 ultimate power spike. 2 ranks in the equalizer. And that equation is very much in the favor of OMG's top laner. Shanji was the original Rumble top player this year, was playing it, heck, even last year in spring. Makes it work once again into Breed's cabin.
Culling, ultimate, PP God dead, and meanwhile, at least RNG's bottom lane are having some success as Abel walking up like he wants to fight 1v2. Not yet, buddy, even with Trinity Force. As at least for RNG, finding themselves support might make Dragon more feasible, despite Breed just getting solo killed moments before.
Looks like Aki's heading down there himself. Not sure, particularly with Way on the other side of the map. RNG can defend this one, so it's not going to be an early set of Dragon stacks for RNG. Always very important to attract that one. With a composition like RNG's, they would love to force OMG into desperate fights, because that means that they're likely going to put themselves out of position for the big cannon flanks, for the big Nocturne ultimates. The fact that you haven't been able to get early Dragon control and get these neutral objectives stacking up in your favor makes it harder to find those angles later into the game.
Well, how will it play out? We've got a Dragon apiece. OMG, 2K up, still stands. Aki going deep for the invade here on top of Way. He's going to have some information with Red Buff moving to the side brush here. But Cream just comes on in, makes himself known, and just like that, OMG get more priority in the bottom side. Is even able, soloing this turret out because of it. I mean, bot is theirs, and that's just such a big win. Whether Zeri again has that free time to scale. Is he going to pull the trigger with so many members of OMG MIA?
I was wondering if it was going to be the case, because LP and Lumao getting back to lane. LP could have flashed forward as well, but I think with Cleanse, flash available from Abel, and also the ability to hop over the wall, a little hard to do so. Zeri, one of the better champions at dealing with the Nocturne Paranoia. As long as you stand next to the wall, they connect with you, and then you go over the wall, and you don't do it a little too early. You can get away from that one. Shanji, though, very safe on the other side of the map, getting himself so much extra gold. Proto Belt built up. Rather Rocket Bar, still call it the Proto Belt.
Yeah, right. Shanji, everyone knows what you mean.
Just about. But with this, you know, you have to make the most use of these paranoias. If you don't perform to Cream, he still has himself a flash, though.
As well. Oh my god, LP getting it out of him. How long on till E? You want to know, is Paranoia to snipe him down. RNG's jungler finishing off the kill on LP. That was a beautiful confidence play.
Was Cream a little bit disrespectful, but the power spike has come through from the Lucian, the Nami, and the Nocturne goes in for the follow-up play. Cream, once again, being shown that he is not playing alone in a 1v1 lane.
LP, is he going to be punished for using everything to go forward, though? Aki on the wings. Oh, yes, he is indeed. Equalizer there. No summoners available. Shanji picks up the kill while Wei was doing Herald in the meantime, but he's going to be forced off the objective. And for OMG, their patience rewarded so well as Shelly decides to do the Matrix back to the Herald pit.
Okay. Wei.
Oh, my God, dude. This hurts to watch. Ignite down Wei, lucky to be alive. Shanji running the map.
RNG, they've had momentary okay plays around the Paranoia, around this Lucian Nami as well, but it's not led into huge victories. It's not led into the neutral objectives, into multiple kills. They're only single kills here and there, and you can see in the gold lead, that's not been enough to keep them up in that regard. It's not been enough to keep them up in their neutral objectives either. So now, second Herald going over to OMG, and RNG, they're really now waiting for Breed's flash, teleport, and ultimate to land a big blow. That's the next big playmaking tool they have available to them.
We're going to be spotted out if he comes any closer. Ward there to spot out Cream in brush. Wouldn't be thinking about it right now. We've got 2 minutes till the Dragon. Be a second for either of these teams. We'll pause on that thought front. This is after LP tried to kill Cream and used everything to get caught out.
Lazy a little bit from LP and Lumao. Feels like the resets were almost certainly coming in towards topside from OMG. Maybe RNG thought that with Cream down they wouldn't contest, but I think that's a little naive if that was the thought process indeed. And now once again, Shanji sitting in this topside brush. Paranoid just coming off a cooldown, but Shanji, again, this guy is not just the psychopath player that will always all in. He also understands that Paranoia is likely on his side of the map, is off cooldown, clears out the wave and makes sure he doesn't have to deal with the dive.
Shanji, God damn, he's got needlessly large. Just waiting for this item purchase. He's in base right now. Double needless just picked up. He is going
I thought he was going to go Shadow Flame, but no, he gets a hat.
Look at the enemy team. Why not go full AP when you have no tank to deal with? Shanji going to have a game of it as LP almost caught out again. Sitting in that brush was not the place to be, especially when you don't have flash available. So he just has to back off while OMG get themselves a bit of mid priority. RNG, top side is their push right now with Breeze finally getting some gold back.
And Breed still has flash, still has teleport, still has ult. There's a chance of a flank angle around the Dragon spawning in a minute, but they're not really got enough wards to get themselves a great counterplay in this mid lane unless they retreat back towards the top side of the map. Doesn't really seem like that's likely. OMG trade some towers across the map. Cream's been pushing down towards this bot side as well. OMG just getting more gold out of the continual trade.
Again, it's just so good from OMG here in this early game. Complete transition from what the early game was. We've got a 4K gold lead, and OMG are now set up for the second Dragon too. All bot side, they stay. 20 seconds till it spawns, and RNG have to face check this, but they've got no vision towards this objective. Abel even trying to zone them down. I mean, Shanji thinking about it. RNG jumped on, and there's the paranoia defensively this time, though, as OMG have pulled out a couple of summoners and now have the area free of charge.
The paranoia being down is so much more important than the equalizer at this point. The big combo of the cannon flank with the lights also being turned off is now no longer available. Now there's also no walls behind OMG. Nothing deeper into that point. Back in the era of, well, I guess last year's RNG, you could always count on Ming and Xiaohu putting those wards down for those crazy objective flanks. They don't have that here and now.
He's still going to try and walk in, though, but Shanji's ult half off the cooldown. It's not too long at this point as Culling comes through. Tidal Wave as well. Abel out. Again, free of charge to use the word. Is it 2K Arky going to place Might Steal? Wei jumps in, but doesn't find it. No Cyclone yet as he has Flash available. Pops the pill, and straight away on the RNG backline he sits as Shanji gets ready to run in.
Breathe.
Boys, get ready to learn American as Breathe on the backside of Cream is huge, but I think the dirty damage is from Shanji. He's taken on the world, and the world can't fight back. Breathe gonna drop as well, and it's time to rumble with Shanji's equalizer. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Almost,
no!
but you gotta look at the effort.
An Atlas-like performance from Shanji, the Titan which holds up the world. RNG just blown apart, and not having the paranoia for this crucial fight is a huge difference maker. Breathe actually has a good fight. There's no exhaust for him to be dealt with on this cannon, but he doesn't have the same kind of setup. His backline is already heading backwards, and on his own, he's not enough to end the fight. Shanji, though, does have the damage to just do all of his own stunts. He doesn't need a stunt double, he does all of his own tricks. He goes 1v3 and he comes out the better for it. Breathe on the other side tries to, but he just doesn't have the stats.
And we're looking at an explosive cannon ulti, but our observer forgot that GigaChat in the top lane was indeed Shanji this series, this game at the very least. 10 stacks on the ring. That Ring of Power should be turning into a book surely soon. Rabadon's picked up. 402, massive bounty, 4.5k damage. Shanji carrying this one through now with the 6k gold lead for OMG.
Yeah, I think that that Ring of Power turning into the Silmarillion is the Lord of the top lane, at least in this one. So strong, and particularly at this point, no one can really answer him. We're at the point where even if the paranoia flies towards him, you're in danger here as well, even without that.
Oh, Spell Shield only going to do it one time, isn't it? And look who comes down the middle lane, equalizes, zones them off. LP at half HP, there's the flash, but why are you doing this? Abel now on an angle and a 1v2, but down the bottom side, Wild Growth keeps him alive. Over the wall, Abel trying to poke him down. Breathe ulti would have been great if they had some gold, but they don't. It's a triple over to Arky, and OMG skyrocket their stocks in Game 3.
Has anyone seen Tang Yuang's tippers? Because I haven't. It's on the other side of the screen. It missed the crucial target, and OMG make absolute mincemeat out of their opponents. Game 1, RNG shut down OMG before they could team fight, before they could get any of their crazy individual plays. This game, just like the one beforehand, they reached a point where they could team fight, and even more dominant than Game 2. Game 3 is absolutely going as a landslide to OMG. The big team fights just haven't gone their way, and what more do you say? What more do you say? Tang Yuan struggles once again on the Annie. That ultimate could have seen down Abel. Just doesn't happen.
And even though Breathe gets a good one himself, I mean, the rest of his team's already dead. Abel, that Protobelt almost hit him, actually. I think that's our cameraman zooming in on that. But in the end, he survives too, and OMG now move to about 10,000 gold, just under at this point of the game. 23 minutes in, Baron picked up, and bounties on that top side of the map. Majai's has been the upgrade for Shanji too, who's almost
We've got 2 of them.
level 16, man. I mean, yeah. Cream decided to get in on that party early too, as RNG are trying for their last hope.
He's got Banshees, has Flash. He has himself his Mimic as well, trying to blow it. Okay, he sees them now.
But he did the damage and they couldn't get anything in return. Look at the ulti from Shanji, that equalizer has just set it up. Arky behind. Oh no! One Cyclone, let's make it a second. Aqua Prison's great, but the Wild Growth keeps him alive. Arky, the turret is no longer a threat as it's gone, as Shanji runs forward with a harpoon and a half. LP has to get out of there as well, as OMG have made this series one of their own.
Yeah, maybe Shanji's book with the harpoons. Maybe it's Moby Dick going whale hunting with those harpoons. Gets enough damage down in that one. OMG storming in towards the base.
Abel getting damaged by Tang Yuan, but what can you do at this point? Inhibitor not even going to go down, but the base is still broken. Mid pushed in by Cream in the meantime. The Baron power play still successful. And OMG, from what we saw in Game 1, which was controlled early gameplay from RNG's angle, and OMG having no say, has definitely turned around in this series. I feel like OMG have definitely warmed up to it, especially after the second game.
And this is why, even at the start of today, we were talking about how the score lines didn't really match up with how we viewed these teams. And RNG, they're a confidently mid-table team when they made that late run into playoffs. They won their first round versus TT as well. But OMG, I think they saw themselves above, particularly in spring, just that mid-table pack. They definitely saw themselves up into that top 4. And despite losing that game 1, they are just such a stylish team. Luma getting roasted alive.
Shanji just proto belts and gets in range of E. Straight away, this is obviously done, but Shanji is just styling him over and over again. Mid turret now under threat. And what more can you say from the man? Shanji gonna back away. I don't know where he's going, but maybe charging up for the next ulti. That won't be too far behind. As double inhibitor dropping in one fell swoop. RNG in a 5 versus 4 with these minions channeling into the base.
I think they're still a little bit worried by the Paranoia and the Cannon. We've not seen that combo at all, though. They've pushed in very heavily and very quickly across the map, though. It's very dangerous when you overstay, when you push in very quickly to a new area of the map. There's a chance that there's those flank teleport wards available. And even though the engage hasn't landed for RNG so far, you can't really... did they just lose vision? Oh, there's the blue trinket.
Got it again. Okay, now Cream has no distortion available. He flashes, he's got no one nearby, and over the wall, the Q gets him. At least that's something for RNG. No objectives are up, but you'll take what you can get at this point.
And Cream's never going to find the ending to his book. He's lost the pages.
Oh, no.
This is the worst thing ever. It's like finishing halfway through a book and then losing the bookmark. What's he going to do about that? Going to have to find himself some more kills, some more assists. Once again, it's a Paranoia pulled out for just the 1 kill, but at least this time with some more cooldown reduction built up and the second rank of that Paranoia available, it will at least be off cooldown for the next big fights of the game.
Yes, it will, but again, using that as we watch Cream die, using that is not going to give RNG all that much hope in the game. At least 1 pick, but we need at least 10 more. That's what I'm trying to say is way blind. Nice.
Cool guys, don't look at explosions. Maybe Cream could have got out if he actually flashed first and then saved his Mimic, so at least he could hop back to a return point, wait for another cooldown of the Distort. Didn't quite manage to pull that one off, though. Still doing fine. Cream has had to deal with an awful lot of jungle attention in this game, and it has not changed through to the very end of this series. OMG still in the driver's seat. They have themselves sold point. Dragon not spawning for a while, though. They have another equalizer getting pulled again.
Yeah, it does come through. Not the best one, but still, the damage is just insane. I mean, look, Wayne, Luma out from the tip. In a turret going down on top of that as well. Breathe is busy in the bot side, but Cream pushing through the mid lane. And right now, OMG trying to sync up their waves. A little bit mismanaged, but with this top side coming in fast, we'll still have pressure on RNG's base for now.
Particularly because it is that rank 3, the ultimate for Shanji. It will be off a cooldown fairly shortly. You've got the Baron spawning in just a minute. It will be available to that. Just being able to push RNG off that inner turret, push them back into their base. It's enough value for now. And of course, it'll show on the end game. Damage graphs as well. I'm sure Shanji looking to pump up some of that DPS number.
They have to at this point. They need something positive to come through. Baron coming up again in 40 seconds, by the way. So we are going to see OMG positioning around that one. And probably getting it to finish the final touches on the base of RNG. This series has been so back and forth. But for RNG, this is going to be a heartfelt loss if we continue in this trend, because OMG have some of the top teams in the league, struggled a little bit, beat Weibo, surprisingly enough. A win here against RNG is massive, considering that RNG are around similar placement, or at least one of the teams that they have to beat if we keep talking about OMG in a competitive sense, in a playoff sense, once again in this split.
Yeah, and as we said, they've kind of got some of their hardest matches out of the window already. They've faced BLG and JDG, sadly didn't walk away with a victory against either of those teams. But still, does mean that the remaining teams in the schedule, they cannot take this team for granted. They should not be kept kind of on airs with this scoreline being put in front of them. OMG turning up very strong today. And again, this is a team which made playoffs for the first time in, 5 years in spring? They're a team which has hit above expectations. They found their mojo, as many teams in the LPL do. And they really are one of our most unique teams in this league as well.
Yeah, no one's going to be drafted like this. For,
no.
For the 17 teams we have, I don't think we're going to get many that are going to be drafting like this. And granted, they've gotten away with a lot, but still taking explosive matchups like the LeBlanc here in this game. Shanji pulling out one of his favorites in the Rumble. Again, he's real well known for other things as culling does come through. OMG defending well, equalizer down, heal burnt. Tangyuan just knocked heavy for it. And OMG are using all that pressure from the other lanes to come into the base. RNG are going to lose it all.
Yeah, and Abel hits his power spikes, has a more Malmortius as well on top of everything else. The lawnmower, the Terra Ferminator is online. Breathe has tried for a flank TP, but he just can't do anything.
I mean, the game might be over. On to Aki, not the right choice here. The double Cyclone gives edge here to LP to jump in. Excuse me, Abel on the other side. He flashes and starts firing away. Way will be the first to go as, look, Breathe just got solo killed by Shanji. What more could you want? OMG fans better be happy. I know Dom will be cheering for this one, as a 2-1 over RNG is well deserved for OMG to move up the ranks.
Welcome everyone to the Lactose Tolerance Club. We love cream here. We also love a bit of Shanji, Abel, Aki, and of course PP God. They made a bit of a meal of it in game one. RNG dealt with some heavy early game blows, but in the second and third games, OMG again really showing up that they are. And they're also showing that they're one of these teams which very rarely take mental damage from a lost game, even when it's quite difficult like that game one. They always have another strategy prepared. They always have some more spice left in the kitchen. And this is one of those series which will be held, it probably is one of these good examples later into the split, which will see them above a lot of these teams we consider mid-table.
Yeah, I mean, again, we're looking at a team that, you know, can do anything at this point, especially with the Weibo Gaming win, with the RNG win, the warm-up in the series. This is exciting for OMG fans because we see the draft diversity. We also see the diversity as a team and how they can kind of bounce back. I think overall, OMG still looking like a playoff team. It's just about how they develop through the split. And that's the other good thing is, you know, you're developing with the same roster. We've got the exact same roster from last split. We've got the same core players that in the previous year were starting to make OMG as well. So that's what makes OMG a really exciting team part of the competition, because they are creating their own identity and sticking with the guns they've got.
And particularly when you have a couple of these players which have been on OMG for a very long time now, thinking particularly of a player like Aki, who is rarely the star of this roster, but is always the facilitator and allows this team to play its very unique picks in all of these lanes while he just facilitates. He fills in the gaps, papers over the cracks of what otherwise might not be as meta a composition. He also allows this team to take on its identity. I think the special thing about a team like OMG is not the fact that they have the crazy picks. It's about the fact that they found a way to balance those crazy picks against each other and play good in this meta, despite the fact that other teams and other players can't make these champions work.
Especially in a stale meta, right? Like, we are in the crux of a very repetitive, dramatic, over-the-top meta of, oh, there's Wukong, Vi, still Zeri. Like, we are in a very repetitive meta. And seeing solo lanes come out with picks like LeBlanc, like the Rumble, right? Even seeing the Nocturne come through that time around. Sorry, that was the other side.
Kiana,
you know what I mean?
We had that one.
We had the Kiana game in game 2, right? There's still a lot of flair from OMG, and that's what makes them one of the most exciting teams in the league, because of how they can play some of these drafts against some of these teams. That's the OMG hype squad, I guess, just ramping up here. On the other side, we should look at RNG, because RNG had a bit of a secondary hero arc. What do you call it? A villain arc.
Yeah.
They got worse as the series went on.
It's not quite the same as an anti-hero, but there's some character development to be done for RNG, especially. I think, particularly ever since the departure of Xiaohu, RNG have been looking for their Xiaohu 2.0. They've tried Tangyuan and Angel in spring. They've decided to stick with Tangyuan, and he had a bit of a nightmare game 3 particularly, but he's had some rough games. Game 1, he was propped up by his team, because we kind of saw what happened when that doesn't happen against players the level of Cream. Imagine if that happens against a player like Knight, like a player even like Yagao. We have a lot of very good mid laners in the LPL. If Tangyuan cannot survive on his own versus these top teams mid laners, you're going to have a really rough time. And RNG, they couldn't make it work throughout the entire series.
I mean, look, again, moments from LP, some moments from Tangyuan, especially game 1 on the Nico, but outside of that, a little bit disappointing. Oh, I should mention Wei as well. I think, you know, was one of the hero players. Even in this game, a couple of picks towards mid. But yeah, Tangyuan falling short is not a new narrative. He's really struggling, I think, when people look at RNG, they've seen that Tangyuan has been one of the weakest players on this roster consistently. And even Breathe this split. Breathe has been underwhelming. Like, RNG fans must be fuming that one of the mainstays, one of the leftovers, is performing a lot worse than, you know, some of the new people like LPL.
Well, I'm thinking back to, you know, the narrative of the last few years in terms of what we continually saw from RNG, in terms of who is consistently performing. Wei was one of the players who in previous years wasn't that consistent, but actually in this series you can see that he has had his own growth. It's just finding that inspiration for the rest of the team now to capitalize off of that.
Definitely is. I've just been told in my ear though, OMG's AD carry Abel is standing by, so we're going to hand it over for an interview over in Shanghai.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview, and I'm standing by with Avo from OMG. Congratulations on today's win. Let's talk a bit more about Game 2. In Game 2, you guys have chosen this Kiana mid. We know this champion is definitely one of the confident picks for Cream, but still, tell us more about the background of this champion pick. 那首先恭喜你们今天获得了比赛的胜利。第一个问题想问一下第二局的英雄选择。第二局你们是直接选下了齐亚娜中单吗？我们知道这是小奶油的招牌之一，但是当时果断的选下来的原因是什么？因为最近也没有经常看到。
但是就他觉得真的很好，就很想选，然后就选了。
At that time, Cream feels like Kiana can be a really good pick, and he's quite confident with it, so we just got that pick. And also in Game 2, to be honest, RNG, they played quite aggressively for that level 1 invasion to your jungle. But after that, your Zeri were able to get 2 kills in your pocket. So what happened there? After you getting 2 kills, do you feel like the game is already inside your hand? 那其实也想问一下，第二局的对面的一级团入侵，当时他们是一级就进入到你们的野区，然后想要来打一波团，但那个时候你的泽里反而是拿到2颗头，所以说可能在拿到2个击杀之后，有没有觉得好像这局比赛已经有一点胜利在望了？然后呢，当时是发生了什么？
当时就他们卢线脱节了，然后我拿2个人头之后，就感觉游戏结束了。
Around there, the opponent's Lucian is really in a very bad position. So, and also after I got 2 kills, it feels like the game ends. Definitely a very smooth and perfect clean victory for Game 2. And also in both Game 2 and 3, the opponent's team, they have this Lucian Nami pick. In this meta, we feels like LPL teams, they always have so many Lucian bans, but the win rate of this body is very low. It's only 30%. So what makes this, why this happened? And in facing against Lucian Nami, what's your focus in the bot lane, especially for the laning phase? 那其实也想问一下，关于一个下路对决，其实对面2、3局是都选出了卢锡安娜美的下路组合。我们经常能看到 LPL 的队伍会搬掉卢锡安，但是他的胜率却是非常低。你觉得这个原因是什么？为什么这样会发生？面对卢娜的时候，你下路可能觉得重点是什么？
卢锡安胜率低是因为他前期就只要打不出优势，后面就没用了。然后面对他的话他只要不给他人头，他就没什么用。
I must say for Lucian Nami, that body, if Lucian can be quite strong in the early game, but if he can't get advantage from early game, it feels like this champion is kind of not that useful. So in facing against Lucian Nami, if we try to avoid Lucian to get kills in the early game, the games will be in our control. And also my last question is, in talking about OMG, the keyword is definitely a very solid and coordinated team fight. So do you feel the 5 of you become even more coordinated coming into the late game team fights this split? How would you comment on the team synergy at this moment? 那其实我们想到 OMG 的时候，可能一个关键词就是打得特别团队，打得特别完美的团战。所以说你怎么评价现在队伍的一个整体的配合？有没有觉得可能现在整体的团战有比之前还要更多的进步呢？
就打得越来越好了。
Yeah, definitely. It feels like the 5 of us, the whole team, we just perform better and better. And definitely, I totally agree with that. And congratulations again. 那再次恭喜你们，后面也继续加油。And back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thank you to Wendy and Abel. What do you say more than, game 3, game 2, we had 2 kills on Zeri and we just won. It felt like the game was over then. What is Lucian? Lucian's useless unless he gets a lead. Well done. Hats off to Abel. Shanji MVP in game 3. This was also a no-brainer, right? Considering that OMG just smashed this one through this top lineup.
Yeah, Shanji got in the damn robot once again. We have OMG. You know, like the Neon Genesis Evangelion thing? It's this whole, like, coming at the end times thing. We saw this live on our screens. Shanji just roasted people alive the entire game. He's probably the best Rumble player in the world right now. He continually draws bans. He continually draws really great performances out of this pick. Very deserving of an MVP.
I mean, again, on this pocket pick too, so nice to watch as we just watch him snipe down, breathe a couple of these replays. Solo kill on the top side really showed us a lot as well. As I mean, he just got so much movement speed coming through. I just love that this finishes off with a solo kill in front of Wei's head.
And I think one of the things which Abel was talking about in that interview is that the team just played a lot better in the 5v5s as the series went on as well, and they played better as a unit. I think that's very true as well. You can see that OMG are an exemplary team fighting team. They're a team which will often be on the same page, and even when they're behind, it allows them to kind of take these fights against the run of the game and say, look, we're in the right place, we have the damage, even if we're down in gold, let's make it work. Of course, in this game, they didn't have to do that. They were smashing the game anyway, and it's just so stylish watching this team being able to pull off unique compositions like this.
I mean, again, just beautiful stuff. Abel getting final kill, whatever. It's a Zeri. He got it 2 games in a row. Well, one of those games, I mean, RNG just dropped the draft completely. But folks, I mean, that's it. That's a 3-game series from OMG and RNG. At least OMG showing us they are deserving of being called a potential playoff team, as next week, that's when it really comes into fruition. Next week, they have NIP coming through, NIG. These are teams that can beat Nightmare, but I'm cut off, bro. I don't even get to talk about that. I got to thank you instead for coming and joining me for this one.
Wonderful as
We're going to take It's a pleasure to have you back. It is a break time here. Kitty's going to be joining me for the next 2. WEIG running from a delay to catch up to live, then EDG, JDG for tonight's final game. Will be coming up right after that. See you soon.
I'll never forget the way you
我觉得 IG 就是一个打法风格比较凶悍的队伍吧，就是我们只要自己减少失误，然后打出该有的水平就好。觉得安也是一个打法比较凶的选手吧，就是和 IG 小组对阵的话，应该会爆发人头吧。我觉得西安主场的氛围就一直都很好吧，然后想对我的粉丝说的就是，我们会一直连胜下去吧，就是状态会越来越好。
See, that's better. That's better. What we've got in the past of LPL is like, you know, we hope the team tries hard and all that stuff. They're like, we're gonna perform better and better, much better as WE enter the stage versus IG. My name's Hysterics. I've got Kitty by my side again for the last 2 series. And Kitty, we are running out of delay, so we get to look at pick ban and then jump straight in. Without breaks, we'll probably be going to game 2 as well. We will not be stopping. We will literally be on the Zaza all night long. And I'm just kind of keen to see what drafts are, because WEIG should be pretty exciting with our players. And boom, you know what? We weren't wrong, especially from IG's side.
And we have YSKM being subbed in for IG, or at least this series up against WE. And of course, in YSKM fashion, it is going to be that Fiora vs Sion matchup. So I'm very excited and my eyes are all about that. But something else that is also keeping my eyes glued onto the screen is Tianjin picking this Kindred for game 1. I mean, IG just having a lot of champions that are ready to cook. But WE, I've been calling them the team that is most willing to play standard. I feel like they're the teams to kind of describe with the word ARAM, because at around that 26-minute mark, especially when you do give Cube something like the Sion, they're more than happy to just play 5v5s and play front to back. So it's really going to be IG on how they execute this team composition, because it's so much harder, especially when you have so many carries in your pockets.
And so far, I mean, just talking story-wise, WE, this is going to be the biggest test for them because they have 2-0 to AL, Ultra Prime. IG's a very different beast. IG are a mid-tier team, and one that realistically missed out on playoffs last split only by a hair. This time around, they've gone up against teams like NIP, taking the loss, RNG, taking the loss. They've only beaten LGD. IG need to start proving themselves, and with YSKM back in this top side of the map, hopefully they can do so. YSKM didn't play last time around. It was Naney, actually, who subbed in. But hopefully some of the health issues that were plaguing YSKM have now been fixed, as alongside Tianjin, we can get back to that old topside motto between the new jungler and the topside mini the Shy.
Something I love about IG is you can see very clearly what IG's intention is, swapping out between these two top laners, which is Nenny and YSKM, and I feel like they just bring such a different flavor when it comes to the team composition that they decide to draft around. As of course, another person that we haven't highlighted so far is going to be crying on this Annie. He's on his iconic champion, back on something that he is very comfortable on, acting as that main engage when it comes to those team fights. So the execution for him in these team fights, at least, the requirement is going to be very high. But something else I also wanted to highlight is the IG's composition overall. I mean, we said it's the double marksman kind of team composition coming for this game 1, and it was a really good answer. I keep throwing it back to this series where it was JDG versus LGD, and it was exactly Kindred plus the Blitzcrank camping towards that bottom side and shutting down Ruler on that Jinx in the first 5 minutes, and it really gave this Jinx a run for her money.
And coming back to it as well, I mean, outside of the comp, Cryan being on something supportive mid is when he was on RNG, when he won MSI, it was exactly what he was known for. Things like Twisted Fate, things like the Talia, things that have a lot of utility that, excuse me, can play around the team. This game around will be no exception with some of the setup here. As talking about early lanes, YSKM here in a favorable matchup, it's also a nice thing to see when he pulls out Fiora, which when he was in the PCS, when he was in, God, why is this game? Frank Esports, excuse me.
Yeah.
YSKM was a big Fiora player. It was banned against him, red side, blue side, whatever. They would first pick it if it was left open. So it's nice to see that he has returned to one of his core strengths, the champion that made him who he is.
Man's an absolute menace when you give him something like the Fiora and the Jax, right? And I think it's just the perfect champion when you are looking at how WE wins these games, because I feel like they're very one-dimensional, and especially when you look at their drafts, it's very predictable to see how they will play out these team fights. And something that I do want to credit to Shanks in particular is that he's kind of moved in more of a utility role where he is playing stuff like the Addy, the Gragas for this game 1, where you play up that vision and you look for flanks onto someone like On, who is piloting the Aphelios for this game. lane, but in their previous 2 series wins, they've never really been challenged in the side lane, having that added pressure from someone like the Fiora. So WE, they're kind of working off a timer right now.
They are indeed. Hung trying to advance that timer a little bit, get in the face of Tianjin. Spotting out the Kindred is half the battle as he clears his wolves, and will just be able to take himself another mark. Excuse me, not mark, but rather, oh, advantage. Wink with the hook in. Hope is pulled, grabbing him there as well, but do they have enough damage? Ignite follows through, Caliburn runs out of range, and Hope just scuttles away. That's 2 summoners for IG, and you have to remember with Emilio, Cozy Campfire, there's a bit of healing and sustain in
But
this
look at
lane.
Tianjin. He's wrapping around from the Tri-Bush, but WE, they are going to back away with no problem whatsoever. As long as the flash doesn't get burned from the bottom lane of WE, there is not too much to worry about. As Wink, he doesn't suspect anything too out of the ordinary.
He doesn't have an 80 carry.
It's just typical Jinx versus Aphelios things, but something that I do want to highlight is Wink on this Blitzcrank, because something that IG found a lot of success with is the previous support meta, which was the AD carry building the Umbral Glaive, and us knowing that Wink used to be an ADC player, he was very comfortable on piloting these champions, but now being a Enchanted dominated meta, I mean the execution, or at least the positioning in these teamfights, the requirement is very high, so I really enjoy that Wink. He's kind of playing something that is going to be easy to force, easy to execute, just flash order, and then you get that hook down, but at the end, WE, they have the Milio, they have the Jinx, they're playing for 5v5s, the late game scaling, and sometimes if the hooks aren't on point, this Blitzcrank, it looks a little bit goofy.
And on that note, I mean, Wink last split was playing this because, as you said, 80 carry meta, a great pick up into the bottom lane. Wink was the only person who was really consistently picking it up. So seeing him on Blitz again, yeah, his identity stays the same. Something he's very strong on. We'll have to see how he finds Hope here in this game, as Cube unable to stop the back and the top side. YSCam just TP's back. Cube already burnt his. I just need to do a quick check up here in this game, as we're talking a lot about the early game pace. Tianjin has just picked up a mark in that top side. So 1 mark to the Kindred already. He rolled the dice at the Scuttle Crab. Got the right one, it seems. And it's a great way to start as a Kindred, especially when Hung was moments off finding him and getting a smite steal. Especially when you talked about the scaling here, Kitty, and how to play this top lady carry comp. I think Tianjin, we need to do constant check-ins with him just to make sure he's trailing and consistently putting up some early game stats so that he can scale later on.
Most definitely, and that is going to be the Tibbers dropped for this mid lane, forcing Shanks to be half HP, not having that TP available, so if IG want to work with this tempo, they can start something like the Dragon, as you will have that numbers advantage, but level 6s will be so important, especially for the side of WE to work off, as when you are playing the Gragas up against Kindred, that is just the perfect counter for that Kindred ultimate. So at the very end, I'm not too sure how draft went in terms of pick order, but like I said, IG will be starting and getting this first Dragon into their pockets. But my question for Tianjin for this game is that how many people do you want to be hovering in this game, because you have something like the Fiora that is going to naturally win when you come to the isolated matchup. IG, I mean, if you work of how Wink is going to pilot that hook towards the bottom side, you can also force Hope into a very uncomfortable position where it does break the early game tempo for this Jinx and Milio, but we'll have to wait and see, because both of these junglers, they are just working towards that level 6.
I mean, on that note, Tianjin as well needs set up in lanes. It's the one thing about Kindred, mounting Dread, great slow, but once you get the trade off, you kind of need follow-up. You need CC chains, and Cry and Wink. Those are the people in this game to do it. And especially since Cube now has ulti. Shanks as well with Body Slam makes it a little bit harder. Especially with Hung hovering around close to level 6 himself. There's just a lot of triggers that can be pulled from WE to either get out or turn the perfect counter engage. Now, speaking of being a pest, Hung in the enemy red side jungle right now, taking away this top side camp. And he's got a transition as well. Enough to make YSCam feared, as Tianjin in the meanwhile just got a second mark. So in the jungle v jungle matchup, who cares about losing your red when you just got yourself another free mark bot side?
Yeah, yoink. I mean, he's already halfway to that level 4 mark, as Crying once again, you already see that he is that Annie player, constantly dropping the Tibbers to burst Shanks out, so it allows Tianjin to hover towards his bottom side, so he has these lane priorities to work of. As the hook doesn't land from Link, I haven't seen a hook. Oh, we have seen one hook land, but no flashes were burnt. So it's pretty slow start for both of these laners. But I would love to see Wink to kind of move out of bot lane and start going towards that top side and get that Rift Herald into the pockets of IG.
But you know what's really important? I mean, Wink even stopping the back there, desyncs the recall with Iwandi. He has to stick around and isn't able to go back as well, you know, by the control ward that he missed out on in the tri-brush. He doesn't have the vision as well. He has to stick with Hope in a half mana lane too, while IG continue pushing in. So reset timing here, favorable as Wink is able to go back first and make his movement on the map with mobility boots. Bit of a support diff coming through at the moment with Wink trying to find a pick elsewhere.
Krang is out of mana though, and he doesn't have that TP available, so Wink is just gonna show up and yoink that cannon minion in the mid lane and secure himself level 6. But one of my biggest critiques for IG and coming into this summer split, I might have to hold as Hung is looking for something.
Flash bomber in the middle. There's the static field though. Crying saved by the Lambs. Respite pulled in. That means it's going to be used by Hung with the rocket to fly through the flash. And Tianjin first blood over to the Kindred. Zap not going to connect here as the flash again. Shanks trying to get back in. They're just trying, but it's a failed fight. Now poked out, shoved in, and on. Almost gets the range to get another kill. IG with the turn and burn, and WE just didn't have enough damage.
And IG read W like a book as Wink wrapped around, playing up that numbers advantage, and Tianjin plopping that ultimate down to save Crying meant that this first blood in the hands of Tianjin now, he is having a great early game to start off as his Kindred.
I mean, 1 kill, 2 marks, like, not the worst stats to open this game, as with that kill as well, he's able to pick up the Noon Quiver. And the very least you can say for WE is they were on the map first, they go to this Herald Kitty. But Arn is soloing out the turret. Shanks might come soon, but that's 2 bits of turret plating alone for Arn on this Aphelios. And another mark.
The 2 people that you
dear.
don't want to be getting fed in this game is that double ADC carry comp. As you see, Wink being a bit of a menace towards his bottom side is going to make Shank leave his bottom side. Does he die?
Oh my god. Well mounting Dread, he's got no flash. The Kindred's rolling in red hot. Tianjin, 1 more auto. He gets it, and it was also another mark. 5 marks in 10 minutes. We're getting world record territory. As you know what, Kitty? That also opens up the bottom side of the map. No, it's blocked. TP has to be used. Another plate taken. IG's early game is going hot.
And we see WE trading the same amount of plates towards this top side. It is going to be shared between 3 people as we have ultimates traded between the support and mid laner of IG. But like you've been saying, Kraken Slayer now in the hands of Tianjin and 5 stacks onto this Kindred. His attack speed and also the attack range is going to be such a problem for WE to work of, especially when Jinx, you are trying to go for those items spikes working along this Milio, but giving such a head start to IG, they need to slow down the tempo for the side of WE.
They really do, because with Kraken there, with Storm Razors as well, first items now appear. Tianjin on the red buff, another mark. Hope and Iwandi can't steal this. This is just given over, and 6 marks now at 11. Tianjin's range is already massive. He is going to get close to one-shotting Hope, especially if Iwandi's nearby too. He could also take the support.
Hung is very close by though, so should be fine. As you have Wink being a crazy man with this mobility boot, but like you said, Tianjin securing the second drag into the pockets of IG as well. Our biggest question coming into this game 1 is that IG, they have so many carries onto this composition. It's going to be a little bit hard setting up for those major objectives because you don't have a clear indication of when a fight should start. As you look at WE's composition, well, they have the engages, they have the front line, but with Tianjin being so incredibly fed, all you need is that hook onto the enemy team.
Again, Wink has found it a couple of times so far. The mobility boots helps him get in range. Iwandi, you are alone under the turret. Your Jinx is coming, but not in time. Wink gets a Hex Flash over. Iwandi still separated for the time being. There's more plating TP from each side. Remember, Tianjin, though, is mega powerful. You need to kill him first, but where's the Lamb's Respite? Comes out and saves Arn's life too. Everyone in. Shanks is there. It heals up with the explosive cast. Not in the nick of time. Tianjin at melee range survives as Hope resets, though. The shining light, his name the sake, as Wirescam chases up the triple kill Jinx. He'll find him too. 3 for 3 in the end. At least WE were able to say something this time.
And it's Cube being the one split pushing that top side while YSKM picks up that kill onto Hope for this bottom side. But what a chaotic fight as we had Shanks coming in from the flank and landing that body slam onto Tianjin. But it wasn't enough because of that Kindred ultimate. It was just 1 second off as we get a replay of what just happened. We have double TPs coming out of both mid laners. But of course, YSKM being the difference in terms of numbers. But just look at this body slam coming out of the Gragas, and we have Crying peeling for Tianjin as well. Everyone was 1 HP, but Hope getting those resets and Giga Chat flashing over does secure that. But like we've been saying, this Fiora getting this kill, it is going to put her slightly ahead in terms of items, and we have everyone that should be fed being fed in this game 1.
I mean, IG still with the gold lead, but at least Hope, as you said, you know, getting something from that flash over the wall means that now for WE, their bottom lane seems to be something they can play with. Hope does have the most gold in the game from that as well. He got some key shutdowns, it seems, with 600 gold lead over Arn, who I thought was fed just from getting the turret plates. That just shows you the shutdowns were that much more impactful as he was able to take a big one off of Tianjin in this Kindred. But now, Kitty, my biggest wonder is how IG continue progressing the game forward, because they have just been on a tear in proactivity with this Blitz, with this Kindred. They're still looking for picks in this top side.
Yeah, it's pretty hard because we know that Tianjin, he is going to be the superstar of this early game for the time being, but I feel like when you are up against something like that Gragas, you have to play very carefully with how you position yourself, because something like the cast will just disposition you and realistically push you out of your own ultimate. So IG, they need to play around or at least away from this Gragas as he doesn't have that TP available. But my biggest question is IG, I mean YSKM, getting that Sunderes in the side lane. We're going to expect Cube to be starting to group up at around that 2-item spike for the Scion, and the question is the Gragas and the Scion going to be able to ever face up against this Fiora once you get to that stage?
I think we know the answer at this point. I think we know how it's going to go. Cube already, is he struggling a bit, or is it just light taps? It does feel like a bit of column A, bit of column B. Yeah, well, I'm not sure if Cube's really liking it as Wink ulti gets the clone. Unlucky there, but also well played by Hung as WE move up to the top side. All for this Herald in 45 seconds.
I mean, if you just look at the KDAs, surprisingly, Iwandi and Hope, they've only died once in this early game. And I feel like once you kind of slow down the tempo, which is exactly what WE's managed to do, getting that triple kill into Hope pockets, well, IG, they are going to eventually get outscaled. So I feel like with this next objective coming up, which could potentially be either the Rift Herald or the Dragon, they want to play around their vision and force engages onto Hope, who doesn't have that flash available just quite yet.
And they also have to time it with things like the Breath of Life coming through from Milio as well. Remember that cleanse coming through going to be crucial for Tibbers, for even the mounting Dread slow, for YSKM pushing back one of those ultis into Hope as well. So they'll have to be pretty cued in to how Iwandi's using that ulti as Arn just gets, I guess, another love tap here in this game, but this time onto Arn as Herald's going to be started by WE and not even contested. IG just don't care.
They're more than happy with giving this Rift Herald open as you do have the Jinx slowly scaling, but something I wanted to highlight, I think this is very iconic and unique to Wink's Blitzcrank in particular. He loves going Everfrost as that first item, so just making up for that bit of lack of CC when it does come to their team composition. Maybe look for a flash ulti or something like that that will deny the flash ability, but it is going to be Rift Herald dropped in the mid lane, and we haven't seen a 5v5 out of WE just quite yet. We haven't seen Cube being involved in these team fights, but I feel like once you do transition this sound towards here, IG, they might not have the damage to kind of deal with the amount of frontline that WE has.
No, not yet at the very least. Depends on how that Kindred gets that Black Cleaver, or if that is going to be the second item, because I think it's important to mention 8 marks, by the way. As IG looking to contest here in front of the Dragon, they've got 2 themselves, but they're going to be slow to the punch if they come in after the fact. I mean, Dragon in, teleport in the backside, okay. Arn rolling in with the Gravitum ulti as a potential. Shanks zoning off, he flashes, he ultis him. Arn almost dead, but he misses the Everfrost, and Shanks is a free target as IG have run through and taken 2. The bottom lane of WE died at the start. Arn might be an afterthought, but IG's all-in was exceptional as Dragon goes over, but WE are kaput. No way.
Shout
Blind?
to Arn. Oh, it doesn't hit.
Okay.
But Historic shout out to On being an absolute unit in that team fight, tanking an entire Gragas combo and surviving while WE's bottom lane getting the other AD carry onto their faces and not being able to survive in the whole mix of everything. But IG coming out on top and securing even more kills with that Black Cleaver getting picked up by Tianjin as that second item. So it is going to provide an easier time to kind of shred this front line of WE. But we'll get another replay. Really nice flash connect onto the AD carry of IG, but that Everfrost missing really was the difference for this Aphelios dying. But we see Hung securing that dragon as well. While, I mean, Tianjin untouched this entire fight, and you definitely don't want that happening.
And again, Cryan having a bit of a miracle on Annie as well. Tianjin free hitting. It's all the works here for IG, and Observer even wants to show the potential. And
it was pretty
Shanks
close.
Was too far away. Yeah, I mean, look, if you're blind as a Blitzcrank, like naturally you're going to aim at where Gragas is going, but Shanks with some smart pathing himself. Now WE did get the dragon from that last play, but the gold lead we talked about has now grown. It's 3,000. Or just about, maybe 2.5 more realistic for IG here in this game. And remember that they got the first couple of dragons as what? Was that a hook?
Why is Shanks
that must have
there?
been a hook. He was definitely hooked in from Wink with Everfrost.
Well, I'm hoping that it has to be a hook, because if Shanks kind of got mind controlled and walked in, that is their mid laner gone, and that is another 30 seconds for IG to plant their vision down towards that top side. And we see the biggest problem of WE is that once you do kind of stagger with how they're going to be able to scale, which is Shanks going for that flank, and it was spotted on the amount of vision control that Wink has been able to have in that top side. So a bit of disrespect or creativity being denied from this Gragas. But my biggest question coming into this series for WE is that we know that they're a great front-to-back team fighting roster where you play of your sign, you play of the Gragas, and you play for Hope in particular, where I1 is finding so much success with the Enchanters and Hope having a very great time on these hyper carries. But when you're dealing with a 4-1 Kindred and Hung on the other hand, he's not been able to get as much done. It is going to be quite the struggle for Hope, especially acting as a single carry.
Yeah, he's going to have to do quite a lot here. I mean, Hope so far still quite fed, matching Arn's items, but we have seen that Wink's starting to pull in some good picks. We've seen that Tianjin can shred through pretty much anyone at this point now with Black Cleaver. IG still holding the cards, as vision control's also been a real strength of theirs so far this game. And Wink off the back of it has been pulling in targets. And that's the thing about a Blitzcrank comp, Kitty. As soon as you have vision, as soon as the enemy doesn't clear it away, you are just putting yourself in such a rough angle.
Most definitely, and I feel like Blitzcrank is a very unique pick to the LPL. A lot of support players are a very big enjoyer of this champion, as it does just mess with the ability of enchanters being able to scale. But you already see WE defaulting to their 5v5 ARAM strat, going towards that mid lane and hoping to force something, but IG not giving those opportunities. But you also have to kind of stay clear of how these sideways are pushing into the side of WE, where they are missing out on heaps of gold, and it is just allowing YSKM becoming a much bigger problem now sitting at level 14.
YSKM huge in the sides, already getting towards that Tiamat, Titanic, no, Ravenous, there we go, which is going to make a big world of difference as well. Yeah, good ward in the Baron Pit. Meanwhile, as our observers turn off the lights, WE having one crucial ward to know that Baron is not being started. So Tianjin's going to have to deal with that after he deals with a blue buff, which isn't a mark, but it's just a nice flashy part. 8 marks still here for Kindred. And it's just been such a great early game for him. Again, Tianjin coming up from the LDL, from IG's LDL team as well. A championship jungler, a crazy Rengar one-trick, people have said. But it is nice to see him on something like the Kindred as well, being able to show that same carry force.
Yeah, I love that IG. Something very unique to this team is that they have very specific pocket picks when it does come to how they approach draft, and we have so many people willing to carry like YSKM, Tianjin, and of course on this roster, where you don't know what they're going to pull out, especially in game 1 of a best of series, as we see W desperately trying to get vision towards his Baron, because they have that double ADC type of composition. They can realistically rush it if they're not too careful.
Okay. Careful the Mountain Dread. Hope is playing a dangerous game. Cryan now in Brush. Splash damage alone from Arn is also something that has to be watched out. As you said, we ARAM with WE. And WE have come to play the ARAM as IG happy to beat them there. Now, especially since they got mid, they clear it out and they threaten the Baron with double AD. Here we go, it'll go fast.
YSKM is here as well. But you see Crying looking for a flank angle. Hope has to be pretty careful with how he positions here.
Cube ulti out. Okay, a big ulti to take away for the start of a team fight. Red and white means everything's all right for Arn as well if they choose to fight. Shanks now in a choke, flashes away, wants to get out of that Crying. Starts it off, Tibbers is out. He might be jumping down here, but Wink with a hook into the back line. It's hung. Maybe the carrying force as YSKM and Cube battle it out. Another ulti flies through. No jungler and maybe no top laner without an ulti. He has to burn a flash too. Hope gets mid turret. He gets a reset. The big brain play, but Tianjin is way too fast. Oh my God. Hope was thinking 6 miles ahead. But unfortunately, Tianjin is just too damn big.
And that's going to be Baron going towards the side of IG as you have both the Kindred and the Aphelios alive with that red and white. So they're going to take this without no problem whatsoever. But we see a huge focus on just shutting down Shanks on this Gragas, where he isn't going to be able to shut down Tianjin on this Kindred. He didn't even need to use that Kindred ultimate, might I add. But we have another look at just Shanks spotting out Crying and Crying engaging onto a Gragas. I was a little bit concerned because you don't want to be flooding all of your bursts onto someone like the Gragas who didn't even die. But Wink coming in with that clutch hook onto the jungle of WE makes up for that as well. While Cube, on the other hand, once he ults in, he doesn't really have a way out. But like you said, Hope getting that reset off the mid tower does catch Wink off guard. But no mana and no teammates. Hope is going to fall as well. And this is going to be Mountain Soul Point for the side of IG. And we don't have any summoner spells available for the AD carry in Hope.
Such a clutch play, getting the turret down to get that excited passive going. Huge 5-head move as IG still ahead after the play though. Thanks to Tian getting final kill. YSKM zoning the rest of the team out while Dragon started Wink or hook in. It's onto Hung again. Tian Jen on the back of the pit, unable to get the smite steal as Cube ultis to nothing. And look at this mounting Dread and a Kindred with Black Cleaver tears apart Cube on the Scion. A blasting cone now at the ready. He's looking to cut the whole team off as they run for their lives, but instead he'll hover around the mid lane to make sure that IG get even more after losing the Dragon.
Yes, W, you deny the Mountain Soul Point from going over to IG, but they will just kill one of your front line and go for this mid lane push with that Baron available, now working towards that bottom side as well. Can they get a pick?
Oh, onto YSKM. He tries to repel some of it, but not the explosive task, which doesn't work out. Shanks dodging away. Oh, excuse me, that's YSKM from the Death Rocket of Hope. Good kite down as Wink tries to come through, delay the back because Inhibitor turret in mid is getting taken down. They got Inhibitor as well. And that Baron power play all of a sudden works out so nicely.
And you already see the problem with W's composition. I mean, Gragas, your execution needs to be perfect with that cast, but from that exchange with YSKM, it pushed the Fiora further away, and at the very end, you trade nothing for that mid lane inhibitor. Now IG gonna slowly work towards this top side while YSKM continues with that Baron buff towards the bottom lane with that TP available as well. So W, they need to make a very executive decision on either forcing a 5v5 or just having this slow burn being brought upon them.
Oh God, what are the options? I mean, yeah, put it in either hand. It's been a shame, honestly, Kitty, watching WE here in this game, because while Hope has had a ripper of a game, as that's just a clone, I feel like we've just seen IG use his pick tools so wisely, and this Kindred has been on a tear. And more importantly, Tianjin has been diffing Hung a little bit here, showing maybe some more experience in the LDL, because you gotta remember, guys, these guys played each other in the LDL quite a bit. Tianjin, I don't remember the gapping this much, but I'm probably gonna remember this one for quite a while. As Kitty, my ramblings have a main point. Tianjin is an item up. He's got Gwinsu's on the Kindred. We're not talking Gale Force, we are talking Gwinsu's Rage Blade for this Kindred, who is going to be smacking with 3 items pretty hard. I want to see the damage.
Don't worry, IG will definitely deliver as everyone is reaching that 3-item spike. And like you said, this Gwinsu's in the hands of Tianjin. He doesn't need the range as he already has, how many stacks is it? 8 stacks in this game 1. So this Kindred is an absolute menace, but Hope slowly waiting for that Flash to come online very soon, as we do have a zoom in on the top lane 1v1, but like we said, IG playing off this 4-1 composition is going to slowly work towards triple inhibitors, but I really enjoy what IG has been bringing to the table because Tianjin is such a good carry player. I believe in his series up against AL, he picked the Rengar, and ever since that series, teams have been able to target ban this champion away as really good hook.
Really good hook indeed, but also great timing from Shanks as YSCam and Cuba, cameraman, wants us to see topside and just the sword fight with the Scion, while the rest of IG back away after getting the turret and after getting themselves an ambitious play. 10k gold lead for IG at 28 minutes. Dragons up in 1 minute 30. WE need a bit of a miracle fight. A great 5-on-5 at this point in the game to have a chance.
And for IG, this is IG's game to lose as you have both of these objectives spawning up very soon. I wouldn't be surprised if IG go a little bit greedy. They get an AD carry to just solo the dragon to get themselves to that soul point and have the remainder of the team to pressure that Baron and kind of play with the idea of starting this. But WE not having a single vision towards that pit is going to be extremely hard, especially walking into someone like the Blitzcrank. But they're looking for the fight because one more fight or potential ace is going to be the game one going towards IG.
Oh man. And a win that they desperately need. 1 and 2 for a reason, folks. IG have taken some losses against teams like NIP that you'd be thinking, oh, that should be a win for them, especially if they want to look towards playoffs again or at least get further than outside of the realms of it like they did last split. There's also the loss against RNG. IG need this desperately. WE, a team that right now is sitting 2-0. They haven't lost a single game in the split. As caught out might be Tianjin, lands the spite. No time to die. Instead, it's the opposite, isn't it? As Wink is caught out too. A double for Hope. He's in reset city as they chase down using the range. Arn, you are a psycho. Have you been watching Abel? What the hell?
Well, Arn just used both the Gale Flash and the Flash, trying to Gale Flash both of these abilities, trying to force something in that mid lane, but you could have just been waiting for YSCam to pressure this bottom inhibitor, and Tianjin throws the game away. This is going to be Baron for WE.
I just don't know if he's watched Abel from last year or not on Aphelios, but an ambitious moment to say the least, as IG are going to get the dragon at least, but Baron and a window into this game. What a pick from Shanks. What an angle. WE with hope now. And I ain't talking about the player as Tianjin caught clearing a ward.
And that is the Cask doing absolute wonders for the side of WE, not having enough time to react as Tianjin and Wink kind of caught out position as well. I think they could have just cut the play here. I guess An was a little bit too scared with the Ghost and the Gale Force available from this Jinx, so he wanted to kind of deny WE from going to Baron for a mere matter of seconds. But now WE getting a breath of fresh air, having this Baron available, it is going to stop a lot of this push potential from YSCam. And no major objectives available just quite yet. So IG, I mean, they just kind of have to turtle in and hope that WE are the ones making the mistakes now.
But giving gold so much back, it's going to get harder and harder to make mistakes. Cube and Shanks, that front line we talked about, and Hope with the damage source. They're dotting the I's, crossing the T's here as well. No bush unturned. As even Shanks through the mid lane is carrying up that mid wave to the inner turret. Hope's damage now insane with 4 items, and the range means that he's safer than ever, staying away from Wink.
And IG, they kind of have to just commit to the idea of YSCam trying to achieve something on that side lane, as they don't really win these 4v4s anymore. It's very hard to say with Hope having 4 items now, and of course the melee constantly buffing them. You need to have your eyes on Crying for this Annie to really shut down this Jinx and stop her from getting those resets in those team fights. But only having that Zhonya's available, I mean, it's only one chance that you got for this team fight, because we already see Tianjin making that one mistake, throws the entire game at a 180, and now they're the ones trying to lessen their mistakes. But I'm very surprised that IG, I mean, Tianjin was having an amazing game so far, but all it cost was that one misposition.
It was an 11k gold lead. It's now down to 3, even less. We've got double dragon, so it's not like IG can take away the Mountain Soul. And remember as well with the comp, with the actual front lines here, WE, those stats are so much more efficient. They are worth so much more gold than what IG have as well, because those percentage stats aren't going to do lickety split with a Blitzcrank that's got half a tank build going on there. So Dangerous times here for IG ahead as this game gets later and later, but a pick off, a flash away from Iwandi, good, but the ulti is neck deep into the turret. Meanwhile, backline access with Hope getting resets. Tianjin pops the ulti, but Cube's in the middle of it. Can they kill this Kindred? He goes Golden Bull. Look at Arn. Hope also engaged on by YSKM. The fight turns around. WE have taken out the jungler, but look at who's still alive. Arn and YSKM put on a party, and in their defense, they take the numbers advantage and win it again.
And YSKM coming in clutch, having his eyes focused onto Hope as we saw both of the solo laners just targeting down this Jinx in this team fight. We really thought WE was going to explode the game out of control by getting that tower reset onto this Jinx, but no, having that stopwatch immobilizing her for a couple of moments allowed IG solo laners to get their hands onto this AD carry. But it all starts out with I1 getting quite out of position, a really good hook from Wink. But this tower dying, I mean, that allowed the Jinx to get excited as we see Shanks not being there. So it was a 4v5 this entire time as you see the very clutch stopwatch coming out of the Jinx, but that meant that she was just in the whole mix of everything. While on this fight, without Shanks being involved too early on, he was untouched.
Without Shanks in it too, no one gets Tianjin out of that ultimate. No one displaces him. So Tianjin getting the full length, getting time to play with the stopwatch as well, helping out, gives IG a window. Gold still the same, but at least for Invictus Gaming, they were able to put themselves in a position of defense, not losing in an inhib turret, and set up for this dragon. There's still hope for them, but the game is just that much trickier here because it's been so back and forth. There's been a couple of plays here from WE, but all it takes is a setup from Wink on this Blitzcrank. And there is once again a chance for IG to reclaim their lead.
And you already see YSKM putting that extra pressure towards the bottom side. I don't think WE have the lockdown to ever shut down this whole break of Fiora on the side, so they do have to force for those team fights, especially around the dragon when it is going to be spawning in 30 seconds. But back to the point, it's going to be really tough trying to face check into a Blitzcrank. We do have the G available for Hung, so he can realistically go for a sneaky steal. But WE, they need to get their wave pushed in that mid lane, but that's already giving up the priority for this dragon.
Shanks in the brush, no one's seen him. Wink testing out the limits. The Scrying Orb doesn't see the Gragas. Big mistake from IG if they walk through this choke as Tianjin walking back in now has to supersede his position. WE, 4 members in river. They move in. Cube has TP if he has to use it. But YSKM now going to walk in for a flake as Dragon, number 3 for WE, may begin. Hung, that's a clone. Hook now down.
YSKM 1v2ing in the backside.
Shanks not involved with the fight could be a big deal as Crying half HP by Hope. Tianjin gets the dragon. There's Mountain Soul. A nice healthy shield as he pops the Lambs of Spite. YSKM getting chunked out as Hope now repositions onto Wink. He's got the auto, he's got the reset, he's got the damage on. Into a strange one himself. Hope takes him down. And there you go once again. That's JDG's old 80 carry. You can take the soul, but I'll take the 11,000 damage Jinx any day of the week.
It's a 5 clean, 0 ace. What hysterics? They just took the game with one single team fight. As when you do get to those ARAM territories, WE, they're just better at it.
11,000 damage in that last fight. Hope truly is the saving grace. Great supportive start, a great return from WE, but an insane game 1 comeback to net them a win yet again in their undefeated split.
Hysterics, we said it and I'll say it again. It was IG's game to lose, and Tianjin getting caught before that Baron just meant everything for the side of IG. All they had to do was play of YSKM's side lane push, play of his tempo and how he's able to draw at least 2 people towards that side lane, but no. All it took was just that one opportunity given over to WE, and Hope took it to a mile.
Again, he took it so far. Like, there's always hope for WE, isn't there? There's always hope, man. Like, from a game that, Kitty, we said the setup wasn't right. From the early game that IG got in the snowball, we're talking about, like, IG, like, they're going to win that and take the first win out of WE. But IG still fumbled a little bit there. Hope given position to shine. The front line doing their job a hella well. As Kitty, you know there's no break. We go into game 2 because we are at a delay. We've got to catch up. And guess who got his OTP for game 2? Once again, they've decided to risk it with Tianjin getting Rengar.
Is that a Rengar that I see in Yomu's meta for the side of IG in this game too? Look, I love them doubling down. They're going to go with the same approach, but this time around it isn't going to be double ADC. It is still going to be just as many carries for the side of IG and W. They do have a response in that top side, which is going to be the Gwen in the hands of Cube. So it is going to be providing a little less frontline for W to work of. But we have a very different approach of how W wants to play in this game too, because we have both the Jace and the Gwen, both very strong carries when it comes to getting those items online, and Hope once again having that Jinx available, but not having something like the Enchanter for this game too means that Hope has to be a little bit more careful. But with how the previous game went and how he was playing those team fights, I'm sure that he's feeling more than confident.
I mean, Hope, look again, just the carrying force of WE in game number 1. If you just missed it, you're coming in now. At least you get to see a Rengar game out of IG. We get Arn and Wink on a solid bot 2v2, but let's be real, this game is going to be about that Rengar, what he can get done early, because Tianjin's played it once. He's looked semi-decent, but he hasn't looked as explosive as he did in the LDL. So IG needing this win desperately. Let's see how the OTP does about acquiring it.
What a truce we have going up in this top side. As something else that is worth mentioning is that Cube's the one that took the exhaust in this top lane matchup, so he doesn't have either the Ghost or Flash available. If Tianjin wants to be a little bit sneaky, getting that red buff into his pockets and then make a visit to top side, getting YSKM ahead, we all know what he can do once he has something like that cannon. But WE, they have something like the Maokai and the Nautilus to shut down Tianjin on this Rengar. So I'm very curious to see how he kind of pilots his champion, especially with that assassin. You have to look for those clever angles onto Hope with no peel this game for game 2.
But if we're talking about cleverness, I think we need to mention Cube with exhaust here in this game. Very clever angle against YSKM. Especially when I've seen games where no one's taken exhaust against a cannon, and that's always a mistake. That should never be made in Pro League of Legends. So YSKM, as he starts up on the wave, ward there, gets one auto. That's about it, as he's unable to connect the next one with Cube lying in wait. So we'll just have to see how YSKM does in this early lane here, because, Kitty, it feels like a very important one to talk about, considering Gwen not giving over most of the time.
Hook unfortunately doesn't connect from I1D, but you already see that because Cube made up for that lack of exhaust by taking the exhaust himself, I1D with the Ignite approach, they are looking for those aggressive 2v2s on the bottom side, and they are wanting to challenge Arn and Wink on this scaling composition. But we do have the camera constantly hovering towards this top side while it goes back to bottom. But we have a lot of trades going on. But I'm sure that WE, they're more than happy to once again kind of let Hope to get to that 3-item scaling point. While Arn, on the other hand, he has kind of something that can enable him, like the Lulu, with the polymorph as well. So if Shanks and I1D, they're not too careful, I mean, that polymorph can do wonders for that team fight.
It really can. I mean, again, we'll give Rengar more ability to, I guess, dive the backline, get rid of some of the CC chains that can annoy this cat, as Tianjin heading up towards the top side of the map right now, just doing a standard clear. I'm kind of curious as to where he impacts first. Tianjin, last time we saw it around, it was fine. He went, what was the item? Why am I struggling with this? What is the tank item? Gore Drinker came through. There we go. I was surprised
Tank
there was
item,
no
Gore
Yomus.
Drinker.
Yeah. Oh, you know what I mean. Gore Drinker came through. But, dude, no Yomus on Rengar. Always got to feel sad.
Yeah, I want an explosive Rengar, to say the least, as I wonder he is getting constant priority in these bushes, forcing that cleanse out of Arn as well. Nice trade.
A very, very nice trade. Cleanse going down this early. There is an Ignite from I1D, as you said. Hope getting traded on the back end with Arn having Severum. That means it is going to be favorable for IG. It depends what Hung can do here. He's heading to get some information in this blue side jungle. Might even set up for the dive, Kitty, but I don't know about the wave. Oh, never mind.
We do have
Ignore
two
that.
TPs.
Rengar. Oh, he got him. Oh, the bowler strike, the flash. Tianjin, he found his mark.
And that's flash out of Shanks as Tianjin forces something to happen in that middle lane. But as long as IG is going to be able to hold down the fort in this bottom side, we already see a lot of trades coming out of I1D, landing multiple hooks onto the AD carry of IG. But with the lane party that YSKM and Crying are able to kind of prioritize in this mid and top, it does allow Tianjin to kind of look for angles in their lanes. But once again, you already see Hung working towards that bottom side, working up that CC that I1D provides with this Nautilus. I mean, it's going to be quite the scary map flip.
I'm also disappointed because I see a Kindle Gem in the inventory of Tianjin. I see the start of a gore drinker yet again here, unfortunately, for the Rengar. So it's strange that he doesn't go boots first, but hey, I'm not going to question the man that is the OTP Rengar. Again, if I have to explain myself, this was his pick in the LDL, in the secondary league of the LPL. This is what made him famous. He is constantly banned against with his pick as, well, this time around, he's going to be found on a ward. But still, the ever threat looms over Summoner's Rift as he finally gets it yet again. 5 minutes in, hasn't been able to make a gank outside of the mid lane, but still, when you get Flash, you call that a win for the day, as IG are building up bot lane.
Does seem like the IG just want to get this wave pushed in as Tianjin. He is playing a little bit more aggressive here. Hung trying to kind of wait and scale with that Demonic Embrace coming online as that first item, acting as a kind of tanky hybrid front line for the side of W to work of. But we've been saying that W, they do have quite a bit of CC to disable Tianjin in these team fights, so it is going to be a little bit scary. But my eyes are still going to be about that vision control that Wink is going to be able to plan down for YSKM and Crying to work of, as they have amazing setup for these team fights, especially if they get their hands onto someone like Hope or Shanks.
Well, they do. I mean, again,
Wink?
Hope will definitely be a target after last game. Good kiting from
What a
Wink,
Giga
holding
Chat.
the minion wave, yeah. Any 80 carry's best friend. I mean, dodging not only from the zap, from the hook, the fact that I1D would have killed him, and Wink likes to play with fire, as Hung's now down here as well with a built-up wave, but Tianjin in river, he is going to be found out in a moment. Sapling's in there. Oh, it's a trap, isn't it? Tianjin going to heal that up, but at the very least, WE stop an incoming play.
Do see skill shots being exchanged from both sides, but it does seem like IG having first move in that mid lane, they can secure the Scuttle Crab for Tianjin. But Hung, something that I wanted to see out of WE is this synergy between the mid and the jungle and support, which is going to be the Nautilus for this game too. But Crying moving towards that top side, surprisingly, while Tianjin is the one starting Dragon. I'm a bit surprised with Crying's movement. I mean, he did a bit of gank, I suppose.
Very interesting. I was just more laughing at the fact that I1D got Scuttle Crab. Hung's going to be stealing away some camps while this is going on at the very least. So they know they're on Dragon, thanks to I1D picking that up. But at the very least, IG should be able to pick up this first Dragon themselves, with Tianjin starting that so early off. But you look at the time wasted. You look at what Hung is getting in response. CS lead here for the Maokai. Hung not doing too badly here in the early game, as Tianjin has taken so long to do this Dragon, with both Arn and Win backing off halfway through.
That's kind of what you expect out of a Kindle Gem Rengar, as he was also left alone, like you said. But securing that first Dragon does deny, or at least pull out the soul point, going towards the side of WE, as Wink being a little Lulu, placing down some of that really good vision that does stop I1D's roams towards this mid lane, where Crying, he has that flash available, so most likely they want to look for a regank in this side. But now Hung is down level 6, and he can start forcing these fights, especially I want to see it towards that top side, because I know that Gwen, she does start hard winning the 1v1 isolated matchup when she does have that exhaust. So YSKM, if he's a little bit too over pushed, which you already see in this lane positioning, it's going to be a very awkward fight to escape.
Especially when they don't have too much information on where Hung is as well. YSKM has to add extra caution as the wave sits in the middle of the lane. Just a quick note, we are seeing a pretty even CS across the board. No real gold lead at this point. WE, the only real difference seems to be Hung with his 2 camps over the top of Tianjin, but we talked about that before with Dragon being the priority where Hung was able to invade. This does mean he hits 6 first. Tianjin slow to the punch, but at least he's caught up. But Hung is now trying to look for an opportune play with I1D syncing up as 3-man and trying to get this Rengar behind.
We did see both Hung and I1D spotted out this Raptor camp, which was placed by Wink from an earlier exchange, but a very quiet early game from both of these teams. But I think that honestly works more in favor for WE, because they are more comfortable being put in a position like this where they are just slowly scaling towards those item spikes, and especially for Shanks playing something like the Jace where you are able to get Manamune and Yomu's. I mean, once you get that kind of poke online, IG, they don't really have the range to deal with that in those 5v5s.
They don't, not until later on at the very least. Shanks and Hope going to be talking about range quite a lot with them. As also with Cube with the needlework, I think it's important to mention. Tianchen on the bottom side yet again. He's got 6 now, so I want to see that thrill of the hunt. I want to see where he pops it as well. Mid before he burnt the flash on Shanks, but that was long gone. Shanks has that summoner up and available again. That's going to depend on Cryan if he can find anything. But look, here's Tianchen. There you go. On a ward. Yet again.
Again?
What can he do?
Oh, the ultimate from Cube.
Yeah, can he find a kill here? Slicing Maelstrom comes out, Cube misses the last one, jumps back in, Exhaust is down, but doesn't have enough on the snip. And Cube doesn't get the true damage either, so Exhaust, but YSCam doesn't have TP to come back into the lane. He's lucky the wave's pushed out. However, that was a close call.
And that's excellent wave control coming out of Cube on this Gwen, as you have YSCam being over pushed in that lane and just running him down with that needlework. And of course the exhaust does mean that it is going to force this Kennen back to base, picking up potentially one play. No, he is going to return to base, but now that Cube doesn't have the exhaust, IG, they can start looking for those 5v5s, and this Kennen might become a very big problem. And that's a really nice cancel from Hope as they rotate towards this Rift Herald.
Yeah, it means that Arn can't be there. I mean, Wink probably would have started going. He is actually walking towards the Herald, but because of it, WE are just going to get this for absolutely free. It's nice to see Jinx utility rockets come through. Again, I feel like LPL, I've seen LPL and LCK do it quite a lot more than other regions, as Cube is going to be making a lane swap. Bot lane goes top lane goes bot, and Cube is just going to be absorbing this wave, while right now, lane placement for IG, a little bit all over the place. Kitty, I want to see what happens here.
We've seen this strat coming out of LPL teams quite a lot, as the Rift Herald is going to get secured by one of the teams, and we have this ADC kind of lane swap coming out of both of them. But I'm assuming this Rift Herald is going to be placed for Hope, because we've seen him do wonders with that gold available into his pockets. But like you've been saying, lane swap coming out of these two, I don't think YSCam has what it takes to 1v2 in the top side. So it's kind of nice that W has decided to go back towards that bottom side after Hope picked up his wave. But W, once again, being the ones trying to find that angle and secure that vision control for this upcoming dragon.
30 seconds till it spawns. First dragon was already picked up by IG. Gold is even. I'm looking at first items here, guys. I can see Demonic Embrace from Hung. That's the only one on the board right now, apart from components. Throughout, Stormraze actually from Arn, just picked up here on the Aphelios. But Hope won't be able to match that, as WE moved a hard push bot with his Herald. And Kitty, they're going to try and add some priority into this, while then regaining River and forcing IG out.
And Tianchen, he's on the other side of the map, so IG realistically have to just watch this happen, as YSCam, no exhaust for this Kennen.
Wink and Cryan are coming in. As you said, no exhaust. He flashes in. He's on 2 immediately, but Hope zones out, gets the ulti, and gets the reset. First blood from WE. They've got the range, they've got the space, and IG have walked into a trap. Yet again, the communication, the team fighting from WE comes up massive.
And there was no follow-up for the side of IG, as you see Tianchen making his way towards his bottom side. But we haven't seen great use of this Rengar so far, Hysterics.
Not at all. I mean, it's just like the first game. They won kind of by other means, but Tianchen, as he goes on the hunt, his bottom lane's going to have to help him out a lot. WE's jungler is low, so jumping into this with Gravity might be huge, as Hope can't help out. So a good move. Correct me if I'm wrong, but thought IG were going to be in a lot more trouble than that. Shanks not even participating, and just like that, Dragon is given over again.
Yeah, really good target selection from the side of WE, and locking down YSCam straight away as Hope flashes away from the initial engage, creating that space, and there was just no follow-up and no ultimates connecting to shut down this Jinx. And Cube also being getting there with that TP does mean a 4v5 at the very end, as Tianchen getting his red buff on the side. We see a little bit of miscommunication coming out of IG, and that was one of my biggest concerns for IG coming to the summer split, because we have the change up for both the jungle and the mid lane, and that is going to be huge things to deal with, especially for the remaining members, because I feel like Dove and Gideon, at least from Spring, they had huge voice when it came to the communication. But Cryan, bringing in that veterancy, kind of controlling all these young players that they do have for summer, he has to really start stepping up, because this Annie, I mean, he doesn't have that flash available anymore, so it's going to be pretty hard for IG to look for those angles and get a clear indication of when fights start.
I mean, as you said, though, I mean, the setup hasn't been there, and IG haven't been really playing through jungle. I mean, more importantly, Tianjin hasn't been able to achieve much apart from that last pick. He got flash out from Shanks earlier, but there was no repeat gank. And now as we go to the top side, yeah, Zombie Ward going to help out, but Hung still pops the ulti because there's no flash available, but he's managing to get out. That was so close. YSKM only just had the ulti up as well, so WE trying to pull that timer perfectly and at least force him back.
Tianjin does have a flank with the Hex Gate though.
Shanks going to get jumped on here. Okay, slow to the punch, gets damage to trade off. Tianjin, he's getting that brush, but Shanks is already away. Yomu's on the return path. Zaiwandi is here too. Crying, caught out. Tibbers to fly through. Depth charge with the rocket already from Hope and Hung. Picks up the kill, and off of that, WE also going to get mid-turret. I mean, this is just play after play that's not going IG's way.
The positioning for IG members is just so awkward. You see them trying to force something onto Shanks, but not having that lockdown available, which is only in Crying's kit. I mean, they just allowed this Jace to walk away scratch-free while Crying, he was trying to kind of come and rotate towards this play, but he realized that everyone's gone, and he was the only one. 1v4, and W having that lockdown ability does mean Crying died at the very end, but we get to see another perfect screenshot of I1D hooking the wall, by the way, while Hung securing that CC onto Crying. It's okay, you don't need to land hooks, you just have to press ultimate on Nautilus, okay, Hysterics?
Hey, he just thought he was playing Thresh, man. He thought he was playing Thresh. He just decided to cue the wall.
We've all been there.
Yeah, we have. I mean, again, what a great hook coming through. I1D still, you know, he's had a pretty good series so far, so I'm not going to throw too much shade his way, but I will say, shade to IG's way. They're 2k gold down in this game. The Rengar hasn't done too much, to repeat my point. And Kitty, we have seen an attempt at bottom lane that was well negated by WE. Look at how strong their members are. I mean, Hope is just cruising at this point, even being behind at CS, keeping up in items. Shanks as well, doing a good job on this Jace, as he's got so much power behind him, plus the kill. He should be getting towards that Mana Moon pretty soon, fully upgraded into the Mirror Mana. And Shanks being so strong at a level 11 capacity as well. I think we're just going to have a lot of poke wars between WE and IG coming up.
Yep, and I feel like when it comes to IG's drafts, yes, you have a lot of comforts coming in YSKM and, of course, Tianjin locking in this Rengar, but that puts everyone else at a very awkward position because something that I am not really enjoying this game is that Wink, he's locked in the Enchanter, but when you don't have that front line to really work of specifically for this bottom lane, which is the Aphelios and Lulu for this game too, these team fights, they're very scary to say the least, and especially with WE having this much lockdown and at least CC for those 5v5s. I mean, either the positioning has to be perfect, or IG, they need to start cooking something up, because we already have them taking down all of these tier 1 towers towards the top and mid.
WE to pick up this Herald as well. That'll also amplify that game. I mean, that turret topside will go down, but in and now an opportunity throughout. Outer on the bottom side feels like Cube should find that in a matter of time. Gold is ramping up without IG having a say here in this game, and you know, WE are the ones who are undefeated in the split. They've versed rather easy opponents, but IG, I thought, would be a bit more of a measure for them. But so far in this series, I mean, IG, yes, they had a good early game in game 1, but as soon as WE got rolling, as soon as they found that comeback, they rolled over them. They didn't really let go of the pace.
Yeah, and a very worrying trend for Tianjin for at least this summer split is that we have seen him get a lot of these early leads into his pockets, being the main character for a lot of these team compositions, but he often throws it away by just getting caught or kind of going over for over-committed fights, and that does allow teams like WE to take advantage of this and come back into the game. So hopefully we see a little bit more consistency out of this young jungler for IG, because I truly think that he has what it takes to bring them to the playoffs.
I think so too. I mean, again, it's a possibility, but you got to find a win against a team like this. As YSKM chopped in half a little bit here. That's a Rift Maker on the Gwen, so Cube feeling the strength as WE with Herald mid. They're able to get a lot done here. Tianjin goes through all the hunt, but Wink is just burnt down. Herald still gets the charge, but it's Dragon thereafter as WE need to stop this stacking.
Hysterics, I'm starting to think that we don't have an assassin Rengar on our hands. We have a person that provides vision for Shanks to kind of lock down. Yep. Not Shanks, Crying to lock down on that flank. But we see this Rengar wrapping around, spot on ward.
Well, will they be able to do anything? No. Cube's still there. Turret goes down. This is a slow bleed. This is a very slow bleed, Kitty. This is what we saw last game. I mean, sure, competitive sense, Rengar, Gordringer probably makes sense, but man, wouldn't Youmu's here just give you that little bit of extra and that potential to one-shot carries? I feel like right now for IG would give them a bit more of an ample opportunity to play the game.
This is what you kind of trade off when you are locking in these pocket picks that you do feel comfortable on, but Shanks kind of cutting YSKM off here. He does have that flash available, but no reinforcements from IG, and Baron isn't up.
Okay, well, yep, dead.
Okay. Got
That's
slapped.
burst. I mean, Shanks is so strong. And combine that with Cube, how easy do you like it? YSKM gets the ult, but he doesn't get the flash, doesn't get to do anything. Turret goes down with it. We're at 5k. We're chilling.
Yeah, and Shanks definitely chilling, sitting on that Youmu's and the Manamune at 20 minutes now, also denying that Hextech soul point for going over to IG, which I only think is, or was the only thing going kind of positive for the side of this IG squad, but now even that being denied because you just don't have the items to ever contest a straight up 5v5. And something that I wanted to point out from earlier is I feel like Tianjin, yes, you are locking in a pocket pick, something that you're very comfortable on, but you're trading this team composition to kind of play around you, and this Rengar not finding kind of what you are expecting. YSKM has a really good flank wall, but I don't think he's going to take it.
Definitely not. I mean, WE are positioning to the flank. It's YSKM, excuse
Oh my
me,
God.
who is so far away. Crying gets tagged again. Shanks so much damage. Is Hope even willing to step up? Action Jackson here just doesn't care. Hope has been so great throughout the series. His flash depth charge onto Arn. Guess who gets caught in the crossfire? As again, the poke damage is insane. IG, it really feels like either outdrafting or outplayed. Either one. WE are slapping them now with their chunky wallets.
An absolute slaughter coming out of WE, but I do want to salute a tiny detail from that fight because we all know that IG, they don't have a front line to ever tank any CC from I1D and Hung. But Wink, being the support main he is, he flashed in and tanked the Maokai ult from hitting his own 80 carry. So that's just the highlight for me from what I took out of this team fight. But we see I1D forcing everything with that flash ultimate. If he's gonna hook walls, he won't miss this one as I1D flashes in front of the roots for his 80 carry, but it's not enough because you have Cube on the Gwen cutting Arn off.
Well, let's put a poll out, ladies and gentlemen. This game, has Rengar done much? And I know it's harsh. I know Tianjin, he's an OTP with it, but again, this was banned against him in the LDL. You have high expectations. As so far in the LPL, it's a very different breeding ground. Hung has just played the Maokai game, chilled as Cube goes golden. But guess what? Again!
Here it comes again!
07 IG! Oh, no! Salute! Well, Shank's going to get in here as YSKM starts Lightning Storm, but they're already dead. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hand on your head. Give them the salute, fire the guns. The funeral of Invictus Gaming has begun.
And boys, I think that's about it. Wrap it up for the side of IG. Another clean ace coming out for this squad as they are going to slowly push with this Baron buff and secure themselves a mid and bottom tower and inhibitor for 22 minutes.
This is just class from WE. Munchables should start kissing the pillow again. Munch, just a side note. Hang on, Kitty. I'll get it. Where is it?
Why is he kissing pillows?
I've got it. Where is it?
Okay, guys, it seems like Hysterix is going to go grab something as he's very far away from the microphone, but someone that isn't far away is Shanks from Crying, and I think he's going to get a solo kill. Why Hysterix isn't here? So I'll do play-by-play. Crying,
Go
he's caught
for
in
it.
position, Hysterix, and
Oh, you got it. No,
He
don't
got
worry about me.
deleted.
I've just found the WE pillow. I found the WE pillow from 2020 that gave Munchables the fandom that he has today for WE. We'll see that one as we come out of this win because this is just insane. Domination here as our mid-tier teams clash. And honestly, WE putting up a case early to be a potential playoff team. Hope is legendary. Shanks is kicking ass. And this new squad here in 2023 is now moments away from almost perfect gaming, Invictus Gaming. And Kitty, they're going to try and go for the end. What?
They are.
Shit.
One's dead.
Oh my God! Hope in front of everyone. Gale forces forward. Do not give the man Jinx. Do not give the man Hope, because as he runs forward, he just doesn't care. YSKM with the Slicing Maelstrom is great. It does some damage to
It's
his arm,
not
tries to
enough.
clean house, but Cube even getting tagged after the fact, even though he dies. WE still remain on top. They'll lose maybe one too many to finish the game, but at 24 minutes, it's pretty much done anyway.
Look, at least it's not going to be a perfect game coming out of W. They do pick up 2 more kills into their pockets of IG, as they are going to struggle clearing the waves towards this top and middle. But like you've been saying, W having fantastic 2 games coming out of these 2 carries. But we'll have to wait and see, because we have Hextech Gates fastening up the tempo. Maybe they want to look for something, a pick potentially.
Yeah, Tokyo Drift in the enemy base. I think so. If only we could keep going. WE going to get their waves in order. I mean, they're doing the right thing here, Kitty. Putting pressure on the 1 inhibitor left standing, especially when supers, they might not be timed up in the other lanes, but if WE play their cards right, get this wave in, all 3 waves should be coming in relatively at the same time, and the game should end here. From IG starting off game 1 in such positive fashion, in such a great Kindred game, to now getting slapped around like a bit of hard bass. This is WE in full throttle. Teleport going to come through, and Kitty, they want to end it here.
The reset coming in out of Hope as he clears the wave. Shanks getting his Q onto Wing, half HP, as they are going to get swarmed by the supers of this base.
Tianjen, what is he doing? Well, ladies and gentlemen, have you got an answer? He's poked out, he's dying, double knock up. Hung's ult doesn't even need to connect. Cube just rolls him down. Watch Hope on Jinx as the game looks to come to an end. They want to pad their stats. WE, beautiful gameplay. You've made a fan out of me with that one. 3-0, have not dropped a single game in the LPL. We believe.
And we stand, both you and me, Hysterics, as they continue their perfect streak into the summer, and especially in that game too, in such convincing fashion as well. Especially coming out of Hope and Shanks, the DPS through those team fights, they just knew what to do because they were playing to their advantages, which was the team fighting and playing front to back.
That was beautiful gameplay. I mean, putting Hope on something that can hyper carry, of course. None of this Lucian Nami nonsense. Give Hope all the priority in team fights. Look, honestly, we have to talk about some of the supportive members. I know, in game 1, Shanks had a bit of a rough time around the Gragas in the early game, but later on, the pick over Tianjen that turned the game around. This game on the Jace too. Real great, not even supportive stuff, but real great carry for WE. And considering he is one of the last members left there standing, actually is the last member that left there standing from old WE, it's nice to see the now franchise player stepping up massively in 2 games in a row.
Yeah, and Shanks has always been a highlight of this WE roster, being such a flexible person that does provide a lot towards his teammate. I mean, once you give him the Jace, he's going to carry on that. If you give him the Gragas, he sets up those team fights and allows Hope to carry. So I feel like his value that he provides to the team, while Hysteric shows us his beautiful WE pillar, as we celebrate W continuing their 3-0 streak. And that is a very cute pillow, might I add. Can I have it? Can I buy it off you?
No, you cannot
damn.
buy it off me. Munchables, I haven't washed it since he last touched it.
What?
It's got no pillow in it. It's got all of Munchables' dirt on it on the back as well. Like, this thing, right, we didn't get it signed. Rubbish effort from our team in 2020. But I brought this back. This sat in China. The pillow's long gone, but I've kept the case. My future wife won't let me put it on the couch. And so it's now stuck in here, just in a closet. So I don't know what's going to have to change.
Look, I think he can make a fighting case to have that WE pillow to be on the couch if WE strive themselves throughout playoffs. If W have a successful summer split, you just put it on the couch, ego it. I don't think you're allowed to do that.
No, you're right. I'll tell you said that. But hey, look, taking a rewind to what this game was, props to, I think, Hung just farming it out and finding an advantage to 6 and utilizing his ulti, because Tianjen did less damage than Iwandi. This was a rough game when we consider that this is his pick. This is something teams ban against him. In the LPL, teams haven't been banning this against him, and I think I'm starting to learn why.
Yeah, I mean, halfway through that game, I was still thinking what was the use of this Rengar, because if you're not going the Youmu's build, then you won't have that damage that everyone was expecting coming into this game too. But I think I cooked up something, Asterix. You know how Rengar can cleanse CC and root from Hung? Maybe he was the true frontline for IG to work off, but he just wasn't there in some of those instances, and Wink had to flash in front of the Maokai ultimate and tank it for his ADC.
Of course he did. I mean, look, again, as we bring up MVP, I'm going to assume Shanks probably got it. Again, you know, I want to hope. Great bottom lane. Really excited for that. But Shanks here on the Jace, 36% of his team's damage. But you could just see towards the end, he would shoot one shock blast, it connects, the fight can't happen.
Yeah, and that is why a lot of these teams that we do have in the LPL put such high priority on something like the Jace, locking in that Maokai early that allows for an AD mid laner to really shine in his position, and Jace having these items being such value with the Youmu's and the Manamune, it is just natural for him to have this type of KDA and of course damage share. But once again, I mean, WE looking solid as ever, coming to the summer split. They're very consistent, other than how Tianzhong is able to get 8 stacks on that Kindred. But I feel like once you challenge them to a full-on 5v5 and just play those team fights out, they're going to come out on top every single time.
Yeah, and look, I mean, again, when we go up against top teams, maybe that's different. I said WE go up against top teams. Maybe it's different, right? I just want to say before we go to a break, WE's next matches are actually very approachable. Today it was IG, but it's NIP coming up next. It's not a very hard matchup, I would say. Like, this is a very good start of a split. And I think WE might be getting close towards playoffs. Hopefully, you know, changing recent history and at least keeping consistent to what we remember from 2019 and 2020. But, Kitty, that's enough from us for the time being. We need a break. We've done back-to-back games. We're going to have about 6 minutes, guys, before we go to Beijing and do JDG versus EDG. Holy guacamole, this is going to be a good series. Send us to the break. News for you. Ow!
下一赛刚开赛的话，就是因为我们时间很紧吧，然后状态的话也不是特别稳定，然后调整的话就是我们一直在就好好调整吧。下一场比赛面对EDG 的话，因为我们春季赛也是常规赛输给了他们嘛，然后这次的话就是需要注意他们的那个中野辅的节奏吧。新赛季的话，想对一直支持我的粉丝们说，感谢你们的支持，然后我们会努力赢下每一场比赛。
JDG 作为今年的绝对王者吧，所以面对他们压力不是很大，就是抱着赢了血赚，输了也不亏的样子。卡纳韦选手一直是一个野区进攻性特别强的一个打野吧，他会非常会利用队友的优势来辐射到争霸游戏，所以跟他交手的话，就尽量不要让他在野区占到便宜吧。走到夏天的话，还是希望自己队伍能有所改变的，但这毕竟是个过程，还在不断的进步吧。
I hope we can change a bit, but it is a process. Well said about anyone's life. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our final series of the night. My name is Sarek. I'm joined by Kitty. And first of all, to open this segment, I mean, look, tonight's matchup, a lot of people will be super excited about this. They'll be thinking, man, we have Uzi, because he was announced as EDG's AD carry, Kitty, only recently tonight at the start of broadcast. However, game one, regardless, is the Snake. I'm sorry to let you all down. It is the Snake. The Shy's pet, apparently. I don't know. Everyone in his house. The Snake, the dog, the cat, the wife. There's the Shy, right? But
Yeah.
the Snake will be starting game one, Kitty, regardless, in the AD position.
Yeah, I'm very excited because we have a fresh face coming into such a hype matchup up against JDG. And giving a little bit of context for you guys is that we have the Snake coming up from EDG Youth, and he is still relatively new from the pro scene, or at least in the pro scene, with the limited games and having only around 24 days being involved in competitive. But still,
Yep.
I'm excited to see how he deals up against Roller, because this has to be nerve-wracking for him.
I mean, last minute fill-in as we're in JDG's arena. Let's first give respect to the team. JDG, MSI champions, folks. What a game for the Snake to debut. Imagine that. You've played like 20-something days in LDL, Kitty, in Challenger, and then they're like, hey, we need you in the Pro League, please. You're versing JDG, you're versing Ruler out of anyone. World champion, MSI champion, you're day one and you verse Ruler. What an experience for you. I hope you're good.
Yeah, I definitely hope EDG are prepared for this upcoming series, because we know that looking at EDG's previous games, they heavily relied on their previous ADC player Leave in that bottom lane, playing something like the Cappy carry, and they played around this specific AD position. So it's being thrown into the deep end up against JDG for his first LPL match ever, and laning against Ruler, the pressure is through the roof. But I'm sure that Mako being alongside him in that bottom side, we have seen cracks shown through JDG and their previous series, which was up against LGD, and it was specifically through Ruler where he was the one kind of showing that weakness and getting a little bit set behind by what LGD had on the tables.
There he is, the man himself, the intro of EDG. We just saw a little bit of the Snake for today. Not going to get tired of that one.
You have to say
Again,
every time
wait for
like
it.
that.
I know. Arla, wait. Oh, the cameraman's
Wait.
even teasing us. Uzi's not in the room. Surely the cameraman would show us Uzi. They showed us the Snake. There's Knight. There's 369. Cameraman, please, take us back. Where is Uzi? Where is he? Oh, my God. Oh, I don't know, Kitty. I don't know if he's going to play today. I don't know the rules and regulations. That is the first thing I need to ask. Today being the day, the first day that JDG's home arena opens to audiences, and they're probably like, yeah, do we get to see Uzi today? The Snake is game one, right? The Snake game one, folks, right? Take that in. But can we see Uzi in game number 2? Kitty, that's all I want to know right now.
I'm not going to kind of touch on this topic because we're not too sure just quite yet. But yes, like you said, at least for confirmation, we have the snake starting for that ADC position in game 1. But let's talk a little bit about how this game will go, at least series for the side of EDG, because they're coming off a very tough loss up against BLG, and they were also our MSI representative over at London. And this time around, going against JDG, they were the ones that won MSI finals. But the interesting thing is that JDG and BLG, they have such different playstyles. Where BLG, they're all winning on that early game, going through those skirmishes, while JDG, definitely a very slow team to say the least. And going against EDG, that might be a positive for them, especially for the snake.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have some bad news for you all. I hope you're listening. Today, it is an impossibility for Uzi to be able to play. He cannot play as he's just signed with the roster. However, there have been tweets confirming that he is playing on the 14th versus IG. So today, unfortunately, is a no Uzi day as we introduce EDG who are visiting the arena. I am so sorry to everyone at home. It is hype announcement. Please take your anger out on anyone but me. Even Kitty, take it out on Kitty. That's fine.
What?
But myself, that's not acceptable. Let's introduce the rosters here as EDG bringing in Arla up in the top lane. And Kitty, I'm so sorry for the hate you're about to get. JJ in the jungle.
No, I made the executive decision that Uzi can't play today. So everyone, if you want to blame that he's not going up against JDG for tonight in Beijing, then it's okay, guys. I'll tank it for tonight. But of course, you'll see your beloved Uzi on the 14th, like you've been saying. And there's just so much hype. But we have to get through this series first, Asterix, as that's the snake showing up on screen.
Holy crap, it's the Shy's younger brother. This is how it begins. Anyone with the in front of their name, their career starts off super rock solid. I'm looking forward to it again. Kitty said before, this is a guy that's come out of the LDL team with Kitty. How many days? How many days has he played?
24? Not even a month?
And now, again, he's against Ruler, Kanavi, Knight, 369, and Missing. He's against the MSI champions who are about to come on the stage. Imagine being the snake right now. You've literally just gone from playing backyard tennis to versing Roger Federer in a best of 3. It's Kanavi, Knight, Ruler, and Missing. This is your team. I forgot 369, but you know them. MSI champs now coming into their home arena.
I'm sure we will get the walkout from these players very soon. 369, come on, 999 rolling for today, but this is going to be a very interesting matchup to say the least, because I feel like JDG, they've really developed a type of playstyle where they have been adapting to more of a similar playstyle of an LCK team, having an extremely slow early game and just playing through that macro game, while EDG, I feel like they can also thrive off this, especially for the snake coming in for this game 1. It might be a positive for him because it is going to just allow him to play something like that Jinx or the Affiliates, which is his comfort, by the way. I believe he also has some Xayah games up his pocket, but going even up against Ruler is what I'm expecting, because man is coming off a pretty solid win up against LGD.
And can I say, as JDG coming into their home arena, this is the first time that JDG has come out to a crowd. Last time we were in their arena, there was no crowd here at JDG's home arena. That is a huge, huge arena at that as well. Like WE, Kitty used to have the record for 600 people that it could fit. I'm trying to find out now, JDG's home arena, that looks like that many, if maybe not more. It is a stadium almost of audience members.
I'ma tell you that the JDG arena sits 1,600 people, and I wouldn't be surprised if the tickets were sold out for today, because it is EDG potentially having Uzi on for tonight, but unfortunately, as we all know, that he won't be appearing or making his appearance on stage. We will get to see the snake though, and a very hype matchup to say the least.
1,600 people. Oh
Yeah.
my god. I mean, that's MSI money right there, baby. That's MSI money from the championship, from beating BLG to now being, I think, the best team in recent history. Like, top esports were contending with that title, but JDG are now, I think, considered like getting into EDG RNG legacy. Yes, only over the recent years, but You look at Jingdong, it started in 2019, almost started in 2018, as with Duanbi, they almost made it to Worlds, not with Duanbi. I'm getting a little bit confused here with the Rogue Warriors roster. But JDG were close to making that run. Of course, it was EDG in the end, I believe, who got that final spot. But point is that Jingdong are quickly becoming a team that more global fans are knowing about. EDG were that team for the longest time. They were the team that always went to Worlds. You know, flashback for everyone at home. Remember, it was like the iBoy roster. Even I think it was Zait and Mako, if I've said that right. I'm not even sure. I'm very sorry to OG fans, but that was the team that always made it, right? Before that, Deft, Pawn also on the roster, won the first MSI. Like, EDG is one of the most historic orgs of the LPL.
Yeah, EDG most established, or one of the most established alongside EDG and RNG, of course, but JDG slowly making that name for themselves. I believe that the whole narrative around this organization coming into this year is that this is the start of their era. I mean, you can even tell in the LPL teaser for Summer Split that 369, his final line was, "You can come and defeat us," kind of making them like the final boss. I mean, you have someone like Knight and Ruler performing at the international events, and I feel like Kanavi and 369 also elevating their play when it does come to those international games and superstars in their laning. They're definitely very worthy of it, and this is going to be a huge challenge for EDG, bouncing off a loss from Top Esports and also BLG.
I have to say, Kitty, I'm looking forward to this one. I'm getting married next Wednesday. I'm looking forward to it. I am literally ending my LPL casting for about a week and a half with this said series. And what a way to go out with the Australian thumbs up as well for some reason from that fan. It feels like the perfect ending, not only for me, but also for our fans for tonight. Because EDG and JDG, the expectations are high. EDG this split, they said they want to do better, considering that this was not the team that a lot of people expected as a second seed. BLG knocked them through, even recently in a best of 3. BLG 2-1 them. EDG have got to really step it up, and today with a new AD carry. I wonder how it's going to go, Kitty, because against Ruler, who seems to still be informed despite JDG being a bit back and forth, today is going to be a fun day.
And before we get into the whole mix of everything, because this is such a hype matchup, congratulations to you, Jake, as you're about to achieve wife buff in the esports scene, as I hope that all goes very swiftly and you have lots of fun next week. But of course, JDG versus EDG, it has to be about the AD carries, because I had this highlighted once again, which was that EDG, they did so well throughout that spring slip because of how Lee was performing in such an outstanding manner that he was able to secure himself Rookie of the Split. So being put out of a different situation, I feel like Fofo and JJ, they really need to step up as the veterans of EDG as we get into ban phase.
Okay, finally, 13.10 folks still on there, nothing banned away, as in nothing is unplayable until our players ban it. JDG have gotten rid of the Yuumi, thank you so much. Milio as well, Kitty. But Rakan and Annie on the other side, getting rid of some of those engage potentials from people like Knight, people like Missing. Curious to see though, Kitty, if we see the Nico left up, things like the Cassante, Jace there, so one of those will be available.
Something very interesting about JDG's game so far, they're willing to have this Nico champion open and given over to the enemy team on this red side as well, because I feel like Knight, he's very comfortable with how his kind of laning ability is going to be when it does come to the isolated 1v1. However, Jace and Annie both taken off, so his most responded champion is Annie, so I'm wondering if he will play something like the Syndra if Nico is going to be let open, which is exactly EDG hovering over the Uzi champion, as everyone has been having some conspiracies over, but now confirmed. So, 请乌兹来到台上，请神。
你说什么？
So there's this kind of trend that when you hover Vayne in a professional game, you're welcoming Uzi and borrowing the spirit of Uzi into their competitive match.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that. Otherwise, I would have been completely clueless. As I want to talk about this draft because EDG have first picked Vi, normally banned away. But Kitty, I think the more interesting thing is they just gave away Cassante and Nico if they choose to play it. But maybe EDG want to give Ruler a bit of priority here. Even with something like the Zeri available, they're like, yeah, nah, forget it. Cassante, they are going to leave.
Interesting. So we see a lot of high priority towards this Aphelios pick, which is exactly what JDG is going to secure. So I wouldn't be surprised if they want to look for something like the Nautilus, where you do have great setup in that bottom side. But it is going to be the blind Ahri. I believe we saw this kind of priority coming out of OMG from a series earlier. But of course, as a natural counter, the Nico is still left open via Nico secure for the side of EDG this draft. And also Cassante is going amazing so far for EDG.
This insane 3-pick. I mean, EDG have just been given flash of the pan, right? Wukong in the response. Same old pick draft, but like, EDG must be pretty happy, Kitty, considering those 3 champions are banned away at least 80% of games in the LPL.
More support bans coming out of JDG. They really want to narrow down Mako's ability to enable the Snake to have a decent time in that bottom side. But like you said, taking away the Aphelios for the side of JDG, that does leave open something like the Jinx, but she is very vulnerable when it comes to those team fights, and it exposes kind of your weakness of your positioning, especially for the Snake in his game 1. So they're going to take away the Malphite, which is a huge problem for someone like a hyper carry to deal with, so that's really smart. But my biggest question is, what is JDG going to pick for that top lane? Because 369, we know that he's the most well-rounded top laner we have in the world right now. Well, Ala, he has been showing a little bit of cracks when it comes to his laning phase, often giving a lot of kills over to the enemy team.
True. I mean, Arla's been someone who's picked up carry top laners, I feel like, has also been flexible enough with tanks. So he can go either way, but we know already, Kitty, it's going to be something, we know it's going to be the Cassante, excuse me, but it's just about how he survives through. For JDG, what options are they going to have? We've already seen the Malphite ban, as you alluded to and talked us through. But on the other side, Brom instead. Does that mean we're looking at Jinx? What are we looking at? Ignore the Vayne hover for now from JDG. I'm more curious about JDG 4 here. Because Kitty, no support, no top laner. You talked about it. Maybe 369 counter pick instead, giving Missing a crucial pick tool to run with JDG's comp.
Yeah, this is going to be the Thresh getting locked in for Missing in this game 1, but I believe we get it before we started this series. It was Rula on Twitter. Sorry, I was on Twitter. I know Cass has used Twitter as well. But even Rula was hyped about Uzi's announcement from LPL English. So that is just how much respect we have on that player, which is going to be naturally responded with the Jinx getting locked in by the Snake for this game 1. So hopefully he is going to have a banger of a time because he needs all the help he can get. But Mako on something like the Nautilus, great setup for this game 1. A lot of lockdown and single target lockdown, which can shut down Rula very early on in the game.
Well, it's a pick for Mako that's worked so well through the ages as well, especially with Thresh. CC yourself in lane, get a free hook at the same time as well. The hovers continue here, but we know that now it's counterpick for the top side. 369 is someone who plays things like Renekton. He pulls out things like the Ornn. I'm not even going to say Renekton ever again because we knew it was going to be a tank this season. 369 gets himself into favor. And Kitty, I have to say, 369 Ornn has been the best Ornn this split by far. It has been insane, and I'm excited to see it again, which is not something you say out of Ornn players in the Rift.
Yeah, especially having that Malphite getting taken away, Ornn is going to be the next best top laner that can shut down hypercarries like Jinx in this game 1. So we have a lot of focus in terms of gap closing for the side of JDG, having that Ahri and Wukong available for both Kanavi and Knight, and this as a duo is exactly what made this mid and jungle of JDG so potent when it came to those international stages, because they get that push in the mid lane and they just instantly rotate and play around Rula throughout that bottom side. So hopefully EDG, they're going to be able to cover for the Snake in his debut game in the LPL.
It's a big one going up against JDG. It is such a hard ask for not only EDG fans, but for the team itself. Bringing in this fresh face from the LDL who's barely experienced competitive play and putting him up against Ruler, Knight, Kanavi, Missing in 369. It's JDG, your MSI champions, who've come back and maybe not looked the cleanest, but in performance, they still edge out the wins. LGD, OMG, LNG, they've beat them all. Weibo, their only loss so far, but sitting 3-1 near the top of the standings. We'd expect it's up to EDG to disrupt them. Welcome in the Snake. I don't know how long he's going to be here for, as we heard the news earlier on, but it is about this man today because he is stepping into some mighty big shoes for EDG's AD carry Leaf, who's no longer on this roster, or at least in a fighting position. EDG versus JDG just spiced up by that little known fact. As we hear the gyos in JDG's home arena with 1,600 people. Look at it. There's
The
a
crowd
VIP
is
box up there.
Packed. Even the
Holy
VIP
crap.
section is packed. Hysterics. I want to be there, but of course, we will be spectating from afar as we have a lot of truces happening in our top laners in the 2 previous series, which is great as chaos is about to be ensued between these 2 teams. But I do want to highlight that JDG getting a lot of their comfort picks. Kanavi, the best Wukong we've seen so far for 2023. So we'll have to wait and see how JDG is going to be able to deny a lot of these flank angles that JDG have been so prone to be known for. But I also want to credit JDG. I think he is the most consistent player of EDG so far in the summer split, and it really just depends on if his side lanes can hold out until that point that allows JDG to make those angles onto the side lanes and get those ganks online.
I mean, great setup on that note as well, right? Fofo, Arla, same deal. We are going to have a 1v1 of tank busters. Oh, the boys. All right, 369 versus Arla. Actually, hang on. Flip here could be pretty good as Arla takes an equal trade back. Measures there. Passive, half HP. Grasp, okay. I love it. Absolutely love it to start off.
Great trade coming out of Ala as well as both top laners starting that D shield. So it really just depends on if these junglers want to play towards his top side. But I'm more than sure that we're going to have chaos ensue towards his bottom side. We have both the Thresh and the Nautilus having great setup potential when it does come to those ganks. But the difference is that the Snake has something like the Cleanse to deny those gank angles going over towards the side of JDG. Also, potential picks from this Ahri as well from those charms. So it's going to be about execution as Ruler, he has decided to go with the Ghost, which can play with a lot of space, especially if you avoid that initial engage from the Nico and Vi in these team fights.
Yeah, I mean, if he doesn't get all out as well, Ruler has a real chance to join up with the rest of JDG. That's later on. I want to talk a little bit about laning phase here because EDG priority in bot here. You can see Kanavi going to hover around at the level 3 Wukong, but EDG not over pushing. That's the strength and experience from a player like Mako. A great voice on Edward Gaming. Now the only one there, but as I say that, Dred's line, he's going to be flayed in. He flashes away from Kanavi, but Kanavi able to follow this one up, and the range should be there. Targeted down, dead for first blood is the Snake. Looking for his first reset, his first kill of the LPL. JJ's here as the flash comes out, but it's a numbers disadvantage. They're still trying to kill Missing. Get this reset. The Snake is going to get it. He's excited. The Snake! There's his first blood, his first kill. Both AD carries alive, but double buff and the ability to kill Ruler as EDG make it an even trade.
Double kills and double buffs going into the pockets of the Snake after that chaotic 3v3 that happened, with JDG being the ones, being the initiators, as we have Missing having that lantern that allows Kanavi to join in into the whole mix of things. But this Jinx, she's excited and she is going to have a great start to this early game.
And again, for the Snake, that's what you want. You want what would be your weakest player finding an angle here in this game. No summoners burnt from that as well, Kitty. As we look at the replay, and it was after EDG stepped up to this wave with a good flay from flashing.
Yeah, they used a lot of those resources onto Mako, where he was able to get some space with that hook connecting onto the wall as JJ making his way towards his bottom side. I was honestly expecting a flash Q out of JJ just to get the deal done. But you see Ruler predicting that flash not going to happen as the Snake, although out of mana, he picks up 2 kills. But I think Kanavi looking for something this top side as we have in the bottom left corner.
Arla has flash available, but 369 against the wall. Arla's in such a bad position. This can be an easy knockup, but it depends on the Q as knocked away. He flashes still. The damage from Kanavi might not be enough as a flip back into the turret is too dangerous. Arla at least burnt from his summoner, and it didn't cost JDG a thing.
But he doesn't have that TP, so this is going to be a wave pushed in for the side of 369. You see JJ getting spotted out on wards, so JDG, they are going to avoid this trade-off gank for the side of EDG. Unless this hook lands, I don't think it is going to, but Allah, he's going to lose out on at least a wave in that top side.
Will make a difference. Kitty, I want to mention that that's the only wave that seems to be struggling right now. 369 going to get a plate here, so JDG should move into the lead, but further to my point, all the other lanes doing fine. CS building up here on the bottom side. It is also a built-up wave, so maybe not as accurate as what 20 CS looks like right now. But Fofo through mid, 10 CS on this Nico matchup. And with the Dragon going down as well, EDG's early game, Kitty, looking pretty swell.
Yeah, it's so crazy to me that JDG drafts, the common trend is that they are willing to let open this Nico champion. Fofo looking for something, predicted by Knight, ulting away with that Spirit Rush. But that's a huge engage tool out of the way for EDG with the Rift Herald spawning in 2 minutes. So JDG want to force something. Fofo doesn't have the correct angle. But like you said, the amount of lane party that Nico is able to provide for JDG to work of, securing that first dragon into the pockets of EDG. So far, so good.
It's always crazy when I see a Nico try and ult an Ahri. I guess trying to find that window. I'm not sure if he knew that Knight was 6, but seeing Nico's try and ult Ahri, I think, man, you got to have like old man hysterics hands, you know, to not see that one coming, to not press your R button and just get out of there. I'm glad Knight is not as old as myself. Kitty, I know you're like 7 years younger than me, so, you know, you would have gotten out of that as well. Well done. But hey, at the very least, ult for ult. No?
Nah, I don't count my minions either, which is something so annoying that players have to adapt to with the current alteration of Nico, as we do have the Rift Herald spawning in 1 minute, but like I've been saying, Fofo not having that flash available, and JDG with the amount of mobility between Wukong and Ahri, it's going to be a little bit hard to lock down. So JJ, he is also slowly working towards that level 6, as he does hit it on one more camp, I believe.
Whoa. Their sentence there. Gravitum is here too, Kitty, so just watch Ruler. Then goes to the Crescendum, but unable to follow this one up. Still scared of the auto attack potential with Ignite from Mako. The Snake also backs this one off as Ruler are missing. Just collect the wave. Still 10 CS behind as a bit of a reset timing here for the bottom lane of EDG as well. And that's going to be 30 seconds away from Herald. Let's see what the movement looks like as JDG Ruler are missing. Stick around.
It does seem like that both junglers hovering towards his bottom side as Ruler gets his wave pushed in, but I wouldn't be surprised if missing resets with this tempo and just rotates slowly towards that top side and force a Rift Herald getting picked up by JDG and then having that Rift Herald into the pockets, or at least create plates for Ruler at the very end. But we'll have to wait and see, as we do have level 6s coming online for both Kanavi and JDG. But the biggest difference, once again, is how EDG approaches this top side, because they currently don't have any vision on this Rift Herald, while JDG, they have both vision on the Rift Herald and this bottom side river.
Well, as they move up, I was just going to say as Kanavi moves up, he's kind of alone, and he's fine because Knight having priority, Ruler missing, both moving. All G. The Snake moving to bot side. How quick he's going to be, though, because this Herald should only last for about 5 seconds longer. And Kitty, I have some good news for you. For EDG, is it good news? Oh, yes, it is. If the Snake is still playing, they verse Weibo in week 7. That means we will have the Snake versus the Shy.
What a banger!
Completely irrelevant, but just knowing my brain, that's where it took me. And I cannot wait. If that's still happening, even if Uzi's there, please play the Snake versus the Shy. I'm looking forward to it. Anyway, Kitty, Herald topside. And JDG just going to drop this one down with Ruler. I think that's first turret blood for free.
Yeah, and of course, JDG is the team that will send their top side towards the bottom and then get this Rift Herald and 5 plates into Ruler's pockets with that red and white available for the Aphelios as well. However, EDG making a response play towards that bottom side. I don't think they have what it takes to kill off 369. They don't have the damage. I'm pretty sure about this. But he is going to slowly walk towards that, as it is going to be a 3 for 5 plate trade.
So at least the Snake gets solo plating. Kitty, I think that's what we need to look at, is that this Jinx gets it all by herself with Mako not stepping in. But still on that top side, first turret blood, the gold value for the whole team is massive. JDG now ahead by 1,000 despite kills being even. It'll just be about what the Snake can get else on this bottom side too. JJ going to take away the Wolf. That was so rudely interrupted. But I want to ask you a little bit about what changes in the map now. Now that this turret's down, Kitty, what changes for JDG after picking that up?
I mean, JDG, they are having an excellent macro game so far, because you already see that they secured that Rift Herald, got rid of the top tier 1 tower, now sending all of their members towards this bottom side. They want to look for this dragon, which is going to be coming up very soon. And something that we also need to highlight is that LPL teams, they've been doing a lot of this strat where they do secure the Rift Herald very early on at 9 minutes, getting 5 plates into Ruler's pocket. So he's going to get an extremely early item spike for this upcoming fight. I don't think he has it just quite yet, but we do have a lot of vision set up for the side of JDG, while Fofo, he has that flash available, so it's going to be a very big question on how they approach this upcoming dragon, because once Ruler backs, that's where chaos will ensue.
True. I want to see the comparison because Noon Quiver, recurve bow, the Snake in a pretty good position himself. And again, those plates individually mean so much. We'll see what else he can get as he gets a push in because Ruler's lost his support. Meanwhile, where EDG, now that they have that shove themselves, Mako and the Snake running towards this Dragon. We've got 4 members bot, Kitty. This should be an easy start, but will they be able to complete it?
I don't think JDG
Oh,
are
they
going
do.
to let go
yes,
of this.
They do. Yeah, right answer, but Missing's already dead. Pop loss and cut through. Fofo gets the edges. Over the wall, Ruler's not able to join in, only on one target for now. They find the pick, that finds the reset. The Snake now caught out as well, but here comes Cassante. Arlen trying to do his best, but the Snake over the wall, the range, not enough. JDG explode on him. Out of nowhere, Knight just activates.
And that's 5 Darksteel stacks going into Knight's pockets. I'm expecting a book for this game one, but like you said, JDG playing up their space, having this Wukong and Ahri, getting those resets online for this mid laner, and that is going to be a huge win for the side of JDG. But we'll have another look because EDG, they were the first ones to initiate onto Ruler, but Ruler having that flash available just spaced Fofo out. You see so many ultimates committed towards his ADC, but no follow-up whatsoever. And 369 getting a 2-man on ultimate just meant that he had so much time for a Knight to just get those resets online.
Running free. A shame that nothing was able to be done. I mean, Fofo not getting the full value of the ulti either. Hurts a lot with Knight, as you said. He's not going to get the book now. He's got only a chapter of it. But 2-0-1, the bounty is available. Storm Racer picked up, as you were talking about, from Ruler before with all the gold put in his pocket. JDG, gold lead, is back to about 1,000 and a bit. But still, I think the more important thing is they stopped the dragon stacking here, Kitty, for EDG, who already picked up the first one nice and early.
I'm pretty surprised that the Snake has decided to go Kraken Slayer for this game one, because we've been saying how JDG, they have great gap closing abilities with this Ahri, Wukong, and Ornn getting locked in for that side. So without that flash available, I'm not too sure how Jinx is going to survive in these team fights, especially if Knight is going to consistently find those angles with that ultimate reset and close the gap even further.
Oh, they're going to be spotted out in the bottom side. Missing and Ruler aware. Ladies and gentlemen at home also aware that gold is pretty neck and neck, or at least enough of. Herald coming up in a minute 30. Everyone keep your eyes on that top side as JDG control vision. As Mako dredge line, nicely done. It connects. Depth charge as well. They're full committing, but under the turret, Mako almost there. The ulti from the Snake not going to connect onto Missing. And Ruler turns it around. Oh dear. Oh dear. Welcome to the LPL. JDG will be serving you today. How may they take your order?
A quick 2-0 for the side of JDG as they commit the TP from Knight, and that is going to be another 3 plates, or at least 3 plates for Ruler into this game, so collecting around 5 for him.
Guns.
The guns.
Oh, dear
is he going to get
Lord.
all 5? Oh no, this is terrible for the Snake. Guys, I don't have a good feeling about this.
I mean, honestly, the fact that Ruler is now approaching, he won't get all 5, Kitty, but this is a 4th. Just like that. JDG take an inch, then they go on to take the mile, as this was an engage all in from Mako.
Yeah, you see all the spells getting committed onto Missing, but in return, Mako's the one that was overcommitted, while we also have just the reinforcements from JDG. The Snake not having that flash available from the previous Dragon fight just meant it was going to go terribly for the bottom lane.
Help them.
Wide
Ruler's
flank.
gonna get ultied. All he has to do is show, so he's trying to buy time. No grab him here. Pops the ulti. Jed still hasn't ultied. Uses it on the Wukong. But Mako here needs to lock down Ruler. Where's the dredge line? Where's the mana? Ruler has none. The range ulti. Dodged away from. Man, the bottom lane of JDG is just getting this game to them. It's insane how well they're doing despite the lane.
Ruler is just breaking the Snake's ankles. I don't know how he was managing to dodge out that Jinxel with the bare minimum of a ghost, but they trade 1 for 1 at the end, while EDG, they're the ones committing 4 people towards that bottom side.
I cannot believe that JDG's bottom lane are now in such a comfortable position. It's play after play. EDG tried to force down their Kitty, but every time it's Knight TPing in. It's return of Kanavi. Knight walks down anyway. Like, JDG working as a unit. This is what we remember at MSI. If you want to skirmish with them, go right ahead. Do you think they care? Absolutely not. They're team fighting. They're skirmishing. Some of the best in the league. And even here against EDG, this early game has been all about it.
Yeah, most definitely. As we have 9 now sitting on that 3-0, and of course Ruler 2-0. They do have to give up the Rift Herald as they committed 2 people to cover for this bottom side, but I'm sure they're more than happy for that. I think Mako wanted the cannon, but it unfortunately died, so that was a very sad sight to see, especially for a support main. Don't look top lane. Top lane is just Fridge versus Fridge, as the plates have already died.
Always look top lane. Everybody loves Samsung versus LG. I mean, cameraman should be up there right now. Actually, Arla's taking turret shots. I'm not sure what happened there. 369 obviously lured him in, as any great Cassante player loves being lured anyway. But the problem is, Kitty, top side is a lot of fun in the sun. But bottom lane, I mean, JDG are running the map. Look how deep Knight is starting to go. And jungle's not even that safe anymore for EDG.
Yeah, I feel like in the 2 previous skirmishes that we've seen so far from EDG, JDG is the one going in and getting instantly one-shot by the side of JDG, and that is just Ruler having really good spacing on the Aphelios and kind of letting JDG putting him in a very awkward position, but it is going to get the Rift Herald for the mid lane. I don't think it's going to kill the tower, so they're more than happy to just finish it off afterwards. But once again, all eyes on Fofo. He has that flash available. He has the Protobot as well. We want to see some creativity out of EDG, because in their series up against Top Esports, it was supposedly a 2-0, but in that game too, we didn't see this Nico used to its full potential.
As speaking of which, 369 again. Oh, beautiful ulti coordination. They punish him a minute window. The Snake isn't even able to flash as Graviton ulti gets him. Fofo lucky to be alive. Meanwhile, Kanavi's dealing with the rest, as that is the weakest Cassante I have seen this year. And JDG giving nothing over to EDG, not even a window of time.
And guys, the Snake, with the start that he was given, when you're up against 369 and he's piloting the Ornn, you're going to expect yourself to be getting that fat CC to your face. He had that flash available, but like I said, not having the Gale Force, it is going to be so tough, as he was hovering towards that top side with very little vision. So it was just a bit of a mispositioning, and I think that was the biggest mistake of locking in this Jinx, is your weaknesses of this ADC of a hyper carry, but there's more fighting in this top side. I believe it's 369 dying.
Yeah, he did die. I got to say, in that replay, he cleansed early. The Snake cleansed half a second early of the Graviton, so Ruler was still able to get it off. He had to stand there. Wasn't able to flash away from 369's ulti either. And the Snake just goes down. Unfortunate, but again, nerves on a big stage. I mean, you're in JDG's home arena. You're playing your first ever LPL game versus this team. The fact that he's been able to CS fine and be able to keep his nerves in the bottom lane, even have some kind of impact, I think is already incredible enough. But JDG, the story we're going to tell them about, it's 4K, it's 3 turrets to 0, it's 2 dragons to 1. JDG putting on a show, as Knight now has the book in hand as well. That's going to count as his second item here in a game that's just looking JDG favored all the way.
I feel like EDG, they have to be the ones engaging first. You have so many great abilities. Count your minions. Oh my god, Fofo. Okay, he didn't manage to get that CC onto Ruler. Ruler started counting in the middle of everything.
Yeah,
but
he's
yeah,
counting minions.
He's
This
definitely
is a different
counting.
team, It's
But yeah,
amazing
hysterics.
over the past couple of days of LPL. Like, we've seen NIP, I think RA fell to it. Like, people don't count minions, especially with Nico in the meta, and it always sucks. This is the replay of how 369 got caught out.
Yeah, 369 overstayed a little bit, as he was spotted out by that single ward that EDG had available on the map. That is their only ward, by the way, while we have JDG committing towards that bottom side. So it's really nice to have Fofo picking up another kill, but still, it's not going to be enough, as I say, EDG, they have to be the ones initiating first. They can't let 369 being the one engaging, because you have the Nico, you have a great counter to stop Kanavi and 369 from popping off in these team fights, but unfortunately, when your ADC is the one getting caught out of position, that cleanse is going to be so valuable. We'll have to wait and see though, because I don't want to put any full stops just quite yet. We've seen Jinxes pop up once they reach that 3-item stage.
I mean, again, we know that 3-item stage is when Jinx has at it. We saw Hope earlier on, Kitty from WE, run the game from then on, but is the Snake going to be at 2 items before Ruler's at 3? That's a question right now in front of us. Ruler is so far ahead on his Aphelios. Knight on this Ahri is doing wonders as well. And we've got to look at what's up on the map. Baron is there for a team that has this Fed Aphelios. So right now, it looks like JDG setting up vision, trying to lure EDG in for the fight that should end. All other fights is missing. Pretty close on the hooks today.
JDG utilizing their priorities that they've been able to secure from getting that mid tower and placing down their vision towards this top side. EDG, they don't have anyone that can tank the initial hook from missing, so it's going to be very scary. And I think without vision for this Vi and Nico to work off, I mean, you can already tell that EDG, they're playing more reactive than proactive on this map. And I feel like that is one of their biggest weaknesses, as Baron is going to get started by JDG, and they have no idea that this is a 21-minute Baron start.
I mean, the Snake can ulti here, which he's probably going to, let's be real. But as they spot it out, this ulti ain't going to do too much as EDG coming late into the position. There's the hook missing to turn it around. Mako flashes out already. Ulti's going to be late from the Snake, or not at all, as Baron just goes down. Missing again, finds Fofo. JDG can do no wrong as Ruler ults off the side. Guess what? Fofo's dead, Mako's dead, and Arla tries to Cassante. But you know what? For once, Cassante will yield. JDG making sure that this champion doesn't get to play the game. And just like that again, we are bowing down to the Kings.
You already see JDG working towards his mid tower and also that top side. EDG not having what it takes to clear out these waves. Nice looking for an angle.
But can you do anything? I mean, look, the Snake zones out, at least gets 369. Okay, that's good. Maybe confidence booster to zone them off, but the problem is they're already away. They got the turret. Members of JDG waddle out of there with a 7k gold lead at 22 minutes with Dragon coming up in 35 seconds. We'll have to see if EDG can snag that one away from them with 369 being dead for 25.
We do have a lot of stopwatches available for the side of EDG, jungle, mid, and ADC. So even if the initial engage goes well for the side of EDG, you have to wait for those cooldowns to come off. Missing does get caught out here.
Yeah, maybe a bit disrespectful. Hook connects. That means Jed just stands in place. This might even open up the Dragons. Fofo TP's in as well. Missing not paying the respect with the turret being on an inch of its life. So now, Dragon a very real possibility as JDG want to TP in and find out. Will 369 regret this? Everfrost, Charm? Nope, not at all. Orn doesn't die. Look at that gun as Fofo pop blossoms up. But again, the weakest Nico I've seen this split as JDG will just not let them do anything. I tell you what, I don't know how much they charge for an hour of their cleaning service, but they do a bloody good job. Best in the state, best in the country, best in the world. That is the maid you want in JDG.
I also love maids hysterics.
That's good, because I'll tell you what, this one, I think pretty reasonable for the price. They'll do any job, anytime, anywhere. They can't put a foot wrong.
The best services that we have provided on the Rift as well. But we see the Snake getting that passive reset from this tower. So missing being a little bit disrespectful and JJ committing that flashing Q onto the support. But Fofo, this Nico, we don't see the same results as we usually see out of this champion because JDG, I feel like they've kind of figured out how to play around this champion. Look at the spacing that they've been able to create to avoid that initial ultimate out of this champion. And it kind of just makes Fofo look a little bit goofy in these team fights.
I mean, Ruler especially, his tippy toe wasn't even on the edge of it as Everfrost, Knight looking to solo, but even with ulti, he's like, nah, don't worry about it, we're fine. He's going to get the wave instead, just zoning Fofo out. He's got 21 stacks on his Book of Death. This is what you want to see out of JDG. I think some of their games so far, Kitty, have been questionable, like tough wins. But this is looking like one of their most convincing games. This is looking like JDG that went to MSI and won the whole damn thing. This is looking like the JDG we know and love. And against EDG, who aren't really a bad team, who should be a playoff team, despite their 80 carry today or whatever you want to think of him, they have made it look like it's night and day difference in skill.
Coming into the summer split, we got a little bit worried because their first game going against Weibo Gaming, a clean 2-0 taken away by Weibo. And then, of course, them dropping that single loss up against LGD. Not the team of the highest rankings that we've seen so far this year. So we thought JDG a little bit inconsistent. They just caught our position, I think.
I know, he came for the flank for this one onto Ruler. He'll get the stopwatch out of him. It's an attempt from EDG as Pop Blossom finally hits the mark, but one of the damage sources, one of the pick sources is dead. Arla's trying, but even as Ruler flashes in, it's too late for that. The Snake is hooked in, and another welcome to the LPL. A quadra kill for Knight is well deserved, and JDG in 25 minutes. They've done the dusting, they've done the wiping, they've taken out the trash, they've taken out the recycling. They can leave game one with their heads held high. This job only took 26 minutes of their time.
And I'm just reading through the script because there's 25 pages in it as Knight ends the game, like you said, with that quadra kill on the Ahri. And this is why, JDG, you don't give over the Wukong and the Ahri, as you are going to get demolished for this game one.
It was such a beautiful display. I mean, Ruler, bit of a scumbag for taking the pentakill, I believe, at the end. But hey, at the very least, you know, Knight getting his well-deserved merit. Knight had such a great game, and Kitty, it's nice to see, I guess, an Ahri in the LPL play so cleanly when we have had today a couple of silly Ahris, at least one from my bad memory. But it's nice to see Knight, you know, clean things up. I think overall what we saw, though, was that Kanavi always had a response for Bot. Bot was so hard fought by JJ. He's always down there. But JDG committing everything, even the TP at 10 minutes, for Knight to respond and for them to make sure the Snake and Mako weren't going to take over.
And at the very start, I mean, EDG were the ones that got that winning fight in the 3v3, getting those kills into the Snake. But like you said, those counter ganks from Kanavi, denying all of those engages from JDG, and then having that kind of swapping lane where it put Ruler on a 5-plate advantage and then putting him back to the bottom lane and securing another 4. I mean, that is just a plan for disaster. But I think the Snake definitely kind of not as chaotic as we expected, but definitely there are still things to work on, and I think Mako getting 4 support bans or something thrown onto him was a bit of a narrow down, as I think they need to stabilize through those team fights.
Yeah, look, I mean, I can understand why, but yeah, there needs to be more stability, more to your point, because for EDG, when they're running an 80 carry who obviously wants to play hyper carries, obviously wants to play a bit more front to back, surely Arla and Fofo need to set that up a little bit better. Surely EDG's draft need to adjust a little bit. It's curious, though. I think his debut wasn't that bad, Kitty. It's hard when, as a team, how are you going to set yourself up? What are you going to do when the whole world is crumbling, when JDG is so good to playing anti-bot in that comp?
Getting thrown into the deep end for the Snake in this game one, but let's all be real, this is kind of what we expected going against Ruler. But I do want to highlight that JDG, one of the best team fighting league teams that we have in our league when it comes to how they kind of play with their spacing. A very great slow team when it comes to approaching those 5v5s. But we take another look at the damage. Fofo did a lot of damage, but you have a Thresh Hook thrown at your face, you have an Ahri thrown at your face. The Snake was very far behind in every single team fight, so it was very hard to kind of get everyone into your little ultimate, as we see JDG just having that spacing once again and playing around this Nico champion perfectly.
At least he got his first kill in the LPL. In fact, he got 2 of them and actually did the most damage here, as you'd expect in this comp. But we'll see how EDG's draft changes for game 2, because for 369, for people like Knight, like, they got comfort here. Kanavi, you could say the same. Ruler, of course, on Aphelios. Really, Ruler on anything that is Zeri or Aphelios just feels right about now too. What more can you say rather than that JDG just had a clean game of it? Couple of moments EDG found picks, but we look at JDG playing one of their best games since they're back, playing a clean game of League of Legends, and all you can say is that, man, you need to find something to stop JDG from pulling the tempo for themselves, because otherwise they'll just take over like that, and as soon as JDG get a lead, they don't drop it.
Yeah, and I'm really happy that JDG proved me wrong. I was going to say that JDG, they've been looking a little bit slow in terms of how they approach the early game. They were more willing to do macro than team fighting, but they decided to fight fire with fire, especially around that second dragon, I believe, and they just took the entire game out of control. And of course, getting those kills into Knight's pockets, getting that Dark Seal rolling, and especially for those items online, getting online for Ruler as well. It was a very good game one, and hopefully the trend continues.
Hopefully, we'll see if EDG have anything in the tank, because we're going to have a break, then return with Game 2 to find out that answer after this. It's a 2v2 in base. Ultis ahoy as Cryan is doing the damage. Look at this man again getting Tibbers out of the face of Fetus. Gets chucked out YSM on his deathbed. Tries to run in and he dies. Meanwhile, Nautilus flushes and the LPL is unrelenting. An open nexus for Cryan. Fetus and Haichao are trying to get him off. Fetus will die. Haichao's next. And Cryan has just shown that his time on the bench was misplaced. Welcome back to the LPL.
Barely surviving at this moment in time as Tarzan goes for Tien. He's not winning that 1v1. Scout now joining into the play. Cyclone is there, but the culling. Scout knocked up and Tien's got a stopwatch. Scout has to turn golden as well. This is absolute carnage. Jaggalope getting onto Scout, though he's over the wall and taking down Moonlight Vigil. Gala! That was gorgeous! And now onto Mark as well. He steps into LNG and he steps up in the fight. Rookie fleeing through the mid lane, but Tarzan's got him, and it's a triple for Gala. Everybody moving over. TP immediately from Forge to see Perry on the top side of the play as well. Doggo, very aggressive positioning, but you can get away with it on the Zeri. Forge moving forward to CDZ. Face tanks 2k on the Herald. We're going to flip it here and it's taken by the Wukong. Ning to grab that one. Final chapter across the whole squad. Doggo untouched completely as Pinsy goes down. ZDZ the next target. He tries to turn around, pulls Doggo back. In they go with it, fellows too. Oh, jumps back into the play, but the shield is there. And the kitty cat can't do squat. Forge finishing one off though. It's too low to go back in. Forge gets knocked up and somehow goes down. And in his debut series, he comes on in. Chichoyi finds the Penta.
Air pack or something.
Oh, really? It's that lame?
Yeah, it's not great. It's not great. It's a bit lame. I'm not gonna lie. I have it here. Hang on, let me figure it out. It's upgraded air
wait,
pack.
actually, we gotta
That's
wait.
what it is.
TP flank coming in.
We're gonna have a fight. There's gonna be a TP flank from Scout, who's gonna be at the pop loss. So immediately Zika has to go into stasis because here comes the eco. Lands on the 3, and that means that all these health bars are so low. Your front line means nothing if you attack them from behind. Now we can see if Gala can plant his feet, which is exactly what he's doing as he tries to break down the wall that is his Orn. The Aphelios has gone down, and Gala gets himself excited. LNG want to end this game. They're chasing down Knight. He doesn't really have many places to go, and he's going to be the last one to stand, but also the last one to fall. Full ace in favor of LNG, 5 for nothing, and they're going to be able to push in and get an inhibitor. And he could maybe go for it, but I mean, this is just a straight up Baron at 20 minutes. That's why they're kind of like pushing for this right now. And look at him on the camera. He took his hands off the keyboard and everything. He is chilling right now. He is chilling. You go, please. There's only so much I can do, and here we go. Will this work? Will it work? Will it work? It will! And that's what you want to be seeing. Go, patient as ever. Gets himself his kill. The hunter finds his prey.
Still no answers. Someone's gonna pay for this. Watch me disappear. The days get longer, and I grow weary listening to my own excuses. Where does it begin? Where do I fit in? Will someone
下场兵的 EDG 战退，就感觉真要针对他们下了吧，因为他们离状态就不太好，就可以突破一下。我觉得赛季初到现在，挑战还是挺多的吧，就比如那种英雄选择还有队友的打法吧，但觉得还是远远不够吧，还需要继续就改进。这赛季就标记这梗吧，就感觉把除了小火的中单都标记一遍。
I need to find out what that meme is. I don't know if that's Chinese side or what, but he's apparently marking mid. Ladies and gentlemen, JDG, game 1, a successful win in 26 minutes. I'm Asterix, I'm joined by Kitty. Kitty, I didn't hear MVP. I'm assuming Knight. Knight sounds about right, if that's correct.
Your boy getting the quadra kill on the Ahri, and of course ending the game on 25 Magi stacks. He is going to be your MVP for game 1. And we are all not surprised by this choice, as he was the one getting all those resets in the team fights and getting those important charms onto the enemy team. But like you've been saying, giving JDG their 2 best champions, which is Wukong and Ahri, by the way, and them just knowing how to execute this to perfection.
Look again, Ahri for Knight, you know, not something that's as iconic as his Syndra, but still a great pick for him. This was Knight's game, and it came off the back of him having solo time in mid, but also being able to join up in these fights. The TP bot for the Snake, a harsh reality, as that's how Knight got going.
Yeah, it kind of just seemed like that the mid lane was always there for JDG first to those team fights, and it was just such a tough time to be Fofo in this game 1, as you have the mobility to deal with, but also not a lot of follow-up damage to these team fights to really just get anyone dead, as you are just trying your little heart out. But I believe I had an interview with Knight after the spring finals, and I asked him, so everyone knows you for your Sylas, but do you consider any other champion or want any other champion to become your iconic champion? And he said, I want my Syndra or my Ahri to be well known. And I'm sure that everyone has recognized that his Ahri is definitely one of the best in the world.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a lot of champions like that now as well. I mean, the list will continue on, but for JDG, their mid laner, a solid part of their team, I feel like can always be said. Most damage percentage, by the way, for JDG this split as well. And we're talking about Ruler, who's in the team. Knight is higher than him, is what my English brain was trying to say. 27% of the team's damage is the reason that Knight has the highest percentage of damage on JDG. And a game like that really shows the story with a high kill participation as well. We're getting into game 2, Kitty. What do you want to see different? What needs to change? Because EDG that time around, there was not as much setup. They didn't get the ball rolling. They all into bot and couldn't get anything out of JDG really.
Because on paper, they got Vi, Nico, and Cassante onto that game 1 roster. And those 3 champions are pretty much S tier when it comes to the current meta, where they have easy matchups when it comes to just getting blinded, and of course Vi having that extra bit of security when it comes to those engages, paired alongside the Nautilus, where it just has that CC that will lock down the enemy team. However, I think when it comes to what they decided to ban, I mean, we had the Annie, the Jace taken away for the side of EDG when it comes to that mid lane matchup, but I feel like something like the Jace can potentially be let open, because that, of course, you need to pair it with an AP jungler. And sometimes, I mean, I know Kanavi, he is a Elise and Maokai enjoyer, but that might mess up with the JDG's tempo just a little bit. I know that Knight is also very good Jace. You can't ban this guy out. But something else has also taken off the table was that Rakan. But the biggest problem for EDG coming to this game too is that it's not that EDG didn't ban out the champions that they wanted to. It's that JDG banned out Millia, Yumi, and Gwen. So that let a lot of OP champions over, but I don't know. It's just when you come to those team fights, they were playing to their advantages and playing off those resets.
Yeah, again, like the fact that so many OPs were given over to EDG, I thought was a surefire thing to come back to, quality control the draft a bit, or at least talk about between you and I, but it still wasn't enough as we go into pick and ban yet again. EDG on that blue side once more. Now JDG happy to stay on red, Kitty, so I'm wondering they'll probably just try and run it back, right? Same draft.
Yeah, EDG coming into this game to blue side once again, as they prioritized the Vi last time, which I think is fine. But once again, it's execution that really fell for the side of EDG in that game 1. So we'll have to wait and see. But I think Jinx was a huge bait pick for the Snake to take up. Maybe something like the Xayah, but however, they are the ones getting rid of this Rakan, so I'm not too sure if they will commit to that. But something like the Xayah, we've seen it do wonders when given to, I believe it's the ADC of Arya Assume, because you are able to play that weak side towards the bottom side, and it's not easy to be engaged on, which is exactly what JDG wants to look for as they lock in the Nico this time around.
Yep, take it and they give Ruler back the Aphelios again, so might just be EDG doing the handshake with the Jinx. With the Lulu this time as a question mark. Let's just see if they prefer engage, as this would be a nice little hit, especially since you're going up against Night Kitty, running Syndra into him, taking Cassante again for Arla. This feels like the way EDG get in their heads.
I like how JDG, they rarely pick up this Nico champion, but when given the chance to, he's more than happy to pick it in and lock it in. But the problem is we've seen a Knight play this Nico. I believe it was the series once again up against Weibo, and Xiaohu played this exact matchup, and it really denied a lot of those angles for a Knight to look for in those team fights because of that scout of the week. So JDG, they need to play a little bit more clever with how they approach these team fights, but of course supports are still up and available, and I wouldn't be surprised if JDG continue the trend and start banning out bottom laners and also the supports.
Getting rid of one of them. Lucian starts here for JDG. Just kind of thinking for the Snake, I mean, is it worth banning away his Jinx from game number 1, putting him on something a little bit different here? Because I'm already worried, regardless, that you are versing an Ornn. 369's Ornn last game, team fighting god. As Lulu's also banned away, so I guess you're putting them into a similar position. Run Jinx with an engage, and the Snake doesn't get protection. We essentially put him in a similar position, but even worse this time, Kitty, as Knight on the Nico is also a big threat.
Yeah, we do have a lot of jungles getting narrowed down by the side of EDG. Something like the Maokai is still available, however that is going to be triple AP towards the top side, so that's not the most ideal. So they need to get a little bit creative with what Kanavi wants to play. Something that Kha'Zix is still up and available if he does want to play and make up for that lack of damage, where you already have so much great CC provided by the Nico and through the Ornn. But that might be a rel hover. I won't say too much just quite yet, but it will be really exciting if that gets locked in.
Yeah, let's wait and see. Let the timer run out, because again, rel without Samira hasn't really been done in the LPL. As we're looking at the Kha'Zix, more importantly, Kanavi's jungle choice with a lot taken away. They banned Nocturne from EDG's side to make sure that this guy couldn't help bazooka, sniper, submarine his way in. But instead, he's going to be the little bug man and leave last pick for support for JDG. While EDG again, look at this same angle. It makes a lot of sense. The Snake on the same pick again. That Jinx seems to be the way to go. But it's just about the question here, Kitty. What does Mako pick up this game?
It's like a game of chicken right now, because JDG, they want Mako to pick that Nautilus, but Braum is still up and available, which is going to be a terrible matchup if he decides to blind the Nautilus. So it is going to get hovered, potentially denied by EDG, but that also allows JDG to play something like the Enchanter. But we'll have to wait and see what Missing has up his sleeve. We do have Lulu and Yuumi both banned out for this early game. I'm thinking, because there's no other meta enchanters we have right now, maybe something like the Renata, exactly like that, could work.
Okay.
Wouldn't be mad
Okay,
about
so-
that.
Yeah, Renata makes a lot of sense, as you were saying. That, or, you know, I'm trying to think about the rest of the list. What else is a support? Morgana, dude, there's
Don't
one
hover
guy.
Morgana, get rid
There's
of
one
that.
guy in Europe that would literally have an aneurysm if Morgana's locked in. He knows who he is. This time it's okay. He can keep his wits about him. It's Renata instead. Oh man, how bad would you be?
Well, I guess Morgana could work because you have Vi, who has that single target CC with that cease and disease. So I can see what that EU person was trying to cook in terms of the draft, but it is going to be the Renata and Aphelios for the side of JDG. This time around, the setup for this game 2 is going to be a lot more harder, as you only have Ornn and Nico to work off. And we've seen when you do utilize that spacing, I want the Snake to take something like the Ghost, where he is able to use that Gale Force and create that distance between him and the carries, where he is able to play off those resets and start kiting, similar to what Ruler was doing up against Fofo in that game 1.
I mean, especially playing with Braum. Feels so nice to be able to kite in and out of the fight with Braum playing around you too. I'm curious though, Kitty, because this game for EDG, we have some similarities. We have a bit of range this time coming to Fofo, but we still have the Vi. We've got ourselves the pick of the litter with Arla's Cassante. the Snake on something similar. I mean, the same pick, excuse me. Is it going to be enough against JDG? Because even though drafts change a little bit, JDG last time around, it was denying bot. It was getting tempo from there and just taking over the map. They can do the same here in this game, and 369 on the Ornn can start joining in from the mid-game onwards like he did last time. JDG are our MSI champions. They're 3-1. With a win here, they'd move up to second, and they'd be just under BLG, exactly where you'd expect them. But EDG, as they debut the Snake here with their big news of Uzi sitting on the bench and potentially playing for IG on the 14th, we want to see what they can do with this new prospective lineup. Big day for EDG, but so far game one was not a big one for them. It's dance battle again. Okay.
I think Cassante wins that. He just has better dance moves.
Is Cassante doing the haka? Is it the New Zealand haka? No.
I'm not too sure about that, as we have some modes getting exchanged in the top side.
He'd be doing the kamate ha. I can't do it. I don't know if that was... I apologize if that was offensive to anyone, but I feel like that is as close to the New Zealand haka as I know. So anyone out there who's a New Zealander can help me out. At the very least, yeah, we got some battle up top lane once again between Arla and 369. But more importantly, Kitty, this time we have Fofo in a favorable matchup. Yeah, you do. Of course you do, to start us off. Fofo this time with a range, Kitty, and I'm curious to see how this matchup goes.
Yeah, EDG coming into this game with a very clear idea. Outranging the Nico is the way to go when it comes to outplaying this champion, but the vision has to be perfect, set up by the side of EDG, because JDG, once you give them a flank angle, they're more than happy to take that. But my eyes, once again, is about this jungle matchup that we have, Vi vs Kha'Zix, where the Kha'Zix, he wants to be kind of chilling, full clearing until he gets that item spike, perhaps the Yomus or the Duskblade. We've seen both from BLG Xun. Also, Umbral Glaive is a very viable option where you do get that early game vision control. But on the side of EDG, I mean, you can look for those early game kind of ganks towards the bottom side. You have great setup. However, there's no guaranteed CC, and both of these bottom lanes are more than happy to scale. But I feel like EDG, they have what it takes to kind of force those early game skirmishes with this Vi.
Yeah, and again, playing with the strong mid-jungle 2v2 is going to be fun to watch. I think EDG, Fofo, and JJ, once they hit 6, the kill threat on Knight can definitely come through. So it might be about watching Kanavi and how he can counteract this, as he is spotted on his red side. Red ward actually placed down here by JJ. So nice little information game gained. As why are we zooming in? As Ruler, what's he doing? Is he in color sync? Is that the reason? No, it's because, ladies and gentlemen, I'm a little bit dumb, and there is a bit of a freeze here, as the wave is just in a great spot for JDG right now. Well done, as the Snake even taking an unfavorable trade thanks to missing, just whacking away with the handshake.
Yep, Colorcaster finds out wave freezing colorized 2023 as Hysterics discovers that in the bottom side. But of course, the wave is going to slow push towards the side of EDG, as we have Kanavi resetting from that top side, making his way towards his bottom side. But I feel like in JDG's position, they're more than happy to just counter and negate all engaged angles for this Vi, as we saw him kind of struggling to find those angles in that game one. So hopefully that's not going to be a continuing trend, because I feel like EDG, if you work up the Syndra and you work up how she's able to get picks, that's going to be the way to go.
Yeah, well, look, again, we know that Syndra's so great with pick potential. I need to pause, though, because JJ going to be found out by Kanavi. Knight was walking down as well. Meanwhile, hang on a minute. Tank battle continues. 369 might have to flash this if he gets knocked back, but is he stronger now that the hook's not there, or rather the knockback thereof?
He has a cloth armor.
Is a real threat. You're right. You got advantage thanks to Ornn. I love this matchup. I have to say, Ornn is literally the sickest man. One day when I'm a father, I want to be as cool as Ornn. I want my kids to think, you know what, Dad? You're chunky. You've got a six-pack. You've got a sick hammer. You can go to the blacksmith. You know, make all the kids some cool swords. Maybe I shouldn't give that to children. But that's what I want in life. That's who I want to be. I want to be Ornn. Look at him.
All right. Hysterics, I have a question for you. So, why do you know that Ornn has a six-pack?
As if you can't see. Look, that man, he is chunky yet refined. All right? He's not the ton. he is the Chad. I mean, yeah, Cassante obviously shows it off, but it is the humblest man who holds a six-pack. And Ornn is a humble man. Look at him. There is no way that man is not hitting the gym. How does he hold that hammer?
I mean,
Important
there's
stuff.
a lot of ways to hold a hammer. I'm sure I can hold a hammer, but we'll have to wait and see because this wave's slowly pushing into the side of JDG. That does allow for some time for Maker to set up those wards towards the bottom side, which does narrow down the angles that Knight can approach to look for those dives towards the bottom side. But we need to wait for those level 6s to come online, specifically for JDG, because we see them kind of just having a very slow early game so far as Knight, he is level 6 now.
He is indeed. Okay, Knight with the one-shot potential as well. If he has a bit of jungle help, we can say the same about Fofo, who's just hit 6. So volatile mid lane now erupts. Bot has been a little bit more calmer since last game, but I think we need to talk a little bit about the vision line, Kitty, because bot side, look at this. JDG just set up a line of scrimmage here in the bottom side all the way to the brush near mid, excuse me. EDG haven't walked over one yet, but JJ on the right side of the map. However, JDG with a push in bot have just started this off. And there's nothing that EDG can do about it, whether they have vision or not, which they do, by the way, in the back of Dragon Pit.
A singular ward is exactly what EDG have, but here's the problem with blinding this Braum pick. You allow for just such a safe and slow early game that allows something like the Renata to get to that level 6 point, and at the very end, I mean, most people do prefer the Enchanter over Braum because you're able to provide so much more, like those, what is it called? The bailout for Ruler.
Yeah. Well done. Yeah, the bailout
we
can
got
be a
there.
pain to deal with. I have to say, you know, it's been a while since we've seen Renata, so it's completely forgiving. As hostile takeover is something I'm going to have to remember in the back of my mind. But Kitty, this game, we just mentioned, you know, Braum, pain to deal with for someone like the Renata as well. So I will say that Mako has a pretty good opportunity to stop that in its track by missing. But we're just going to have to see how it goes. Kanavi spotted an award on the bottom side. Guys, I know it's slow, but it feels very tactical to start it off. And Kitty, I guess this is where you come in. If we're going at a slow pace like this, who does it favor?
I wouldn't be surprised if Kanavi does get that slight edge as you are safely getting those items online. It's very slow paced like we keep saying, but I would much rather be the Kazakhs in this position, as you also have someone like the Ornn and Aphelios to work off if you do get to that stage where you get the ornaments online. But something that I am expecting JDG to do is once that Rift Herald is available on the map, we could potentially see something similar out of this Rift Herald for Ruler, where he gets that 5 plates into his pockets once again. You already have Kanavi resetting as they are getting that bottom wave pushed in, but JJ, he's already towards that top side.
Knight to minion. Yeah, I gotta count it. JJ's here for a gank. He's got flash. They're like, oh, he's not here. JJ, don't be fooled. As Knight comes out of hiding, Fofo dodges away from that tangle barbs. Not gonna pull the trigger. Instead, JJ's going towards the top side. As the snake
Missing's
actually might
got
find
out.
missing here. Flash away. Good flash timing. Mako pops the ulti down just in case Pop Blossom is there. Knight has found the invade. JJ instead also burns the flash, but he's punished hard.
Yeah, 369 having first move, using that ultimate onto JJ, catching him off guard. I'm not too sure where he used that flash. It had to be from an initial Nico route or something where they knew that this Vi no longer had her dashes to get away. I don't think this is going to result in a solo kill, Hysterics. We've seen this magic too many times. But
I know.
it is, once again, the Rift Herald going towards JDG.
Look, at least a massive win for JDG. You have to say the early game again, looking real good. 1k gold lead. On top of that, Herald that's going to be placed down to give a myriad of gold back over to this team as Kanavi just jumping in to call the chicken. JJ went for red here. And
He
Kitty
went over the
used
red.
He used his Q, so he had to flash.
Oh, I see. Okay, so
Lord.
it wasn't a Nico E that was forcing the flash out of JJ. He's just venting in and he had no way out, so he had to burn it. But that's just
Little bit
kind of
crazy.
disrespecting your boundaries with how EDG was having in terms of lane priority when it comes to the top and mid lane, as 369 being there first and getting that kill into Knight's pockets. No Dark Seal just quite yet, so we can calm down for now.
We can. Well, I mean, I don't know. It depends what team the audience are going for. I wouldn't calm down if you're an EDG fan. It does feel like this early game, as Kitty was saying, is going so well, as that is not the real Slim Shady. He's just pretending to be here. Knight, obviously, Probably not going to be a Karzik sitting mid holding the wave that close out, or rather that far out from the turret. As he then reveals himself, he's got a kill. No Dark Seal, as we were just saying, as Kanavi, once again, just taking away everything. He's got a bit of a CS lead because he keeps getting on top of these scuttles. He hasn't really lost many jungle camps right now either, so you'd feel pretty good as a Kanavi fan, as he's one of the cleanest Karziks so far.
Yeah, but someone that hasn't been as clean is JDG in the series. I'm getting a little bit worried for this Vi. 2 games in a row, but this time around, you're up against Nico and Renata. Great disengage when it comes to those team fights. And if you're going to make an overforced play with the Vi, then it's always going to result in picks just going over to the enemy team. So EDG, they need to kind of weigh their values and take these fights very cleverly. I want to see more synergy out of Fofo and JJ. That's definitely something we've been missing in these team fights, where you see it from JDG, Kanavi, and Knight. Even from that first blood, you have Knight kind of working towards Kanavi and protecting his own jungle.
Hang on, I just love top. I love it so much. It's so much fun. Like, old tank matchup, Sion versus, I'm trying to think, Sion Gragas is a boring one. Who else? Who was the wet noodle king up top side? Maybe
I think it was just San Cassante.
Yeah, but before Cassante, those were the good old days. Remember when Cassante wasn't in League of Legends? Do you remember those good old days? Like, yeah, he's better than watching Zerayumi for sure. He definitely needs a nerf. But remember when Cassante wasn't in League of Legends? Those were the days, man, where we just had tanks. Not tanks that do 1,000,001 damage. Not tanks that turn into budget Aurelia when they ulti. Those were the classics. But ignore me, Kitty, because for now, TP's coming through. Knight's trying to get mid lane pushed out because Dragon's up. This could be second Dragon for JDG, but you can see EDG kind of hungry for it as well as they move into position.
But just look at the vision control that JDG have already been able to plant through this Riverside, as Kanavi coming in with the Umbral Glaive first item. Even 369 rotating first. He does have the TP available as well, but he is going to stop this push in the mid lane, while Ala is going to struggle to find any ward to even go there. So that's going to be 2 dragons going towards the side of JDG, and they're just happily scaling. You know how Bob Ross always says, happy little trees? This is just happy little scalers. As we have Aphelios, Nico, and Ornn for the side of JDG in this game too, as EDG, they're the ones that really want to play off JDG's engages, but he hasn't been able to find any angle so far.
I mean, it's been a slow, not a bleed out by EDG, but it is feeling like a slow burn, honestly, as JDG hold control in this game. They're going to get a Herald spawn mid too. That's more gold given over with turret plating as well. And that all goes to Kanavi, as 1k plus now is where they're sitting with the Umbral Glaive in Kanavi's inventory and a Serrated Dirk. They're invading once more. Kanavi trying to threaten with Fofo as good scout of the week. And that's going to help it out. Oh no! Chicken!
Raptor's been secured. Yeah.
It's when the Colonel lets one go and then brings it back in. It's just extra cruel. At least it goes down, but hey, Kanavi still continues taking away. That's the point you mentioned. Should be mentioned, rather. Ala just wants the plate. He's going to get knocked up. This is dangerous. Ala for the plate. Is it worth dying for the Forge God? Oh, at least he goes unstoppable. The all-out. Oh, not against the wall. Unlucky, sir. As JDG get another one with the cost of a plate for his life.
And JDG utilizing the fact that Ala was trying to look for those plates on this Cassante and punishes him for being over-pushed, as I think the Snake, he is able to pick up a plate himself. But when you do talk about these fridge matchups we have in the top side, Cassante is usually the one that is able to pick up all those tower plates, and that's what makes him such an annoying champion to deal with. While on the other hand, you usually have champions like the Sion and Ornn being the receiving end.
Hang on, Zap going to be flashed away from. Good little trade here as EDG try and scare them. Mission successful. They won't get the kill, but they get double summoner out of rule. That might bite them later.
That's a dub. Rift Herald is spawning in 40 seconds. But we do have the Proto Belt being picked up by Knight in this game, at this 14-minute mark. But something else I wanted to highlight is that Fofo, he went with the Shattered Crown as that first item. So a bit of a defensive item coming into these team fights. So I'm not too sure if they have what it takes to challenge JDG just quite yet, especially when it comes to the damage department. Both Storm Razors picked up by the AD carries, but we'll have to wait and see, because we do have the Scuttle Crab secured for JDG as 369. He has that extra bit of tempo, TPing back, but we have the support moving first from Missing, and he's just gonna secure that Rift Herald and probably plop it towards that top side.
Yeah, and again, just open things up. And we have to say, if we're talking about fights coming through, is Knight leads the charge.
Cheeky.
Okay, yeah, never mind. Nothing happens as the Snake gets a bit of a reset here. Got first turret. Surprising. They've just been whittling away at the bot lane turret. I was going to say, how do you get Herald when Knight's so strong? And I guess the answer is you don't, Kitty. You leave it and you focus on bot lane, which has been happening in the 2v2. The Snake has had a pretty decent laning phase and once again has actually come out in a decent position.
Yeah, I feel like the Snake is having a pretty good early game on the Jinx so far. Even in game 1, he had a pretty decent performance, but the question is, once you do reach those major fights in the 5v5s, it's going to be quite the heavy task to handle. How much HP did that shred of 369, that Jinx ultimate, like 50?
Yeah, 30, 50, yeah, something like that.
5.
Yeah, literally nothing. I mean, 369 doesn't feel any pain. He's able to pick up some turret plating topside. That's why he's got so much gold. And again, an item advantage, by the way. I spawn on the other side. Sunfire first early, but the Giant's belt here for 369. And you can just see this Ornn pick might have to start getting more respect in games. I mean, he's had it a couple of times now. And I feel like 369, we're about to see why he's such a good team fighter as Kanavi misses out on the Void Spike, unfortunately. And we're just going to wait till Dragon because, okay, we chill. Nothing else happens on the map. It is a slow early game. Look at that man. Mighty bushy moustache. He's going to join us down in about 40 seconds, Kitty. Even without TP, might get this next wave, sync up with the rest of the team, walk down because this will be third Dragon for JDG. You can see that EDG do not want to give them soul point.
Yeah, we do have EDG having first move on this third Dragon, as Knight did have to come out of base, but the question is EDG going to set up correct vision to play around the potential flank angles that Knight might have? I mean, you have to be super attentive with this wave. He's a melee creep, guys.
Will we ever know? It's so bulky. Scat of the week, that minion can kite. Still gets it. Pop Blossom up as well. It's not that they fell for it, but maybe it was a bait. As he goes golden, the rocket not hit as Cleanse comes out. The Snake now can DPS freely. Watch this Jinx in the backline as Knight goes into stasis, but rather the bailout doesn't get him going. The Snake is excited, but does he have the damage? That's the question. 369 is blocked out by the Brom, but the Snake is frontlining. Again, what a pain he is to deal with as JDG are relentless.
And the game explodes to that single mechanic once again. EDG didn't count the melee minions in that wave, catching Fofa off guard, even though having that flash available and all spells committed onto this Syndra. But in the very end, it's not the Syndra dying, it's EDG's entire roster dying for Fofa's mistakes as they secure this Dragon Soul point.
Replay time. Oh, from base. Yeah,
Walking.
I mean, again, Kitty, the minion kited, so I think they had an idea. Look,
All right.
You don't scatter the weak a minion. They definitely do.
I also want to highlight Missing. I think he got a full-man ultimate on this Renato, so that was absolutely huge for JDG. And Kanavi, he was just waiting for JJ to go in and then finish the deal. But although being there first, he doesn't offer as much compared to someone like 369 that has the ultimate available, displacing the Snake in this team fight as flashes get committed. Yeah, Ward's move. I think Ward's move. What do you think?
I don't know, man. Knight, what is he doing? Just chilling. Leave it there, Knight. Enemy can see it, right? Surely. Or is he invisible? How does sight wards work? Okay, we're never going to find out, are we? Because I know control wards, obviously they're visible, but you can't just be a Teemo, you know, because you turn into a ward. Surely not.
What if you're aware that the ward is well under vision for EDG, but he's just T-posing on the enemy team? That ward was Giga Chad T-posing energy, to say the least. But the return is going to eventually get dropped in the top side as we have both the support and the jungle hovering. I don't think JJ has an angle to ever engage because of Knight's ultimate ability.
Yoink. Okay, he's still going to ult in, but Missing again. Hostile take over with the Pop Blossom as well, but no one else. Missing can only help and watch, and guess in the end, Knight can only die for the turret. EDG will still get a pick.
Bit of an overplay from Knight as you only had Missing kind of surrounding you while EDG committed 4 members, but the Snake's a little bit caught out of position. I think he should be fine, but he has no rotation towards his mid lane, and that's 2 towers for Ruler.
Kanavi is the most impactful competitive Kha'Zix I have seen in a while. Kitty, we have seen Kha'Zix like, yeah, maybe get a pick here and there, but Kanavi is exerting pressure. 60 CS up here. Now Yoma's Ghost played. Kanavi doesn't have to get the kills. He just has to be in position. Threat, okay, Smite. We almost lose blue buff. We get it for Fofo, but he's still in our faces. Exerting that pressure I talked about. Kanavi's with the bounty as well, and for good reason. He's so far ahead of the enemy jungle, and I feel like right now he is the gold lead for JDG, or at least a big part of it.
It's kind of insane to think that Kanavi and Missing were the only members invading that topside jungle, while EDG, they had Ala coming from the bottom side, 3 people already being there, but they were too scared to pull the trigger, and I think that is one of EDG's biggest critiques, is that they are a very slow team, and they're very hesitant in making those proactive plays, especially given something like the Vi and the Syndra, where you have great setup to make those picks, but not getting utilized to its full potential. They are just slowly matching this scaling ability from JDG.
At least trying, I mean, but we're a far way off from EDG having the damage they need. Kitty, the snake, I think he's at 2 and a bit items. We'll wait until our little dancing man that no one else can see, unfortunately, disappears. Yep, Stormrazor is there with Gale Force. We're going to get to a third shortly. I guess Jed just playing with fire is... That was a fake back from Knight on the Nico. But I mentioned as, okay, again, another fake. The EDG might not have the damage. They still want to walk in, Kitty, because Baron's sitting there waiting. And look at JDG exerting pressure. No wards left behind.
Yeah, they are just protecting their vision for this Baron, but we all have to remember that Dragon's Soul is going to be spawning in 1 minute. They are just kind of playing with the idea of Baron for now, but I would be very surprised if they decide to flip this, as that's one of the ways that EDG can come back into this game state with a 3k goalie. Not the biggest, Ruler.
Oh, bad timing.
What is that,
Knight is teleporting out of there. Ruler's caught out. The hostile takeover buys time, but we ain't taken over. Ruler going into the bailout, but Arla's found him. This timing hurt JDG so much as EDG get another one in the back line. Arla gonna die in the end though, Missing lucky to get out, but Knight had to walk all the way up. EDG pinpoint precision.
And Knight, he is regretting his choices right now, hoping that he could cancel that TP as Ruler got engaged right in front of his face. However, we do have a massive CC coming out of this Nico, still available, and the jungler is still alive.
Missing doesn't have anything available. If Fofo hits him once, he is dead. That'll be another one to bite the dust. And I ain't talking about Queen is now trying to fake it out. Kanavi wants to steal. Level 13 on the Kha'Zix. Scatter the Weak not connecting from Fofo. EDG just don't have the guts, don't have the damage right now to hit that Baron. And JDG at the very least will find some kind of respite. But Kitty, having said that, they might even get more.
Look at Baron.
They'll find the Dragon. I mean, yeah, Baron is being done. So they'll have to walk away. EDG double take it.
But Kanavi's still alive, so it is a 50-50 flip. 369 doesn't have that TP available. I think they have to just 50-50 burger flip.
Oh god, Knight gets a pop blossom as well. Never mind. Was it a good move? Wait, Knight is dead. 369 jumps on in. Ornn. Well, Kanavi over the wall. 2.8k, 2.5. It's going to be 50-50. In they go. Try to burst it down. Scatter the Weak. Oh, Fofo gets it. Up they go. Baron is taken. JDG find 2 off the back as the enhanced recalls. They're trying to get out of there. And EDG will with 3 members alive. Fofo is psychotic.
How does Fofo get the Baron when you're contesting an isolation from Kha'Zix with that Q and the Smite available and your own Smite as well? But JDG having the numbers advantage, they're going to start this Dragon, and I don't think EDG can contest it.
Well, look, they are coming in regardless. Might be up to Fofo yet again. He has Flash available, so he can play aggressive into the Dragon. It's taken. Mako now in a bad position as he tries to hold out of there, but the wall is the wrong way. Fofo flashes eventually, but here he comes again. 369 just breathes fire on them. That's super hot fire for you as JDG get Soul, take a Baron out of the equation. Now we have to see if the call was really worth it in the end.
Look, as an Australian, that was the correct direction of that Brom shield, as it was just protecting his own teammates. But once again, I don't think EDG had the conditions to fight for that Dragon, but we have to take a look at this Baron. Knight engages first, getting it onto 3 people, but exhaust from the support of EDG just stops that burst damage from happening. And of course, Ruler ulting Mako once again, taking a lot of that damage. But Fofo being the one that secures this Baron is absolutely insane to think about. With that Scatter of the Week, like you said, it was 1,100 HP, but having the position to rotate first, JDG go to secure that Dragon Soul, which is Chemtech, and having a Renata, I'm pretty happy about that.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. Again, Renata just kind of gives you a double window into it. JDG still with the gold lead. They've got the soul, but EDG with the Baron, at least they're able to claw something back. But Kitty, I have to say, with this Baron, you would hope that EDG at least can aggress for a turret, because they've only picked up one in the bottom side. They've got an outer mid, outer top. There's so much standing gold, but EDG need to find a way to approach it. Otherwise, they're not going to be able to find much from this Baron power play. Ignore me for the time being, Arla. Almost knocked into oblivion. 369 aggressive as he's almost got the ulti available, but has to worry about the Brom. They're still going to ARAM for a bit, but Kitty, that just means JDG feel confident to stay here.
It's so hard to siege as the side of EDG, as JDG, they just have that wave clear, and of course 369 being there as well. I don't think they have what it takes to contest for this tower in the mid lane, and they're just slowly wasting this Baron. But if you look at EDG's composition, well, they kind of do have to look for those 5v5s. I think Ala can go for those side waves, but he's not the one with the Baron buff. It's Maker and the Snake, as Fofo got caught out earlier. So I think this Baron, although they got it and it did create a bit of a shift in gold, it's not going to result in too much as JDG hold down their forts.
And we have to remember that it is even easier for JDG to hold down their forts because they have the Ornn. We've got Yomu's Wake here for Kanavi as 3 items and a bit. This guy is so fast. Also, of course, you got to look at Ornn upgrading his own item as Primordial Dawn, now complete there too. So a couple of Ornn items, but he's only level 14. Wait till next, until we get our next upgrade too. You'd have to think Nico should be next on the menu with an upgraded Aero Pack that Knight should be able to harvest. As ignore me getting on Ornn's names because EDG have just picked up a turret, and that's even post Baron. So gold back into them.
I think the next big point is going to be these major objectives. Baron 2 minutes and Elder Dragon also 2, but I think most teams would prefer to have that Elder. JJ's caught out of position.
Oh, he is in half HP as well. Ruler unable to finish the job. Ulti from Mako is great as JJ has to flee. 369 though, getting the Searing Charge, Bellows Breath, and Ornn stuff happening. That's a pullback as JJ may have just lost the game, or at least led to more gold for JDG.
And not having those 2 mid towers available in the mid lane just allows for so many flank angles for JDG to go for. And that is one of their best qualities as a team, where they're able to find those angles and catch EDG off guard. And now, numbers advantage, they're going to force at least an inhibitor in this mid lane.
Kanavi's angle though, I mean, he's got flash, he doesn't have ulti, but still he can leap in, probably destroy someone. Thankfully, you got Crown of the Shattered Queen, otherwise Fofo would be in one-shot territory. Inhibitor now threatened, but JDG can't just walk in as easy as that. Because Fofo always a threat of a pick with JJ by his side. They'll hold on, they'll keep the inhibitor up. But Kitty, if this happens again, if we see another onslaught, it's Baron next time. It's Elder that JDG can pivot to. They're still in a great position here in this game.
And I want to highlight, look at the vision control that JDG has been able to plant in that bottom side. JDG Knight, he has that TP available, so most of these teams, they would much prefer to go towards that Elder Dragon and trade it for the Baron, so they can't go for the Baron without the Elder Dragon being contested, so we'll have to keep an eye out for that.
I will not yield. Arla just walks the other way. Good scout of the week. It isn't Ornn though, so that's not going to do too much. I like that EDG are out here, Kitty, but hey, we got to look at what's happening on the other side of the map. Top wave is gangstering on in. Bottom wave is being crewed up. Like, Knight is literally getting the boys. And so that has to be matched here by EDG. They can't keep this onslaught, and they can't find an outer turret yet again through mid.
Yeah, but we also have to highlight all these items coming online, but the difference is that we have a stopwatch available for Ruler, while on the other hand, we have 2 stopwatches available for the mid jungle of EDG. We have everyone positioning towards this top side. I don't think EDG is going to rush this because it's a 50-50.
Oh, they found Kanavi. They found Kanavi. Have they found Kanavi? Question mark. The Snake wasn't able to land that big death rocket as Fofo flashed and ultied for that too. Kitty, EDG used a little bit, but Kanavi's able to heal up thanks to the fruit on the side. Now EDG are at a disadvantage.
And Elder Dragon spawning in 20 seconds, everyone. And we are about to have absolute chaos ensue for both of these teams. But EDG now not having the position to move on to this Baron.
They do not too much damage. There's a little bit for a love tap or two on the 369 as JDG's one angling in the side brush. But look, ping's already going down.
Oh my god.
Members that do it so fast, they can hover over both, Kitty.
They're going extra greedy. They're going to do both Elder and Fighter for this Baron, denying everything away from EDG as they don't know that JDG is starting the Elder Dragon right now.
I mean, they're walking towards it. Pings are going down, but if EDG decide to get Baron, Elder is for sure gone for the team that loves to fight right now, Kitty. JDG feeling so confident as they hover because Elder's just been done. Thank you so much. Let's fight. 369 trying to rummage in as EDG now getting hovered from a different angle. It's onto Arla. Tangle Barb is there. He can't find the mark. In fact, it is Cassante to disable it, but EDG now, they're like, well, we can't do a 5v5 in front of Baron. JDG with a 5-head macro will get both objectives.
An indecision is a decision in itself as EDG, they give away both Elder and the Baron to this team. I don't know how they come back to this point. It's going to be absolutely insane if they can come back.
369 just flashed. I don't know if that was prompted, but I think he just flashed over the wall. Hey, he doesn't need it. Hey, good news though. Upgraded aero pack. Knight can now fly higher. He's got his upgrade. We've already got the Typhoon for the bottom lane. What happened? Oh no, he flashed away. Ignore me. I thought he flashed over the wall just to get the Demolish proc.
EDG, they haven't been able to find the pick that they so desperately needed. We thought it was onto Kanavi, but him having that Edge of Night is going to protect him, and especially with Fofo having that Scatter of the Crown, not enough damage to just one-shot this Kha'Zix, and he is an absolute menace this game. We have seen some picks, or at least opportunities given over to EDG, but that's not enough. As you can see, just looking at the map state, no towers whatsoever available for the side of EDG, so they have to play within their base.
Sad, isn't it? Oh, Knight.
Okay, buddy, that's a bit...
Not suspicious. He's dancing. Oh, wiggling cameraman. Get us closer up, baby. Knight's having a good time. There's a smile on his face. And you'd have to think, where is that blue buff? It's a shame he's gone back to being Kha'Zix, but what can you do? I guess you got to finish the game.
Why not just full send it? The 6th member of JDG, JDG sub, the blue buff.
Yeah, that blue buff, not suspicious. Obviously, just a bug in the game. And EDG try and pause for it as, hey, double inhibitor, just like that. Elder, Baron, you can't fight this team. It's going to be a 10k gold lead, but is gold even relevant as JDG try to push in with minions cataclysmic
They're looking to end.
effort? They will, because right now EDG need to find a fight. It's up to them, Kitty. Knight not going to be scattered the weak. There's Shirelia's jumping in yet again. Ruler doesn't care. Elder is going to hurt. JDG, I think they've just run out of it. However, though, here's the engage from EDG, the last stand effort. But oh my god, everyone's in! Once again, JDG are cleaners in perfection. The Snakes debut disregarded, and our MSI champions walk through another top team in under 1 hour. 2-0. Welcome home, boys.
And that's the JDG we all know and love as they take those 2 games away with ease by securing this 2-0. But like we've been saying, these champions, once you give JDG an angle, they will take an inch to a mile. But I just wanted to give a little bit of a shout out tonight. After getting an insane pop blossom to the enemy team, he transformed into a ward.
He did. Did he?
Yeah.
I thought you meant before, but of course he did at the end. I had to. Definitely had to. What a fitting way to end it all as well. I mean, Knight had so much fun on Nico. You could see him smiling. Absolutely love it. As for JDG, seeing performances like that reinstalls our faith, right? I mean, we have had games like this, Kitty, but the full series was back to JDG effort, was back to what you'd expect to be the best team. So far, JDG have had like 2-1s over LGD, right? Questions. 2-1s over LNG. More questions there. They lost to Weibo. I know the Shy is a sexy man, but again, you can't lose series to those teams if you want to be the top tier team, right? JDG showed us here against EDG that they are back in form. I think this is a nice vote of confidence. I hope it's not a curse, but this is exactly what you want.
I mean, I respect what you say as a caster, Hysteric, sometimes, because like you've been saying, JDG is having a bit of a weird episode in the summer split so far. They've dropped games here and there, but when they go up against EDG, it is always this swift. But of course, credits to the Snake. I think the biggest problems of EDG coming into tonight wasn't really through this new ADC who wasn't really experienced in this big of a league, because EDG continuing the trend of hesitation through the mid jungle of JDG and Fofo, that continued to kind of weigh the proactiveness that they were trying to find so desperately in that early game, and that became their biggest downfall.
And it's sad because I think we saw some of the potential of players like Fofo, even, you know, that bottom lane winning out as well, like that. It wasn't really a bad start to the game, but again, JDG, once they get the ball rolling, they don't really stop. Their proactive nature was insane, and I think overall, we know why JDG are so good at the game, Kitty. They come out of lanes with even or, you know, a bit of a lead, and then they walk into skirmishes with that advantage, and they're just so mechanically gifted. Like, this is the JDG that we all know and love, that we were confident sending to MSI. I think as well, when you see that this roster is performing like that, you go, well, maybe even summer split. Like, maybe they could be heading towards a Grand Slam. They won Spring Finals. They won MSI. Summer split, I know it's very early, but performances like this, you start thinking, you know, they could be first, second, or third seed to finish off the split if it continues. And they could be getting back-to-back championships. A little bit ahead of myself, but after watching that, I think I deserve to be, you know?
Yeah, most definitely. Very confident in our team so far. I mean, coming back of an excellent performance at MSI, which was the international event, I am more than happy to support what you just said. But of course, coming into today, we expected EDG to have more of a fight up against this team. But at the very end, I feel like 369 is someone that doesn't get praised enough. 369, given something like the tank, he is so willing to just enable his team to pop off, and that really became a big reason why JDG was able to take so many of these fights away from EDG. I mean, you saw the Ornn coming in with that ultimate, displacing and giving Fofo and the Snake a really hard time to DPS in those team fights. And at the very end, Kanavi being excellent as ever on this Kha'Zix, just having a bang of a time.
I said it in game, like there's not many Kanavis for... there's not many, Kha'Zix who had that kind of impact in game. Like, you know, Kanavi was great at Kha'Zix. Like, he was so impactful. JJ didn't really get to play around his own jungle. It was a huge CS lead. I don't know if it was a, Flame Horizon, there we go, named after the player. I don't know if it was that, but like, you look at the damage score here and you can just see his impact. I think, again, impressive performance. You don't often see the fact that a Kha'Zix has also taken 34% of his team's damage and not died, but that kind of is also a testament. Actually, 369 took less. I am very confused, Kitty, but he still didn't die.
Yep, he didn't die. Like you said, perfect KDA coming into this game too. And the reason why JDG was able to secure so many of those major objectives is because of this Umbral Glaive that was purchased by this Kha'Zix, denying so much of that vision and utilizing that zombie ward, or I believe it's called zombie ward. Yes, the other one's zombie poro, yep. And just not allowing any angle for JDG to come back into the game, because this Vi was shut down in game 1, following the trend into game 2, and JDG really needs to start reconsidering how he pilots this champion, as it was 2 games in a row first picked away by EDG.
Yeah, it was a pick that, again, like, you know, has done well in the LPL and is constantly priority banned, but for JJ, we know he has a plethora. We know he can play carry junglers as well. A bit of a shame considering EDG, I think, were hyped up in this matchup, considering we've only seen 3 series. That's the way it is with most LPL series, but even against JDG, we thought maybe they'd have an edge. But I think also, you look at EDG, you don't say, oh, they played horribly today. You say more so that JDG played so well that there was never an opening that EDG could abuse. It was just that hard to go up against them. I think that's what good quality League of Legends is, and especially in our league. We have teams like EDG and JDG going up against each other. One's obviously a lot higher than the other, being MSI champions and being in form. But JDG just showed us today how big that gap really is.
But the argument is that you do have world championship winners in JDG, of course, and
True.
you just can't really use these international events as the excuse for this team because it's a very worrying trend ever since spring playoffs, and it's still continuing into the summer playoffs where I'm getting very worried because, of course, you got rid of Leave, and today we have the Snake coming in, but it really doesn't seem like that kind of a switch up is going to solve the problems that they're trying to kind of deal with so far into the split. And I'm hoping that because indecision is a decision in itself, this is a very bad thing to continue on, and I would love to see them being a little bit more aggressive, playing less standard, and just making some chaos happen on the Rift, because it's not going to work if you continue to play like this. But we'll have to wait and see because we still have, I believe, 5 more weeks to play off, and JDG, they're going to pick up today's win.
Well, I mean, EDG, they've got to integrate a new AD carry because, ladies and gentlemen, as we were saying before, it has been announced on Twitter, on the day actually I get married, EDG and IG will be debuting with Uzi. Literally, I might be sitting there at the bloody, we'll do speeches.
At the
and just
wedding
pop it out, be
venue.
like, Uzi! Put Uzi on the big screen. My wife will leave me on that day. The wedding won't last, the marriage won't last very long, if I can speak. But yeah, on the 14th, EDG versus IG. Guys, if you check out Twitter, it has been confirmed. Uzi for EDG. So, I mean, look, the Snake played pretty well for today, but we're excited about Uzi coming back to the league once again. That's going to be an awesome matchup. Let's highlight today's winner, which is JDG, which is Kanavi, picking up MVP. 34% of his team's damage taken on a Kha'Zix jungle with full lethality, I think is kind of insane.
I don't know what else to describe Kanavi as. He was just straight up chilling in that game too. Man was under no threat of any jungler in his own presence, as we saw some attempts coming out of JDG and both Fofo trying to lock down this Kha'Zix, but like I've been saying, this Kha'Zix, he wants to go for those full clears and get those items online early, and once you do get those items, I mean, he is just an absolute pest when it comes to vision control. As it all started out with JDG making a few mistakes in this topside jungle, with him being a little bit too greedy with the lane party that wasn't provided from his own mid laner, and pick after pick and fight after fight, this Kha'Zix was insane.
It was indeed, man. Let's give an honorable mention to Missing, though. His ultis were sick. Set it up for the Kha'Zix to just run amok in these fights, too. But 369 holding that up as well. You know, Kanavi comes in, kills someone. Okay, let's go again. 369 runs at him and goes again.
Specifically, this team fight, you have everyone putting all the damage onto this Kha'Zix, but the bailout just revives Kanavi anyway. So you trade 5 for 0, and at the very end, a very clean team fight from everyone of JDG. And this is a great sign for this team because we were getting a little bit worried with how they were performing up against LGD. They lost a game, I believe it was the first one, and even game 2, it was a very big struggle for them to kind of come back from a terrible early game, might I add, because I think Rula played 2 games of Jinx and he was getting shut down every single game in that first 15 minutes, and he was struggling to get those items online. But I think JDG, they're a very great macro team. They're very good at playing slow team fights, and that's exactly what they showed us today.
Yeah, look, again, great gameplay. We're just complimenting JDG through the wazoo. We'll bring up today's matches for you today and what you missed out on our 3 series day on that note as well, because it wasn't a super slow one. It wasn't a super fast one. When it is in different arenas, Kitty, it always feels like it goes quick, especially when we have to play catch up. But this last one, again, I just love that we finished with these banger games where the gameplay is obviously in a higher tier. We are looking at more macro teams that can play through tempo a bit better as well. It's always great watching teams like JDG and EDG go head to head. And especially when we've watched WEIG, there's some errors there, mid-tier teams, they're struggling a bit. RNG, OMG, like that was a mess. That was just chaotic. I'm worried about both of those teams in different regards. It is like a nice build-up. So again, we'll bring that up for you in a second because JDG are now 4-1. After today, Kitty, they're second in the standings, up with Billy, who are still undefeated. We've got our 2 MSI representatives at the top of the scoreboard.
Yeah, exactly. And you kind of expected this with how well they did at that international event. But a very common trend that we see in JDG, for some reason, this is specifically in the LPL, specific teams just have a natural counter element to others. It's like how OMG, I believe it was Top Esports always went against EDG. Weibo Gaming won their regular games up against JDG for the spring split, and that continued into summer split, and I'm sure we have like some other trends that we have in there, but it's great to see that in our league, even teams that you don't expect to be winning do take games away from these top ranking teams. And of course, like you said, BLG, they have a very unique playstyle where they are aggressive in that early game, and it's been successful every single time, while JDG, they play through the macro, and they play through all of the pick potential that Knight and Ruler can provide.
Well, there we go. Finally bringing it up on the screens to just confirm that not only can they play through some of the carries like Knight and Ruler, but 369's a carry himself. Kanavi's a carry. Missing's a legend. I mean, this team is insane. Second now. Beating EDG is just such a good affirmation of the fact that this team is here to play. WEIG earlier on, if you missed out, WE still impressive. Still undefeated, by the way. 3-0 in the split. Haven't dropped a single game. Munchables would be absolutely cheering right now, as OMG RNG was what we started with earlier. Kitty, I just want to see the standings. There we go. MSI reps at the top of the table.
Yep, and JDG having the extra series loss will place them in that second spot. But like you've been saying, and all of us have been highlighting, WE surprisingly third ranking in the standings right now, above people like Top Esports, LNG, and Weibo Gaming. So we will have to wait and see how the games will continue as we approach week 3. But Jesus Christ, we've had so many super days and super weekends that all of these games are blending into me. I believe I casted like 6 days out of 7 days this week. So
Yeah, and
we'll
you're
have
on
a look.
tomorrow as well.
And I'm on
You're
tomorrow.
doing Top
for
Esports and Weibo. Good luck
the
for
match
that.
of the week. Yep, I'm excited to see how these two teams will really perform, because Weibo Gaming, they lost up against OMG and they won against LNG, so it's kind of a weird spot to pinpoint where their true skill is. While Top Esports, they also had a very big struggle with their previous series, so it is going to be a really nice challenge for both of these teams.
It really is. That's a good one. It's Rookie versus the Shy. Oh, that's going to be good. You and Mazel are going to have a great time on that, Kitty. A personal favorite of mine as well. Rookie versus the Shy. That's all we want to see tomorrow at the very least. Another 3-series day. A big thank you to Kitty for joining me, and earlier on Nymira, which seems like a lifetime ago as well. It's been a pleasure. I am going to be gone for about 10 days. But ladies and gentlemen, on the Monday, there is going to be a new caster debuting as a color caster, so that's going to be a lot of fun.
Hysterics,
while I'm
I need
away
to
as
hold
well.
you on this one, because I know
Yeah.
the stream is about to end, but I would love everyone in the Twitch chat to say congratulations to Hysterics on his wedding, which will be next week, as we won't be getting him for week 3. But of course, a very lovely thing to have for our lovely caster in the LPL, and we wish you all the best.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Kitty, and to everyone. It's good. You know, let's get the marriage doing be buff. Let's follow in that line of thinking. That'll be awesome. It is bye for now, but not forever. And I'll see you guys in 10 days or so. All the best. Thank you.